When the energy shockwave rushed towards them, even second-order emperors felt a sense of fear growing in their heart. To stop the blast of energy, several ancestor-level experts had to join hands. Even so, they felt that their robes were drenched in a cold sweat. Everyone looked towards the stage. The only thing they could see was Di Jing's body covered in the light, as heavenly Tao runes rotated around his body non-stop. Mysterious light filled his body, but no matter how Di Jing tried, he could not use the runes to break past the defense of Huang Xiaolong's 16 wings. There was no way for him to move further. The never-before-seen 16 wings blocked the second form of the Heaven's Tao physique without the slightest bit of difficulty. Heavenly Prince Di Jing's face turned beetroot red, and his expression was too ugly to behold. Huang Xiaolong stared at Di Jing, and his lips curled upwards. Even though he had only managed to obtain half of the inheritance, Huang Xiaolong knew that it was more than enough to deal with Di Jing. After all, half of the Heavenly Hall inheritance wasn't something Di Jing could smash with a few punches and gestures. The true might of the 16 wings was something no one could understand. Of course, with the only exception being Huang Xiaolong. He hadn't even used the energy stored in the Heavenly Hall, not to mention the combined strength of the 14 Radiance Angels. After glancing towards Di Jing, whose face was red as anger overrode his sense of reason, Huang Xiaolong circulated the radiant energy around his body once again. As the light around him grew brighter, a massive wave of radiant energy surged towards Di Jing. Di Jing was too shocked to react. He was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong's attack. The spectators around the plaza watched on with their jaws agape as Heavenly Prince Di Jing drew a beautiful arc in the sky. Even if I can't use my godheads, I can still beat you? Huang Xiaolong's chuckle resounded in Di Jing's mind. Forcing himself to stabilize his body in mid-air, Di Jing's face turned solemn. He suppressed the blood that was in his throat and chuckled. You're too arrogant. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that your 16 wings will make you undefeatable? Do you really think that nothing can stop you? His eyes turned bright red all of a sudden as his ramblings turned into a desperate roar. 16 wings, the first to ever appear since the start of time. Fine. Today, I shall destroy your 16 wings before killing you. I shall let everyone know that I, Heavenly Prince Di Jing, am the #1 genius. No one, in the past or the future, will ever surpass me. A circular blade appeared in Di Jing's palm after a piercing light disrupted everyone's sense of sight for a moment. The blade was black on one side and red on the other. There was a diagram of the moon on the darker side and a diagram of the sun on the other. Even though the circular blade looked rather ordinary, several emperors felt their expressions changing at the sight of it. This is a peak-grade Grand Mist artifact, the Sun and Moon Yin-Yang Wheel. Everyone had heard of it before, but seeing it caused many of the spectators to drop their jaws in shock. Even the terrace of heaven started to shake when it appeared. Peak-grade Grand Mist artifact. That's actually a peak-grade Grand Mist artifact. A peak-grade Grand Mist artifact was something even existences surpassing the Emperor realm would kill to obtain. A peak-grade Grand Mist artifact was known as the ultimate weapon. There was nothing stronger than it. It has been said that the ancient Heavenly Emperor had left behind 2 peak-grade Grand Mist artifacts. One of them is the ancient Heavenly Court, and the other is the Sun and Moon Yin-Yang Wheel. Xianxia explained while a shocked expression hung on his face. The Heavenly Prince Di Jing is actually holding the Sun and Moon Yin-Yang Wheel. Is it possible that he has already obtained the ancient Heavenly Emperor's inheritance? He has both the Sun and Moon Yin-Yang Wheel, and has cultivated the Jade Dragon Manual. In an instant, the terrace of heaven erupted. Ancestor, did the Sun and Moon Yin-Yang will really belong to the ancient Heavenly Emperor? Why had there been no news of that in the divine world? Li Junhua from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace couldn't hold his curiosity back, and he asked. It wasn't a surprise that he didn't know. The matter about the ancient Heavenly Court was public knowledge, but no one had ever heard that the ancient Heavenly Emperor possessed another peak-grade Grand Mist artifact. Xianxia explained, the Sun and Moon Yin-Yang Wheel was something the ancient Heavenly Emperor managed to obtain later on in life. he rarely used it, and there aren't many people who know that he possessed another peak-grade Grand Mist artifact. So that was the case. Everyone felt as though a thunderbolt struck their minds. Even though the sun and moon yin-yang will cannot be compared to the ancient heavenly court, it's not something that can be compared to ordinary high-grade Grand Mist artifacts. The Black Dragon Divine Armor on Huang Xiaolong's body can only be considered a high-grade Grand Mist artifact, and it already possesses astonishing defensive capabilities. If the sun and moon yin-yang will slashes Huang Xiaolong, I'm afraid the Black Dragon Divine Armor will shatter in an instant. The look in Zhang Renjia's eyes became a little heavier. Everyone was shocked at the sudden revelation, and Huang Xiaolong was no exception. Sun and moon yin-yang wheel. He had heard of the little cow speaking about how the ancient heavenly emperor had managed to obtain that weapon in the past. The little cow was someone who had caused the ancient heavenly emperor to experience the worst headaches, and she had even fought against him. It wasn't a surprise that she knew about the existence of the sun and moon yin-yang wheel. However, seeing it in person was still slightly surprising. The light around Dijing's body had already started to move, and his heavenly Tao Godhead was already rotating at maximum speed. Endless might from the heavens Tao entered the wheel, and the ordinary-looking sun and moon yin-yang will started to emit terrifying light. It seemed as though space itself had submitted to the light, and the originally bright world was split into two. One half was black and the other half was red. Moons appeared in the darker side of space, and they emitted bouts of scary-looking silver light. In the other half of the space that was dyed in red, countless suns appeared, and they bubbled with the molten lava. The temperature soared into the skies, and even several ancestor-level experts circulated their god force to withstand the pressure. Huang Xiaolong, I want to see if your 16 wings can withstand my sun and moon yin-yang wheel. Dijing raised the wheel in his hand, and his aura pierced through the sky. He stared down at Huang Xiaolong, as though he was the ruler of the world. With a wave of his arm, the sun and moon yin-yang will slice downwards. Yin and yang seemed to separate in that instant, and day and night changed places. Everyone stared at the wheel with a sense of trepidation in their heart. The feeling of space itself splitting into two appeared in their hearts. It seemed as though the suns and moons in the space above them exploded, with all their residual energy flooding into the sun and moon yin-yang wheel. Rip. Space was like a sheet of paper, and the wheel was like a pair of scissors. It effortlessly tore the space around it as it shot towards Huang Xiaolong. Seeing as the wheel was about to hit him, Huang Xiaolong pushed the radiant energy around him to the limit. His 16 wings shook and moved to block the attack. When Dijing saw what Huang Xiaolong wanted to do, he felt that Huang Xiaolong was asking to die. It was true that this was the first time someone with 16 wings had appeared. However, Huang Xiaolong was merely in the 7th order heavenly monarch realm. Even if he used the full power of his 16 wings, he wouldn't be able to gather enough energy to display their true might. There was no way he could stop Dijing's peak-grade Grand Mist artifact. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, the sun and moon yin-yang will slammed into Huang Xiaolong's wings. The 16 wings formed a sea of radiant energy, and waves came crashing towards the wheel. What? Everyone felt a bomb going off in their minds. The 16 wings stopped the sun, and moon yin-yang will Dijing was so proud of without suffering so much as a scratch. Everyone saw Huang Xiaolong block the sun and moon yin-yang wheel. Heavenly Prince Dijing's eyes widened to the size of saucers, and his gaze alternated between the sun and moon yin-yang wheel and the 16 wings blocking his attack. The 16 wings behind Huang Xiaolong emitted another wave of radiant energy, and countless radiance runes on it moved to form a massive formation. The radiance formation seemed to turn into the source of all radiant energy in the world. It contained all the mysteries of radiant energy within itself. No! Heavenly Prince Dijing was unable to accept such an outcome. The sun and moon yin-yang will cleaves apart everything in existence. How can this be? Why can't I break through his defense? Roars filled the sky as Dijing howled with indignation. The sun and moon yin-yang wheel was his final trump card. He had initially thought that he could destroy Huang Xiaolong's defense once he brought it out. Even if he couldn't kill Huang Xiaolong with a single strike, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem to injure him critically. Reality proved to be different from what he expected. "Do you want me to tell you why you failed to break through my defenses?" Huang Xiaolong sneered. "The might of 16 wings isn't something you can comprehend." It was indeed as Huang Xiaolong had said. Only the person who could form 16 wings could understand the power contained within them. Even though he only had 4 more wings than someone who could form 12, the boost he received wasn't a mere 4 times. If he managed to utilize the 16 wings to its extreme, Huang Xiaolong was afraid that the number of people that could break it would be countable on a single hand. He felt that only a supreme expert wielding a treasure at the level of the ancient heavenly court would be able to shatter his defenses. A peak-grade Grand Mist artifact was split into different levels. The sun and moon yin-yang will couldn't be compared to the ancient heavenly court. In fact, even if he compared the wheel to his city of eternity, the sun and moon yin-yang will would be sorely lacking. Huang Xiaolong chuckled coldly when he stared at Di Jing. A brilliant radiance burst forth from his 16 wings, and they fully unfurled behind him. The horrifying force contained behind it caused Di Jing to feel a burst of pain in his fist. He loosened his arm, and the sun and moon yin-yang will flew into the air. Even Di Jing was sent flying away. Seeing how Di Jing was blown away, the 16 wings behind Huang Xiaolong shook, and he arrived before Di Jing. As all 16 wings trembled again, they turned into 16 sharp swords as they shot downwards. A blinding light filled the sky as the 16 swords pierced through the void, towards Di Jing. They turned into mirages and seemed to break through the constraints of time and space. Boom! All 16 wings landed on Di Jing's chest, and every attack seemed stronger than the rest. Heavenly Prince Di Jing turned into a shooting star flying straight for the ground as he slammed ruthlessly into the true Emperor stage below him. A massive explosion echoed through the air. The ground around the stage trembled without end, and even some spectators near the arena felt their bodies going numb. Everyone stared at the scene before them in shock. Di Jing laid motionless on the arena, and even the heavenly Tao runes on his body started to dim. When Huang Xiaolong smashed him into the stage after revealing his archdevil bloodlines, the runes on Di Jing's body merely lost their shine for a moment. Right now, they were about to disappear altogether. Huang Xiaolong's wings were sharper than the sharpest of blades, and even first or second order emperors wouldn't be able to take on a single wing with their fleshy body. Even if Di Jing's heavenly Tao divine physique had abnormal defensive capabilities, he would suffer grave injuries after taking Huang Xiaolong's all-out attack with all 16 wings. No matter how everyone stared at the shocking scene before them, they failed to utter a single sound to express their feelings. Di Jun, who was seated on his 9-dragon throne high above the arena, squeezed his armrest as though he wanted to shatter it to dust. Horrifying energy started to gather around him. "Uncle is the best." A cute yell broke the silence that was stifling the crowd. Everyone snapped back to attention in an instant. A smile slowly appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. He didn't even need to turn around to know who was the one screaming in joy. He felt that only one person would be able to do something like this. When Huang Xiaolong's eyes landed on Di Jing, who was sprawled flat on the arena, he didn't bother continuing his attack. Instead, he walked towards Di Jing with slow, steady steps. Even though his all-out attack with 16 wings contained terrifying might, he already knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Di Jing. After all, if Di Jing were to die so quickly, he would be a disgrace to the heavenly Tao Godhead and heavenly Tao divine physique. As Huang Xiaolong approached him, heavenly Prince Di Jing twitched. Everyone felt their eyelids jumping as Di Jing's body twitched one again. A trace of warmth descended from the 9 heavens, and it turned into small little fireflies in the night sky. They swarmed towards Di Jing's withered body. The warm glow of the heavenly Tao runes revived them, and under everyone's surprised gaze, Di Jing crawled to his feet. Even though Huang Xiaolong had concentrated his attack on Di Jing's chest, everyone was stunned when they saw no wounds on his body. Even though everyone was in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong felt that it was not surprising at all. He looked at the heavenly Tao runes on Di Jing's body with a trace of admiration in his eyes. The heavenly Tao divine physique deserved its name as the number one divine physique under the heavens. He knew that he had managed to break through the defense of the heavens Tao physique to strike at Dijing's main body. But the wounds had healed in just a few breaths of time. The regenerative abilities of the heavenly Tao divine physique surpassed his imaginations. Even after devouring so many precious elixirs and ingredients, even after evolving so many times, Huang Xiaolong felt that the regenerative abilities of his true dragon physique was already perverse to the extreme. However, it still failed to compare to the heavenly Tao divine physique. Huang Xiaolong, so what if you managed to beat me? Dijing stared at Huang Xiaolong, and a sneer appeared on his lips. A bone-chilling smile appeared on his face. You can't kill me anyway. I've said it before. I have the heavenly Tao Godhead and the heavenly Tao divine physique. No one can kill me. Right now, as long as I live, there will be a day when I turn around and kill you. Despite using the sun and moon yin-yang wheel, he was unable to kill Huang Xiaolong. As such, Dijing no longer had the confidence to take Huang Xiaolong's life. However, he knew that there was no way for Huang Xiaolong to kill him either. Are you so sure? Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice resounded in his ear, and his figure blurred. He appeared before Dijing, and 16 wings attacked once again. His wings turned into a rotating wheel of light, and they spun at an incredible speed. Even time itself seemed to be affected by the spinning light, and one could only imagine how powerful Huang Xiaolong's attack was. Dijing was scared silly, and before he could dodge, the sound of the protective runes ripping could be heard as he slammed into the stage. This time, Huang Xiaolong didn't wait for Dijing to stand up. He leaped out once again and cut down towards his throat with all 16 of his wings. No matter how strong one's defense was, there was bound to be a weak spot. Other than the heart, the other weak spot was the neck. 16 rays of light pierced downwards. Many people wondered if Dijing's throat was actually pierced through as the light was too blinding. Huang Xiaolong pummeled Dijing to the point of death right before everyone's eyes. Before Huang Xiaolong could succeed, a wave of killing intent rose to the heavens from where Dijun was seated. Oppressive might covered the lands. He raised his arm and swiped towards Huang Xiaolong. Die! A cold light flashed through his eyes. Even though his reputation would go down the drain when he interfered with the life and death duel, he felt that it was a worthy trade for obtaining the secrets on Huang Xiaolong's body. Not to mention the fact that he could also receive the treasure left behind by the Radiance ancestor for himself. He could conveniently kill Huang Xiaolong, who would potentially grow into a threat with his never-before-seen 16 wings. He felt that if he didn't make a move now, Huang Xiaolong would actually cause some unimaginable damage to his son, Dijing. The moment Dijun made a move, the winds rose, and the skies turned dark. An endless terror gripped everyone's heart as devastating might swept through the lands. Even some weaker emperors fell to their knees. A single palm possessed the might to shatter a world surface as it descended. Even if Huang Xiaolong possessed 3 king of supreme godheads and 3 archdevil bloodlines, he wouldn't be able to avoid his fate of being smashed to meat paste. Roar! The 2 beasts raised their heads to the sky and howled. They transformed in an instant, and they held nothing back. Their bodies became several tens of thousands of feet tall, and they looked like 2 massive, majestic mountains as they stood in the middle of the terrace of heaven. The aura they released shook the world, and chaos energy in the atmosphere started to fluctuate. The 2 of them raised their arms and received Dijun's attack. As though some sort of mysterious thought connected them, Yan Tianqin and Shaoyi moved. The 2 of them brought out their strongest weapon and went after the 2 beasts. On the stage, several marshals followed behind Yan Tianqin and Shaoyi's lead as they charged towards the 2 beasts. In an instant, lightning filled the skies, and time seemed to shake. The power of destruction erupted and filled the world. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Several Ancestor Realm experts felt their expression change, and they hastily moved out to protect their disciples. With so many people tangling with the 2 beasts, Dijun's palm moved unhindered towards Huang Xiaolong. A trace of a smile appeared on Dijun's face, and there was a hint of bloodthirst, excitement, and even relief contained within. As long as he managed to tear out all of Huang Xiaolong's secret from his body, he would be able to surpass the ancient heavenly emperor and dominate all the lands. Who cared about hell? Who cared about the devil world and Buddha world? He was going to crush all of them. He was ambitious, and there was no way he would be content being the ruler of the divine world. As long as he became stronger, he decided to conquer all the greater world. Huang Xiaolong looked at the incoming palm strike from Di Jun, and a sneer appeared on his lips. He knew the reason behind Di Jun's sudden attack, but it was too bad that Di Jun had no idea how many trump cards he had up his sleeves. Di Jun never accounted for the fact that Huang Xiaolong was already the king of hell, and he didn't know about the existence of the City of Eternity. He also didn't know that he had 100 high-level Emperor Realm undead Netherguard puppets, and neither did he know about the presence of the 14 Radiance Angels. He didn't even know that Huang Xiaolong cultivated the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Huang Xiaolong revealed a mocking smile as he stared at Di Jun's 16 wings, smashed down towards Di Jing once again. When Di Jun saw the grin on Huang Xiaolong's face, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Just as he wondered what was going on, an arm that was comparable to chicken bones broke through the void. It slapped towards Di Jun's palm strike without any warning. The power contained within Di Jun's attack could shatter a world's surface, but it was stopped with an arm, and the energy contained within it dissipated without a trace. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A massive explosion captured everyone's attention suddenly, and all the experts who tried to stop the beasts were sent flying into the distance. Huang Xiaolong's wings finally arrived before Di Jing's throat, but a blinding light shot out from Di Jing's body in the instance of impact. No one had the ability nor desire to care about Yan Tianxin and the others. They didn't even bother looking at Di Jing. Instead, their attention was captured by the figure standing in the air high above the true emperor stage. The figure seemed to be an eternal heavenly river, but at the same time, he looked like an insurmountable mountain. Even though he didn't exude any type of aura, his appearance alone was enough. He was precisely the person who had stopped Di Jun's attack. He had stopped an attack of someone who exceeded the Emperor realm. Grand Mist Emperor! Several ancestors yelled in shock and reverence. It's the Grand Mist Emperor! The Grand Mist Emperor actually came. The arena broke out into discussion as everyone stared at the figure standing in midair. The terrace of heaven erupted. Those who hadn't seen the Grand Mist Emperor revealed a crazed look, and they seemed to turn more excited than ever before. The Grand Mist Emperor was finally making an appearance. Emperor! Zhang Renjie and the other ancestors from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace greeted respectfully, and they were as excited as everyone else. No, they were even more excited than everyone else in the plaza. The ancestors walked forward to greet the Grand Mist Emperor, and all the disciples kneeled on the ground. When Di Jun saw that Zhang Hong had personally appeared on the battlefield, he felt as though a thunderbolt struck him. He stood up from his throne and a frown formed on his face. Did Zhang Hong block my attack from hitting Huang Xiaolong? Is Huang Xiaolong really his illegitimate child? It was impossible. The Heavenly Court had already made a detailed investigation into the matter. Huang Xiaolong should be completely unrelated to Zhang Hong. Just as Di Jun was about to open his mouth, Zhang Hong turned around, and his attitude became extremely subservient. It was as though he was welcoming someone. When everyone saw how Zhang Hong was acting, everyone felt their jaws drop in shock. All of them stared at each other. What's going on? Two figures slowly appeared in the distance, and they slowly made their way towards the arena. When they caught sight of the two people moving towards them, silence filled the plaza. As the two figures moved closer and closer, everyone saw a man who looked to be in his 70s with a short beard growing on his ruddy face. An ordinary-looking cow accompanied him. Everyone was stunned. Who in the world were the old man and the azure cow? When Di Jun finally saw the features on the old man's face, his pupils constricted, and he hastily got down from his throne. He jogged towards Zhang Hong and awaited the arrival of the old man. The moment the old man appeared, Di Jun bowed respectfully. Di Jun greets esteemed senior. A bomb went off in everyone's head. What did Di Jun say? Esteemed senior. Did he just address the old man as an esteemed senior? Grand, esteemed senior. The king of Grand Mist. It's the king of Grand Mist. Esteemed senior. The king of Grand Mist has left seclusion. Several ancestors yelled fervently, as though they were mighty fanboys. Everyone felt goosebumps appearing all over their body. King of Grand Mist. He was the master of the strongest emperor in the divine world. The man from the legends, the peak existence in the myriad of worlds, the king of Grand Mist, was finally out of seclusion. The last time anyone saw him was billions of years ago. Esteemed senior, king of Grand Mist. Some cried due to their overexcitement. The king of Grand Mist. It was a supreme honor to be able to see him. As people started to kneel down in waves, even ancestors and patriarchs of superpowers began to get to their knees. The darkness seemed to cover the plaza as everyone fell to their knees. Even Mo Xiao and Peng Yi didn't remain standing when they saw the king of Grand Mist. His appearance alone demonstrated his prestige. It was something no one could challenge. The king of Grand Mist wasn't just Zhang Hong's master. He wasn't only an expert who had the same seniority as the ancient heavenly ancestor. Neither was he a mere existence who had surpassed the emperor realm. In the annals of time, there were plenty of emperors who had failed to outrun the calling of time. There had been several calamities that had struck the divine world, and every single time, the king of Grand Mist had appeared to save the day. Could be said that without his help, the divine world wouldn't exist. The reverence everyone had for the king of Grand Mist superseded even the ancient heavenly emperor. Even if Dijun was the current heavenly emperor, he had to bow when he saw the king of Grand Mist. As for the ancestors and emperor realm experts, they could only kneel in his presence. Before the king of Grand Mist, everyone was a junior. In the end, even members of the Brightness Emperor Palace and Fiend God Emperor Palace got to their knees. In the entire plaza, there were only 3 figures left standing. Huang Xiaolong and the 2 beasts behind him were the only ones not on their knees. Of course, the anomaly was quickly detected by everyone present, and all of them stared blankly at Huang Xiaolong. A sneer formed on Dijun's face as he had never expected Huang Xiaolong to act so brazenly, even in the presence of the king of Grand Mist. In Dijun's mind, Huang Xiaolong was courting death. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong, you dare to offend esteemed senior, the king of Grand Mist. It seems as though no one in the world will be able to save you now. Huang Xiaolong flew into the air before anyone had the chance to react. Since his master was here, he couldn't continue the fight. Could he? He flew straight towards the king of Grand Mist. Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, Bei Xiaomei, and the others watched as Huang Xiaolong soared closer and closer towards the king of Grand Mist, and they felt their hearts tighten. Even the usually brazen Bei Xiaomei didn't dare to open her mouth to stop him. She had dared to run her mouth off in the presence of Dijun, but she didn't dare to show any disrespect to the king of Grand Mist. Just as Huang Xiaolong was approaching the king of Grand Mist with his blind arrogance, Han Qing from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace rose to her feet and screamed with blind rage. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you? How dare you refuse to kneel in the presence of the king of Grand Mist? You better get to your knees and beg for mercy now. The king of Grand Mist was Zhang Hong's master, and he was the strongest backing of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. She naturally wanted to put up a good show in front of her higher-ups in the palace. Huang Xiaolong ignored her as though she didn't exist as he continued to make his way towards the king of Grand Mist. When Han Qing saw how arrogant Huang Xiaolong was acting, she couldn't hold the rage in her heart any longer. Just as she was about to scream at him again, Huang Xiaolong arrived before the king of Grand Mist, and he mirrored Dijun's actions. He bowed and laughed. Master, you're here. A single, harmless sentence seemed to contain within it the might of the strongest bomb anyone could imagine. Huang Xiaolong's voice pierced through the hearts of everyone, and it etched itself into their souls. Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock, and all of them felt as though their bodies were trembling in disbelief. Dijun's body started to shake, and an indescribable expression appeared on his face. Qian Wanqian, Lu Yuan, Gudu Wui, Chun Jianwei, and the others felt panic settling in their hearts. Zhao Lei stood rooted to his spot, and the faces of everyone in the Fortune Emperor Palace changed. They felt their jaws dropping to the ground. Han Qing, who wanted to berate Huang Xiaolong, stood frozen to her spot as her eyes widened to the size of lanterns. As though a terrifying demon had appeared before her, her face lost all color as her body started to twitch. She couldn't stop herself, no matter how hard she tried. She felt as though she had lost control of her body. The heavens and earth fell into a deathly silence. Even the disciples and ancestors who had cried due to their reverence for the King of Grand Mist shut their mouth. The air seemed to have turned heavier, and everyone found it harder to breathe. The King of Grand Mist looked at Huang Xiaolong, and a pleasant smile appeared on his face. I have been here since the start. I didn't want to interfere in your battle. Anyway, I'm honored to have you as my disciple. A doting look appeared in the King of Grand Mist's eyes. Pride welled up inside him as he was delighted to have been able to accept Huang Xiaolong as his disciple. Even the Grand Mist Emperor, Zhang Hong, hadn't caused him to swell up with so much pride when he was accepted as a new disciple. However, Huang Xiaolong, who hadn't even broken through to the Emperor realm, was different. Without a doubt, the King of Grand Mist had left seclusion to spectate Huang Xiaolong's battle. For someone like the King of Grand Mist, who was cultivating in seclusion for billions of years, appearing to watch Huang Xiaolong's battle personally, his preference for this disciple of his was clear as the day. Han Qing, Gudu Wui, Chun Jianwei, and the others felt the blood drain from their face. Huang Xiaolong snickered and turned to Zhang Hong. Senior brother. Zhang Hong almost burst out laughing. Junior brother, you really made Master and Senior Azure Cow worried during the battle. None of us thought that you would be in the high-level heavenly monarch realm with terrifying combat strength. Huang Xiaolong could only lower his head sheepishly. Everyone felt another shockwave running through their heart as they turned to look at the Azure Cow beside the King of Grand Mist. What did the Grand Mist Emperor just say? Senior Azure Cow. Is he talking about that cow beside the King of Grand Mist? Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, Bei Xiaomei, and even Elder Fu were stunned silly. The little cow had changed her appearance before coming out, and none of them managed to recognize her when she stood beside the King of Grand Mist. The moment Zhang Hong revealed her identity, all of them identified her. That's the little cow. Bei Xiaomei opened her mouth wide, and she stared at the little cow in shock. Did the Grand Mist Emperor just refer to her as Senior Azure Cow? Even Di Jun looked at the little cow standing beside the King of Grand Mist, and he seemed to have thought of a terrifying event as his expression drooped. He cupped his fist and asked, "Are you really Senior Azure Cow?" When everyone saw how Di Jun was acting, the shock in their heart increased once again. When everyone was racking their brains, Han Qing seemed to have thought of something. The terror in her eyes became more and more prominent. In the past, didn't Huang Xiaolong ride on the cow standing beside the King of Grand Mist when he had arrived at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? She had merely glanced at the little cow in the past, as she had thought that she was nothing more than a standard mount. However, it seemed as though Zhang Hong and Di Jun were paying particular attention to the cow. When they addressed her respectfully as Senior Azure Cow, Han Qing finally recalled the cow's horrifying past. Many ancestors had managed to guess the little cow's identity as well, and all of them felt their hearts shake. The little cow looked at Di Jun and chuckled. "Little brat, don't worry. I'm not here for your heavenly court treasury." Even though the little cow was joking around, Di Jun didn't dare to feel annoyed in the slightest. Senior Azure Cow loves to jest. What kind of treasures don't you have? Even if you want anything from my heavenly court treasury, I'll give it to you. The little cow merely scoffed in reply, and she ignored Di Jun altogether. She turned to Huang Xiaolong, and a look of coquettish indignation appeared on her face. "You heartless brat. You didn't even return to visit me in the Grand Mist Lands after coming back from hell." Everyone nearly tripped over themselves. As for those ancestor-level experts who had managed to guess her identity, they face-planted into the ground. Heartless brat. Was she flirting with Huang Xiaolong? Despite the way she spoke to him, Huang Xiaolong merely laughed. "You're safe with my master. Why should I go over and disturb you?" The little cow pouted and glared at Huang Xiaolong. When Dijun heard how she spoke to Huang Xiaolong, he turned to look at him with a suspicious light flashing in his eyes. An idea of their relationship had already formed in his heart. Seemingly able to read Dijun's mind, the little cow turned around and introduced herself. "I forgot to tell you, Huang Xiaolong is not only the old man's disciple, but he's also my master." Everyone felt their chests tightening as they forgot to breathe for a second. It didn't matter if they were ancestor-level figures who had guessed her identity or the disciples below who didn't know who she was. All of them felt as though someone had punched them in the chest so hard that they lost their breath. An incredulous look slowly appeared on their faces. "Master! He's your master!" Dijun felt his tongue going numb when he said that word. Countless guesses had flashed through his mind in the last instant, but never in his wildest imagination would he have guessed that Huang Xiaolong was her master. They had a master and servant relationship. The surprising thing was that Huang Xiaolong was the master. Senior Azure Cow was someone who had caused his master, the ancient heavenly emperor, a massive headache. How in the world did she become Huang Xiaolong's servant? Senior Azure Cow must be joking. The smile on Dijun's face froze as he tried to look for another answer. The little cow simply turned to stare at him with a cold gaze. "Little brat Dijun, who's joking around with you? Do you think this is a joke?" Dijun's expression froze, and his lips started to tremble. All of a sudden, the little cow piped up again. "Kiddo Dijun, the battle of the heavenly court isn't over yet, right?" "No." "That's great." The little cow laughed and continued. "Then let the battle resume. You stopped the battle in the middle previously, and it's like stopping a fart when it's midway through. Don't you know that it's difficult to hold in a fart? If the battle doesn't end, I'll feel uncomfortable all over." Of course, Heavenly Emperor Dijun wouldn't be so despicable as to interfere in their battle again, right? A multitude of expressions appeared on the faces of the people below. There were even some ancestors who felt cold sweat forming on their forehead. It seemed as though they had finally experienced the little cow's shamelessness. Dijun's face started to turn red as well. "Senior Azure Cow must be joking. I only wanted to protect my son. Since victory and defeat has already been determined, there is no need to continue the competition." A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. He hadn't managed to separate Dijing's head from his body in his final strike. He had merely broken through the protective runes on his body to leave behind a huge wound. How could Dijun end the battle whenever he wanted? Huang Xiaolong looked at his master, the king of Grand Mist, with a hopeful expression in his eyes. A nod of affirmation was what he received in return. After a moment of shock, Huang Xiaolong knew that his master was telling him to end the battle. After all, Dijing possessed the heavenly Tao Godhead and heaven's Tao physique. Huang Xiaolong couldn't kill him. Of course, that was unless Huang Xiaolong surpassed heaven's Tao itself. Since he couldn't kill Dijing, there was no harm in stopping the competition. In the end, the battle ended with a single order from Dijun. Everyone felt that it was a waste. Of course, even though the battle of the heavenly court continued, it lost its meaning. Anyone who met Huang Xiaolong would simply admit defeat. Feng Chan of the Fiend God Emperor Palace even admitted defeat to Long Xiaojun to avoid meeting Huang Xiaolong on stage. The results of the battle were utterly unexpected. Huang Xiaolong scoffed at the fact that Feng Chan admitted defeat to Long Xiaojun to avoid fighting him. Of course, Huang Xiaolong had already planned to get rid of him the moment their fight started. It was too bad there was no chance for him to do so. Whatever, you can escape now, but you can't run forever. The monk can leave, but your temple can't. Huang Xiaolong decided to visit the Fiend God Emperor Palace after the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace and the Solitude Emperor Palace. Just like that, the battle of the Heavenly Court came to an end. Everyone felt a complicated feeling rising in their heart when they looked at Huang Xiaolong. When Dijun personally handed the prize over to Huang Xiaolong, a trace of discomfort swept through him. However, a brilliant smile hung from his face. "Dijun, Isn't there a rule that says that the winner will be able to enter the heavenly court's lightning pool to cultivate? Huang Xiaolong asked. In an instant, the smile on Di Jun's face froze. That's great. The moment Huang Xiaolong left the stage, Di Jun felt as though his face was cramping up. He knew the meaning behind Huang Xiaolong's words. Huang Xiaolong was blatantly scheming against the heavenly court's Chao lightning pool. Huang Xiaolong. Of course. Even though he saw through Huang Xiaolong's intent, he was unable to put a stop to it. He even suspected that Huang Xiaolong had only participated in the battle of the heavenly court for the lightning pool. After accepting their prize, Huang Xiaolong and the others no longer loitered around the plaza. With the warm send-off of the heavenly emperor, Di Jun, the king of Grand Mist, Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Hong, and the little cow left the plaza for their residence. Everyone saw how Huang Xiaolong rode on the little cow when they left, and they felt their hearts palpitating in fear. The skies seemed to flip around before them. The preposterous scene before them made Di Jun and the others question the meaning of life. Senior Azure Cow is a big shot in the divine world. What in the world is going on? After Huang Xiaolong, the king of Grand Mist, Jiang Hong, and the others had left, everyone finally snapped back to attention. The plaza welcomed unprecedented silence. A cold gaze undetectable to the rest of the world flashed past Di Jun's eyes. He finally left the plaza with all the heavenly court experts after Huang Xiaolong's figure disappeared. Before long, members of the Brightness Emperor Palace, Fiend God Emperor Palace, and the other superpowers left in succession. In an instant, the plaza became void of presence. A gust of cold air swept through the once crowded plaza. The news of Huang Xiaolong possessing 3 king of supreme godheads, 3 archdevil bloodlines, and him being the direct disciple of the king of Grand Mist shook the world. Several days later, in Manor 1, the king of Grand Mist, Jiang Hong, and Huang Xiaolong sat in the main hall as 2 people kneeled on the ground before them. One was Ancestor Han Qing, and the other was a disciple from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Zhao Tong. The 2 of them kneeled on the ground as their bodies trembled unceasingly. A bleak desolation flashed across their eyes. It was mostly the case for Zhao Tong. His back was drenched in a cold sweat. Jiang Hong glared at the 2 of them with a frosty expression, and he ordered Ancestor Zhou Dong, detain the both of them, waste their cultivation and kick Zhao Tong from the palace. As for Han Qing, kill her. Zhao Tong crumbled to the ground as he lost all energy. However, Han Qing screamed in indignation, I didn't do anything. How dare you cripple my cultivation? You don't have the right to sentence me to death. You can't use this chance to punish me just because I offended your junior brother. Huang Xiaolong killed a disciple from my Grand Mist Emperor Palace in the preliminary round, and I only wanted to take revenge for them. When the various ancestors from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace heard how Han Qing called Jiang Hong's integrity into question, their expressions turned grave. Zhou Dong and the others glared at her in rage, and just as they were about to yell at her for her disrespect, Jiang Hong waved his hand to stop them. He looked at Han Qing, and an expression of indifference hung on his face. Han Qing, do you think I'm stupid? Do you really think that I have no idea you're a spy from the Fiend God Emperor Palace? Spy from the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Zhou Dong and the other ancestors sucked in a cold breath. Han Qing widened her eyes in shock, and she screamed, You have no evidence of that. As an ancestor of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, I have devoted myself to the palace. You can't accuse me of being a spy just because you feel like it. When Jiang Hong saw that Han Qing was still trying her luck to weasel her way out of punishment, a cold light flashed through his eyes. He turned to Wang Mengan, standing beside him, and said, Bring them here. Wang Mengan was the ancestor in charge of intelligence collection in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Yes, Emperor. In an instant, 6 disciples were brought into the hall. The moment Han Qing saw the 6 of them, she could no longer keep a straight face. All 6 of them were spies planted by the Fiend God Emperor Palace, and all of them reported to her. She was also the one who had allowed them to enter through the back door. Han Qing flipped her palm over and sent out a terrifying wave of energy towards the 6 disciples. Their expressions changed, and they widened their eyes in fear. No one had expected her to make a sneak attack, especially right in front of Jiang Hong and the King of Grand Mist. A cold harumph left Jiang Hong's lips, and a chilly light flashed through his eyes. He didn't move, but a mysterious rune broke through the constraints of space and time. The world seemed to come to a standstill as Han Qing's attack froze in midair. She stared at the power dissipating before her with her jaws agape. Even though she felt as though an eternity had passed when he froze time and space, only a second passed. The heavens and earth returned to normal, and Han Qing crumpled to the ground. When Jiang Hong looked at her figure on the ground, he looked at her with a face full of disappointment. "Do you have any last words?" A smile slowly formed on Han Qing's lips as she erupted with laughter. She looked at the three of them seated before her with a mocking gaze. "Jiang Hong, King of Grand Mist, Huang Xiaolong, don't think that it's over. Even if I die, you won't be able to live for too long. Our fiend god Emperor Palace will sweep through the lands once again. All of you will die," she screamed hysterically. All the ancestors in the hall looked at each other and felt that Han Qing had gone crazy. She cursed the King of Grand Mist and Jiang Hong right under their noses as though they were retards. Huang Xiaolong simply shot a casual glance at her. "The fiend god Emperor Palace will sweep through the world? Does the fiend god Emperor Palace have the backing of your so-called Great Lord?" When Han Qing heard the words Great Lord, unbridled fear and panic flashed through her eyes. She had never expected for Huang Xiaolong to learn of his existence. "Let me guess." Huang Xiaolong rolled his eyes and continued. "Is he Shi Ming from the Nine Giant Corpse tribe?" Han Qing's eyes widened to the size of saucers, and her jaws dropped in shock. Even Zhou Dong and the others swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. The fiend god Emperor Palace had the Nine Giant Corpse tribe as their backing. If that was really the case, things were about to go south real fast. Han Qing released a heaven-shaking cry before anyone could react, and she detonated herself. The energy released during her self-explosion contained the power of a detonating star. Zhou Dong and the rest were shocked. They had never expected that she would sacrifice herself by detonating all the energy in her body. Jiang Hong seemed to have thought of the possibility, and he reached out with his right hand. The energy that possessed the might of 1,000 suns shrunk, and it turned into a tiny ball that flew towards Jiang Hong's hand. Closing his fist, the energy started to dissipate. As for the King of Grand Mist, he sat there from the start to the end with no intention of reacting. "Leave." Jiang Hong waved his hand and dismissed everyone in the hall. "Yes, Emperor." Zhou Dong and the others replied respectfully and bowed before they left. There were only 3 people left in the hall. "Junior brother, are you sure that the fiend god Emperor Palace is colluding with the Nine Giant Corpse tribe?" Jiang Hong asked with a solemn expression. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. He also spoke about how Shi Ming was currently refining a peak-grade Grand Mist artifact, the Blade of Death. "Is the Blade of Death a treasure that surpasses the ancient heavenly court?" Even the King of Grand Mist took it seriously when he heard Huang Xiaolong's explanation. He didn't care about Shi Ming at all. However, he felt that he had to take it seriously if they really had a treasure that could surpass the ancient heavenly court. Huang Xiaolong nodded and said, "According to my estimations, he would be able to succeed within 1,000 years." Both the King of Grand Mist and Jiang Hong frowned. After staying for 2 days, the King of Grand Mist and Jiang Hong left. The little cow didn't stay either, as her injuries weren't fully healed. Since they knew that the Nine Giant Corpse tribe was eyeing them from the sidelines, she felt that recovering to her peak strength was the most important thing. Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, and Bei Xiaomei also started to leave. Huang Xiaolong was the only one who remained behind. Of course, he stayed because he wanted to enter the Heavenly Court lightning pool. On that very day, Huang Xiaolong headed for the lightning pool. It was located deep in the heart of the Heavenly Court itself, and the troops that were stationed there to protect the place were the best of the best. They received Huang Xiaolong and allowed him to enter the core region of the Heavenly Court, and he arrived at the lightning pool with no mishaps. The person stationed right outside the pool was Yan Tianqin, and another marshal stood behind him. "Huang Xiaolong, Yan Tianqian laughed when he saw Huang Xiaolong's arrival. His smile was gentle, and there were no traces of any injuries left from the battle between him and Huang Xiaolong's two odd beasts. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and said, "I wish to cultivate in the heavenly court lightning pool. Open the gates." Yan Tianqian seemed to have anticipated whatever Huang Xiaolong wanted to say, and he chuckled. "Of course, as the winner of the battle of the heavenly court, you are allowed to cultivate in the lightning pool whenever you wish. However, the keys aren't with me right now, and I can't open the gate." Huang Xiaolong was stunned, and he narrowed his eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Yan Tianqian laughed. "Only our emperor has the key to open the gates. Why don't you ask Di Jun for the keys then?" When Shiyu, who was standing behind Yan Tianqian, heard what Huang Xiaolong said, he raged. "Preposterous! How dare you call the heavenly emperor by name? Do you really think that we can't deal with you just because of your identity as the king of Grandmist's disciple?" Huang Xiaolong didn't bother glancing at Yushur, and he merely turned to Yan Tianqian. Raising his arm, Yan Tianqian stopped Yushur. "I have no idea. Our heavenly prince received grave injuries, and the heavenly emperor brought him to a mysterious place to recover. No one knows where he is right now, and I can't retrieve the key from him." Huang Xiaolong sneered in response. "Damn you, Di Jun! How dare you use such a lousy excuse to prevent me from entering the lightning pool? If Di Jun refuses to show himself, the lightning pool won't be open. Am I right?" A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Yan Tianqian put on a serious face as he said, "That's right. Please take your leave. We will call for you as soon as he comes back." Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. "Do you really think I'll leave?" Yushur was unable to hold himself back any longer, and he screamed, "The heavenly court lightning pool is the core region of the heavenly court. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want here? If you dare to barge into the lightning pool, you'll receive the death sentence. We'll kill your relatives and anyone related to you. Even if we take you down, your master, the king of Grand Mist, won't be able to save you. We'll uphold the rules of the heavenly court no matter what happens." Huang Xiaolong nearly laughed out loud in response. "Are you sure?" The space behind him fluctuated, and the two odd beasts appeared again. The instant they appeared, one of them raised its palm and slammed Yushur into the pillar behind him. He turned into meat paste instantly, and his godhead was exterminated together with his soul. Yan Tianqian felt his vision going blurry. In a secret space somewhere deep in the heavenly court, Di Jun and Di Jing were soaring through the air. On the surface, Di Jing's injuries had healed entirely. "Father, are you really going to allow Huang Xiaolong to cultivate in the lightning pool?" Di Jing knew that Huang Xiaolong had the Chaos Lightning Pool and felt extremely unsettled that Huang Xiaolong's strength would increase once again. "Don't worry about that." Di Jun laughed and continued, "The keys are with me. I've activated the locking dragon formation on the gates, and no matter how Huang Xiaolong tries, he won't be able to enter the lightning pool. Even if he brings out the two beasts, he won't be able to break the formation." When he mentioned Huang Xiaolong, a trace of killing intent rose inside Di Jing. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He felt that he wouldn't be able to relax unless he killed Huang Xiaolong. Even though Huang Xiaolong was the disciple of the king of Grand Mist, he thought that he should be the only genius in the world. "I'm the embodiment of heavenly Tao itself. As soon as I break through to the Emperor realm, no one in the world will be able to kill me. No one can threaten my position as the strongest talent the world has ever seen." Di Jun nodded his head and comforted his son. "Don't worry, your injuries will heal in no time with me around. I also obtained news about the heavenly Tao stone. With it, you'll definitely be able to enter the Emperor realm. However, I have no confidence to deal with both the King of Grand Mist and Zhang Hong's rage. We can't touch Huang Xiaolong for now. Imperial Father, please be at ease." As the two of them spoke, they moved deeper and deeper into the mysterious space. At the heavenly court lightning pool gates, Huang Xiaolong ignored Yan Tianqian and everyone else lying on the ground. He walked straight towards the entrance. Arriving before the gate itself, Huang Xiaolong looked at the glow coming from the locking dragon formation set by Dijun. He frowned. He was obviously able to feel the might of the formation before him. He retreated several steps after thinking about it for a moment, and he ordered the two beasts to smash the gates open. In an instant, four arms shot out and slammed towards the gate. A destructive might containing the power to eradicate worlds blasted the gates. A buzzing sound resounded in the air, and the explosion caused the world to shake. Huang Xiaolong was shocked at the fact that the gates remained completely intact. The restrictions on the gate seemed to be completely untouched after the attack from the two beasts. Huang Xiaolong ordered them to transform before unleashing all their power on the gate. Boom! After transforming into their true forms, the two beasts circulated all of the energy in their body before sending their strongest attack towards the gate. Cracks formed in the ground and the runes engraved on the gates started to crack. Huang Xiaolong was shocked, but there was a trace of happiness hidden behind his shocked expression. The two beasts struck out once again. The restrictions on the gates were finally blasted open after the second wave of attack. Huang Xiaolong walked through the gate as he approached the lightning pool with quick steps. The moment he entered, a terrifying wave of energy struck him. Instead of acting surprised, a look of joy appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. The space past the gate was way larger than he had imagined. It was boundless, and two massive lightning pools hovered in midair. One was blue and the other was black. He wasn't mistaken. One of the lightning pools was jet black. As black light rolled around it, the radiance of lightning lit up the sky. Huang Xiaolong recognized both lightning pools the moment he laid eyes on them. They were the 8th-ranked Blue Wood Chaos Lightning Pool and the 3rd-ranked Black Light Chaos Lightning Pool, respectively. Huang Xiaolong quickly ordered the two beasts to stand guard at the gate, and he flew into the Black Light Chaos Lightning Pool. He sat down and circulated the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, together with the Black Tortoise and Golden Dragon Lightning Pools in the space between his eyebrows. He swallowed the energy coming from the Black Light Chaos Lightning Pool at astonishing speed. Dijun, who was flying deeper into the secret region with his son, suddenly stopped when he received a transmission signal. The moment he opened it, a look of rage flashed past his face, and he nearly raged. Without a doubt, it was a report on Huang Xiaolong breaking into the Heavenly Court lightning pool sent by Yan Tianqian. Dijun clenched his fists, and his killing intent pierced the sky. Imperial Father, did something happen? Dijing couldn't help but ask. Dijun passed the transmission symbol to Dijing, and he didn't say a word. Huang Xiaolong's beasts managed to break through the formation. Dijing's shock was evident on his face, and he roared in anger when he read the later parts of the report. How dare he kill my marshal? Huang Xiaolong really thinks that we won't dare to kill him. He even dares to barge into the core region of the Heavenly Court under our noses. Preposterous, Dijun muttered under his breath with killing intent concealed behind his calm expression. I underestimated the power of his beasts. I never expected them to be able to break the formation guarding the gate. Imperial Father, what are we going to do about this? Dijun's face sank, and his killing intent rose rapidly as he clenched his fists. But he immediately relaxed, and the air around him thawed. For the time being, I will let that brat live for a while longer, Dijun declared icily. After all, Huang Xiaolong had the protection of both Jiang Hong and the King of Grand Mist. As long as the two of them stood behind Huang Xiaolong, everyone who wanted to move against him would think twice. Was it really worth it to anger two existences surpassing the Emperor realm? They hadn't even considered the little cow traveling with Huang Xiaolong. Dijun felt a wave of terror wash over him when he thought about the little cow. Emperor Father, are we just supposed to watch Huang Xiaolong take away those two chaos lightning pools? Dijing asked unwillingly. There was a trace of hatred hidden in his grumbles. Dijun shook his head and a sinister sneer formed on his face. Of course not. Did Emperor Father do something to the lightning pools? Dijing's eyes seemed to light up as he asked. Dijun smiled. I used a mysterious art and released countless amounts of ancient thunder maggots from underneath the two chaos lightning pools. These maggots can blend into the thunder pools seamlessly and can avoid detection. When Huang Xiaolong absorbs the chaos lightning pool into his body, all the thunder maggots will enter his body without fail. Ha ha ha! Thunder maggots were considered one of the most poisonous insects in the ancient era. They had gained a reputation of being one of the 6 most toxic insects alive. They would torture the person from the inside, and they would grow by sucking on Huang Xiaolong's blood qi and god force. The moment they enter Huang Xiaolong's body and integrate into his godhead and soul, even an existence surpassing the emperor realm wouldn't be able to save him. Ancient thunder maggots. Di Jing was impressed at his father's meticulous planning. Once the maggots enter Huang Xiaolong's body, he won't be able to expel it, even if he enters the emperor realm. A mere 7th-order heavenly monarch wouldn't be able to do a thing. The only thing to worry about is Zhang Hong and that old fellow. Di Jun sneered and said, "How can they even prove that I was the one who released the maggots into the chaos lightning pool? Those maggots may have been in the pool since the beginning. Without proof, what can they possibly do to me?" Di Jing nodded his head and said, "Now, I really can't wait for Huang Xiaolong to absorb those 2 lightning pools." The 2 of them roared in laughter. "Let's go find a place to treat your injuries first, and after that, we have to locate the heavenly Dao stone for you to break through to the emperor realm." Huang Xiaolong hovered in the sky above the heavenly quartz chaos lightning pool, as countless water droplets poured into the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. 3 godheads appeared behind him, and his archdevil bloodlines started to devour the power contained within the lightning pool. The speed at which Huang Xiaolong absorbed them was even faster than when he had absorbed the black tortoise chaos lightning pool. Huang Xiaolong's entire body was surrounded by mysterious lightning. Countless golden lightning dragons and mysterious lightning tortoises surrounded him. Destructive lightning broke through to the sky and rumbled unceasingly. Since the heavenly quartz chaos lightning pool was contained in its own space, the outside world wouldn't be able to learn of anything that happened there. Otherwise, destructive lightning would have alerted everyone in the outside world. Huang Xiaolong's strength rose at an astonishing speed as he refined and devoured the mysterious power of lightning. He eventually arrived at the peak of the early 7th-order heavenly monarch realm before breaking through to the mid-7th-order heavenly realm in one go. After reaching the mid-7th-order heavenly realm, Huang Xiaolong's speed didn't slow down in the slightest. His cultivation level continued to soar at a rocket-like pace. Just as Huang Xiaolong was completely immersed in devouring and refining the mysterious power of lightning, something thin and small made its way towards Huang Xiaolong. Without a doubt, the tiny figure was an ancient thunder maggot. They entered Huang Xiaolong's body along with the surge of lightning, and Huang Xiaolong failed to notice a thing. 1 year later, the entire mysterious chaotic lightning pool started to fluctuate, and waves of lightning reaching the sky surged endlessly. By this time, Huang Xiaolong had already reached the peak of the mid-7th-order heavenly monarch realm. After another 8 months, Huang Xiaolong completely devoured the lightning pool. All the lightning pools gathered around and flashed in the space between his eyebrows. Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes, and he let out a long breath full of lightning qi. It was like a volcanic eruption as a burst of energy flooded the space around him. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had taken 8 years to finish absorbing the black tortoise chaos lightning pool. But now, he took less than a year. Even after absorbing another chaos lightning pool, Huang Xiaolong had only managed to reach the late 7th-order heavenly monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong slowly calmed himself before flying towards the blue wood chaos lightning pool. The lightning energy contained inside wasn't as violent as the other 3, and there was a trace of gentleness contained within. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised. According to the records, the blue wood chaos lightning pool was excellent in terms of its healing ability. Once he absorbed this blue wood chaos lightning pool, he would instantly recover from multiple injuries. Even if he lost a limb, he would be able to utilize the healing properties of the blue wood chaos lightning pool to regenerate another one. Huang Xiaolong sat above the blue wood chaos lightning pool and circulated the grand mist parasitic medium. Before long, the energy contained within the blue wood chaos lightning pool poured into his body. Unknowingly, The ancient thunder maggots had already entered his body along with the lightning energy. Just as Huang Xiaolong was refining the blue-wood chaos lightning pool, a burst of light suddenly erupted in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. The rune that sealed the entrance to the devil world was blasted apart. The devil army poured out from the black hole like a tide and flooded world surfaces one after another. As the devil army continuously poured into the world surfaces one after another, astonishing strands of heavenly demonic chi shook the 9 heavens as they formed thick clouds that surrounded the divine world. Wherever the devil army passed, demonic and ghostly objects in the extraterritorial devil battlefield would be completely wiped away and devoured. That's what frightening devil chi. The faces of the experts cultivating inside the extraterritorial devil battlefield changed dramatically as they were shocked by the horrifying devil chi released by the devil army. Before long, the sea of devil troops entered their sights. The devil army was endless, and they were like a flock of black locusts that caused the world to tremble in its wake. It's the devils. It's the devil army. The devils have invaded us. Some of the experts who were cultivating yelled in fear as they fled in a panic. However, the devil troops soon caught up with these experts and swallowed them up without leaving so much as bones. Miserable screams resounded out in the air. 2 hours passed, and the devil army's unending stream poured out of the black hole continuously. In less than half a day, they had already occupied dozens of world surfaces near the extraterritorial devil battlefield. The dozens of world surfaces outside the extraterritorial devil battlefield soon overflowed with the devil army. The changes in the extraterritorial devil battlefield's depth soon alarmed the surrounding world surfaces located around it. Sects, races, and emperor palaces sounded their bells one after another. The bell resounded out from these sects as traces of anxiousness, fear, and panic filled the air in the divine world. The ancestors who had gone into seclusion were alarmed, and all of them left their secluded cultivation in a hurry. These bells were only rung when certain sects or races were facing extermination. The devil army has invaded the divine world. The news spread across the world surfaces at an astonishing speed. Everyone felt terror gripping their heart. One after another, sects started to activate their sect-protecting array. In the Fortune Emperor Palace, at this moment Zhao Lei, Li Shan, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and the others had already left the heavenly court. Earlier, Zhu Yi from the Vientiane branch received news that the rune sealing the entrance to the devil world had been broken. The devil army is now flooding into the divine world as we speak. Zhao Lei's expression was grave when he spoke to the others. The invasion of the devil army was no small matter. Moreover, the battle of the heavenly court had ended recently. Li Shan, Chen Yirong, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, Fang Mingyu, and everyone else felt their hearts trembling when they heard the news. How many devil troops are there? Li Shan couldn't help but ask. Zhao Lei shook his head with uncertainty. According to the reports, the devil troops have already occupied hundreds of world surfaces outside the extraterritorial devil battlefield. At this rate, they will be able to occupy all the world surfaces in less than 2 months. Everyone's faces drastically changed when they heard this. They sent so many devil troops this time around. Fang Xuanxuan's voice trembled as she said. When the devil army had invaded in the past, they had stopped at several world surfaces. Chan Yirong shook his head. When the Ninein giant corpse tribe invaded the divine world that year, the devil troops took the chance to mess about in the chaos. So, are you implying that the Ninein giant corpse tribe has a hand in this? Li Shan gasped in shock. Everyone fell into silence, and the atmosphere inside the palace turned heavy. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. If the Ninein giant corpse tribe attacked the divine world again, it would be no laughing matter. Sects and families, even emperor palaces, would be wiped out of existence. Since our emperor isn't here, what should we do? Chen Yirong asked. Even though the battle of the heavenly court was over, no one had any idea about Fang Gon's whereabouts. I wonder how Huang Xiaolong is doing now, Peng Xiao said suddenly. Without Fang Gon, Huang Xiaolong was now the backbone of the Fortune Emperor Palace. Let me try to contact that kid. Zhao Lei took out his summoning signal and tried contacting Huang Xiaolong. No matter how hard he tried, Huang Xiaolong failed to reply. Xiaolong should still be cultivating inside the heavenly quartz lightning pools. Fang Xianxian shook her head. The situation was just like what she described. Huang Xiaolong was absorbing the power contained within the blue wood chaos lightning pool. Since he had shut off all his senses, Huang Xiaolong failed to receive the summoning symbol from Zhao Lei. Another year passed. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes as he finally finished devouring the power contained within the blue wood chaos lightning pool. As he circulated the 4 chaos lightning pools in the space between his eyebrows, the golden dragon, black tortoise, blue wood, and black light chaos lightning pools turned into chaos lightning beasts. Each of these chaos lightning beasts was in the 8th heavenly monarch realm, and all of them were more than capable of tearing apart an ordinary 10th order heavenly monarch expert. Huang Xiaolong then activated the 4 chaos lightning pool array and turned them into a formidable fighting force. These were his fruits of labor after studying the art of formations. His array's proficiency had improved by a lot, and these chaos lightning formations formed from the chaos lightning beasts were more than enough to kill a peak 10th order heavenly realm expert. Some early first order emperors might even find themselves helpless if Huang Xiaolong set them as his target. After a while, Huang Xiaolong gradually stopped circulating the formation as he retrieved the power of lightning. I wonder what Di Jing is doing now. 10 days ago, after he had finished devouring the blue wood chaos lightning pool, he had managed to reach the mid-8th order heavenly monarch realm. His current strength was no longer comparable to what he had displayed back at the Battle of the Heavenly Court. He was confident that he could defeat Di Jing by using his 4 chaos lightning pool formation. Oh! Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but be surprised at the large number of messages he had received. When he scanned through his transmission symbol, he rushed out of the Heavenly Court's core region as though he had lost his soul. He had received tons of messages ranging from his master Zhao Lei to his senior brother Jiang Hong. Almost everyone had mentioned something about the invasion of the Devil Army. The Devil troops have invaded the area outside of the extraterritorial Devil battlefield. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered. The invasion of the Devil troops must have something to do with the 9 giant corpse tribe. Could they have already refined the Blade of Death? Are they moving forward with their plans to attack the divine world? However, Bei Xiaomei's summoning signal gave him news about Fang Gon's whereabouts. He was imprisoned in a secret room somewhere in the Fiend God Emperor Palace. As it turned out, Huang Xiaolong no longer hesitated as he charged out with the 2 odd beasts in tow. Not long after Huang Xiaolong had left, a light flashed in front of the heavenly quartz lightning pool door, and the father and son duo, Di Jun and Di Jing, appeared. The 2 of them walked through the gates, only to realize that the pools were empty. Huang Xiaolong. Di Jun's voice grew cold as a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. The Heavenly Court had spent hundreds of millions of years nurturing and cultivating these 2 chaos lightning pools. They had even wasted countless amounts of chaos spiritual ingredients and chaos spirit pills. Right now, someone had stolen it from right under their noses. Not to mention that someone was Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong managed to absorb these 2 chaos lightning pools so quickly. Di Jing's eyes flashed for a brief moment before he continued. Since he has completely absorbed those 2 chaos lightning pools, then the ancient thunder maggots should have already entered his body. Di Jing's body shook in excitement when he thought about the possibility of Huang Xiaolong digging his own grave. When he thought about the scene of Huang Xiaolong being tortured to death by the maggots soon, he was unable to contain his delight. Di Jun regained his senses and sneered. I have leaked the news of Fang Gon's whereabouts to the Silver Fox Commerce. Huang Xiaolong should be rushing to the Fiend God Emperor Palace right now. Di Jing widened his eyes in shock. Is this part of Imperial Father's plan? Di Jun shook his head. Is Fang Gon not trapped in the Fiend God Emperor Palace? Fang Gon is indeed trapped in a mysterious room in the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Since Huang Xiaolong wants to save him so badly, I fulfilled his wishes and leaked the news to the Silver Fox Commerce. Di Jun laughed coldly and continued. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong, shouldn't you thank me properly for leaking the news to you? Is Imperial Father planning to use the Fiend God Emperor Palace to deal with him? Di Jing pondered for a moment before asking. Di Jun nodded his head. Since the Fiend God Emperor Palace wishes for nothing more than to tear Huang Xiaolong into pieces, shouldn't we fulfill their wishes? While that is true, the Fiend God Emperor Palace is not the only one who wants Huang Xiaolong dead, especially after the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Di Jing's eyes brightened. Is Imperial Father referring to the Brightness Emperor Palace? During the Battle of the Heavenly Court, Huang Xiaolong had killed the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciple, Lan Tailong, in front of everybody. The Brightness Emperor Palace definitely wants to drink his blood right now. Di Jun laughed. The Brightness Emperor Palace is not the only one who can't wait for Huang Xiaolong's death. The Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace are all hoping for Huang Xiaolong to kick the bucket. He then changed his tone and continued, once the news that Huang Xiaolong is going to the Fiend God Emperor Palace is leaked to the other palaces, they will definitely start something. Of course, we need to let the Fiend God Emperor Palace prepare well for his arrival. Will they dare to move against Huang Xiaolong, even after knowing that he's the disciple of that old fart from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace? Di Jun smiled. You are unaware of something. Currently, Huang Xiaolong has something that the Brightness Emperor Palace needs. Even if the King of Grand Mist backs him up, the Brightness Emperor Palace won't hesitate to kill Huang Xiaolong to obtain what they need. As for the Solitude Emperor Palace, they have no choice but to do as the Brightness Emperor says. After all, they signed a life and death alliance to serve the Brightness Emperor Palace years ago. Di Jing experienced an epiphany. Huang Xiaolong's 16 wings were something that the Brightness Emperor Palace needed, and it was the ultimate temptation that could drive the devil to grind the whetstone. As long as they killed Huang Xiaolong and obtained the 16 wings secret, everything would be worth it. They wouldn't need to consider the aftermath of their actions. However, will the Brightness Emperor Palace and the Fiend God Emperor Palace be able to kill Huang Xiaolong? Di Jing asked in concern. Those two beasts behind Huang Xiaolong possess terrifying strength. With Huang Xiaolong's personality, he will probably be hiding some of his trump cards. Di Jun shook his head and reassured his son. Since the Fiend God Emperor Palace was able to cause so much carnage in the divine world, their hidden forces are something you can't even begin to fathom. Even though they might not be able to do anything to Huang Xiaolong in the other parts of the divine world, there is only one fate waiting for him as long as he enters their territory. Not to mention the fact that the Brightness Emperor Palace and the Solitude Emperor Palace will be backing them up. However, if Huang Xiaolong dies, won't the 16 wings and all the treasures on him all go to the Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace? Di Jing asked. Di Jun laughed. If the Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace want to kill Huang Xiaolong, they will definitely have to kill the two beasts behind him. Those two beasts aren't pushovers. In order to kill them, they will probably pay a sky-high price. Di Jing's eyes sparkled. So Imperial Father intends to reap the benefits by attacking the Fiend God Emperor Palace after they successfully kill Huang Xiaolong? Di Jun smiled in satisfaction. Actually, I have long wanted to wipe the Fiend God Emperor Palace off the face of the earth. However, I hesitated in the past due to their hidden force. Since they are planning to go all out against Huang Xiaolong, it will be a perfect opportunity to annihilate them. Not to mention the fact that the Fiend God Emperor Palace is probably working in cahoots with the Nine Corpse tribe. All the more reason why I need to eradicate them. As soon as we destroy them, all the treasures in Huang Xiaolong's hand will definitely be mine. Di Jing smiled. We can even put on a pretense of avenging Huang Xiaolong. Ha ha ha, the King of Grand Mist and Jiang Hong should be thanking us. The two of them roared with laughter. After Di Jun had deliberately leaked the news, the Fiend God Emperor Palace, Brightness Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace soon got wind of Huang Xiaolong's intention of barging into the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Inside the main hall of the Brightness Emperor Palace headquarters, countless ancestors gathered around, and a middle-aged man sat on the throne before them. Who else could the middle-aged man be other than the Brightness Emperor Lanji? Emperor, I feel that this is the best opportunity for us to kill Huang Xiaolong. We must not let this opportunity slip out of our hands. There is no doubt that Huang Xiaolong will die the moment we ally with the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Chen Wenqian raised a solid point. No, Huang Xiaolong revealed his identity as a direct disciple of the King of Grand Mist. If we join hands with the Fiend God Emperor Palace to kill him, we will be unable to bear the wrath of the King of Grand Mist. Another ancestor, Chen Hai, said urgently. As long as we kill Huang Xiaolong and obtain the 16 wings, our emperor will surely be able to surpass the emperor realm and become a supreme master. With the 16 wings, why would we be afraid of the King of Grand Mist? Chen Wenqian laughed coldly. As long as our emperor surpasses the emperor realm, our Brightness Emperor Palace will surely be able to crush the Grand Mist Emperor Palace and become the top-ranked Emperor Palace. Not to mention that we have to avenge our disciple. Emperor, I agree with Ancestor Chen Wenqian. We should join hands with the Fiend God Emperor Palace and kill Huang Xiaolong. I agree as well. The Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors started voicing out their stand, one after another. Other than a handful of Emperor Realm experts, everyone else supported the decision to join hands with the Fiend God Emperor Palace. The Brightness Emperor Lanji calmed the people arguing below with a press of his hand in the air. Everyone immediately stopped speaking. Longer was my hope. Originally, I had hoped for Longer to gain a spot within the top 3 in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. He could have become one of the divine world's dazzling stars to return with honor and glory. But who knew? Brightness Emperor Lanji's icy cold voice rang. Who knew that I would get the news of that dog Huang Xiaolong killing Longer on the spot instead of his glorious return? Longer didn't even have a body to be buried. Lately, Longer's painful screams have been ringing in my mind, calling for me to save him. How helpless he must have felt on the battle stage with desperation and pain. Brightness Emperor Lanji's icy voice reverberated through the hall, conveying his pain, killing intent, wrath, and hatred. Lanji had placed all his hope on the Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong. He had even envisioned the scene where Lan Tailong had led the Brightness Emperor Palace to greater heights after advancing to the Emperor realm in the future. But unfortunately, Lan Tailong had died in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, and everything had changed because of Huang Xiaolong's appearance. The Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors fell into a heavy silence. Chen Wenqian, Chen Wenqin, and other ancestors were mainly silent, as they had helplessly watched Huang Xiaolong kill the Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong on the battle stage. These people were burdened by shame, guilt, and intense hatred. Emperor, it was us who were useless. We failed to save the Emperor's disciple. Please issue us our punishments. Chen Wenqian knelt on his knees. Chen Wenqin and several other ancestors followed suit and knelt on their knees. Brightness Emperor Lanji shook his head, sighing heavily. I know that all of you did your best at the time. The 2 monsters have incredible strengths, and even I am not a match against them. So you are not to be blamed for this. All right, get up, all of you. Chen Wenqian and the other ancestors complied respectfully, then stood up. Wenqian, Brightness Emperor Lanji called out. Subordinate is here. Chen Wenqian responded in a hurry. Contact the Fiend God Emperor Palace and at the same time, gather all the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors who can be employed to head to the Fiend God Emperor Palace with me. Also, get in touch with the Solitude Emperor Palace, 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, 1000 Venoms Emperor Palace, and the Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace. Have them gather all the ancestors they can employ at the moment to meet me at the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Defiance should not be allowed. Brightness Emperor Lanji's inviolable tone echoed in the air. We obey the Emperor. Chen Wenqian's sonorous voice rang in the hall. Several ancestors disagree with Lanji cooperating with the Fiend Emperor Palace. However, since Chen Wenqian and others complied sonorously, these ancestors exchanged a silent glance and decided to keep their mouths shut. Anyone could tell that their Brightness Emperor Lanji was determined, and few of their words could not sway his decision. Brightness Emperor Lanji continued to issue more orders as he arranged for various matters. After killing Huang Xiaolong, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace and King of Grand Mist would definitely retaliate. Therefore, he needed to prepare in advance. Even though Lan Ji was cooperating with the Fiend God Emperor Palace to kill Huang Xiaolong in the name of avenging his son Lan Tailong, only he knew the real reason behind it, the 16 wings. That's right. It was for the 16 wings on Huang Xiaolong. Only he knew the secret behind these 16 wings in the entire Brightness Emperor Palace. More accurately, only the generations of Brightness Emperor Palace's emperor knew about it. Once he could get his hands on the 16 wings, then he didn't need to fear the King of Grand Mist, much less fear Jiang Hong. With those 16 wings in hand, he could even stand above the heavenly Emperor Di Jun, becoming the one giant of the universe. As Brightness Emperor Lan Ji rolled out his orders, the entire Brightness Emperor Palace was in a flurry of actions. Soon, the Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace, and Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace received Lan Ji's summons. Just like what Di Jun had predicted, even though the Solitude Emperor Palace and Nine Dragons Emperor Palace didn't wish to take action against Huang Xiaolong, they had no choice but to obey Lan Ji's order. Huang Xiaolong was on his way to the Fiend God Emperor Palace while the Brightness Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, and others assembled at the meeting point and headed to the Fiend God Emperor Palace for their cooperation. Huang Xiaolong was rushing there on his Black Dragon throne. The Black Dragon throne could adjust its size according to Huang Xiaolong's preference. At one end, the Black Dragon throne could resemble a majestic black dragon flying ship. Although its speed was a little slower, it was spacious, and Huang Xiaolong could cultivate with ease inside it. Sitting cross-legged inside the Black Dragon flying ship, Huang Xiaolong summoned out his 3 avatars and took out 2,000 brilliant sun divine pills. As he circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium, Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars began refining the 2,000 brilliant sun divine pills' medicinal energies. As time passed, 3 archdevils' shadows from his bloodlines appeared in the air behind Huang Xiaolong. Lightning power from the 4 chaos lightning pools between his eyebrows roiled vigorously. His 3 supreme godheads emitted resplendent lights. The night gave way to dawn. The 2,000 brilliant sun divine pills were completely refined, and Huang Xiaolong's body was brimming with god force. The remaining brilliant sun divine pills would soon finish at this rate. Huang Xiaolong sighed, shaking his head. The 1 million brilliant sun divine pills he had gotten from the heavenly hall were almost finished. The remaining pills could last him several months at most. Therefore, he would need to search for another supply of top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills again. The Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury should have a lot of top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills, right? Huang Xiaolong smiled, though there was no temperature to his smile. As an old power that had existed for hundreds of millions of years, how many other Emperor Palaces and forces wealth the Fiend God Emperor Palace had swept clean? They had to have a lot of top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills. Huang Xiaolong journeyed without stopping on the Black Dragon flying ship even as he passed by some larger world surfaces. He continued to cultivate, consuming large amounts of brilliant sun divine pills to strengthen his newly broken through early 8th Order Heavenly Monarch Realms foundation. A little over 2 months went by. The Black Dragon throne stopped above a specific world surface. Huang Xiaolong and 2 odd beasts stepped out from the Black Dragon throne's flying ship. He looked around. According to the Silver Fox Commerce, the Fiend God Emperor Palace's headquarters was located in this area. Huang Xiaolong opened the Eye of Hell on his forehead, and a red light beam lit up the surrounding. It ignored the layers of space and reflected everything into Huang Xiaolong's mind. A dozen breaths later, Huang Xiaolong flew southward with the 2 odd beasts. Barely after 100,000 li, a strong force suction force enveloped them. Huang Xiaolong did not resist at all, allowing the force to pull them away. In a spiral, the view in front of them changed. Huang Xiaolong and the 2 odd beasts arrived at a stretch of starry space. The starry sight in front of them were world surfaces. At the top of each world surface was dense nefarious qi, as if a fiend god was residing inside each world surface. Huang Xiaolong's eyes fell on the biggest world surface of all. This world surface was several times bigger than all other world surfaces he had seen so far. Nefarious qi roiled like clouds above this world surface. Even at more than 1,000,000,000 li's distance, Huang Xiaolong felt the overpowering nefarious qi. This was the core location of the Fiend God Emperor Palace, the Fiend King Star. Legend had it that the Fiend God Emperor Palace's founder was titled the Fiend King. Thus the world surface was named after him as the Fiend King Star. Sensing the faint fluctuations of murderous auras coming from the surroundings, Huang Xiaolong and the two odd beasts flew towards the Fiend King Star. As Huang Xiaolong and his two odd beasts got closer to the Fiend King Star, more than a couple of powerful auras locked onto Huang Xiaolong's group. Sensing these powerful auras, Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent as he flew onward. However, the closer Huang Xiaolong got to the Fiend King Star, the surroundings' nefarious qi grew increasingly dense and intense, akin to a boundless chaos pool of concentrated nefarious qi pressing on one's chest until they could hardly breathe. Even someone as strong as Huang Xiaolong felt coercive pressure. At one point, this nefarious qi pressed against Huang Xiaolong's body like several floors of Chaos Mountain, forcing him to circulate his supreme godhead's god force to withstand the surrounding nefarious qi. As the distance between him and the Fiend Star King narrowed, Huang Xiaolong's face grew solemn gradually. Based on his current strength and the heart of hell, there were not many things that could give him a sense of danger. However, the Fiend King Star gave him a sense of danger. At this distance, Huang Xiaolong could clearly sense that the seemingly infinite nefarious qi had reached an indescribable degree. Through billions of years of forging with dark and nefarious items by several generations of Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors, one could imagine the terror of Fiend Star King. Venture too deep, and even high-level Emperor Realm experts risked being corroded by the dense nefarious qi, and their minds being controlled. It was not hard to imagine one's ending after being controlled by nefarious qi. Huang Xiaolong's group stopped 100,000 li from the Fiend King Star and did not fly closer. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong had suddenly stopped flying forward, the Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors stayed hidden in the surroundings, seemingly competing over who could remain calm longer with Huang Xiaolong. The world was unusually quiet. Huang Xiaolong stood with his hand behind his back. His eye of hell opened and surveyed his immediate surroundings. A while later, the dense nefarious qi around the Fiend King Star roiled like bubbling water, spreading out in the four directions, declaring its territory. Simultaneously, the nefarious qi formed a giant arm that stretched out towards Huang Xiaolong. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother dodging the outstretched arm coming at him. He circulated God force from his innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead. Pure Buddhist energy rose, condensing into golden Buddhas that sat in circles around Huang Xiaolong. However, the nefarious qi hand enlarged and continued to reach for Huang Xiaolong, as if the golden Buddhas around Huang Xiaolong did not exist. Golden lights gleamed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and Buddhist energy instantly flooded forward, colliding with the giant nefarious qi palm. Zzi. Sharp, exploding noises resounded. Against the purifying power of Huang Xiaolong's innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's God force, the nefarious qi hand scattered at a rapid pace. However, the nefarious qi seemed never-ending as more of it flooded out from the Fiend King Star. The giant nefarious hand continued to be purified by Huang Xiaolong's God force, yet it continued to condense simultaneously. No matter how startling the nefarious qi was, it could not enter within 100 li radius from Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong sneered. As long as the nefarious qi hand could not enter within 100 li from him, it couldn't harm Huang Xiaolong, no matter how startling it was. While Huang Xiaolong was fighting against the giant nefarious qi hand, a piercing sword qi suddenly slashed towards Huang Xiaolong from the void on the side. World-shaking sword qi raised a sword qi wave over 10,000 li high, as if a sword river had suddenly appeared in the dark space. This sword slash contained the profound power of heaven and earth's esoteric, enough to reduce a 10th-order Emperor Realm expert into blood mist in an instant. However, when the sword qi got closer to Huang Xiaolong, one of the odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong instantly made its move. With a slap of its claw, it easily dispersed the lethal sword qi. The force rushed forward and disappeared into the void. A loud boom rang in the next second, and a figure was blown out from the void. This figure belonged to the attacker, the fiend god Emperor Palace's ancestor Lu Yuan. But when one of the odd beasts retaliated, for murderous sword cheese slashed at Huang Xiaolong from the other side of the void. Each sword cheese was as powerful as Lu Yuan's sword attack. The 4 sword cheese resembled 4 fierce dragons locked onto Huang Xiaolong with world-destroying momentum, blocking Huang Xiaolong's path of retreats from left to right, and from up and down. The remaining odd beast roared as it slapped out with both claws. Frenzy force slammed onto the 4 sword dragons. The 4 sword dragons scattered into energy, and the claw force disappeared into the void. For consecutive booms sounded, and in the next second, for figures stumbled out from the void with shocked expressions, looking at the monster. These 4 people had the same level of strength as Lu Yuan, late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts. Within the Fiend God Emperor Palace, the 4 of them were amongst the top 10 strongest experts. Even so, Huang Xiaolong's monster had easily shattered their combined efforts, kicking them out from the void in a sorry state. Very good. As expected of the senior king of darkness, invincible 4 gods of war that terrified the divine world in the past. A voice filled with appreciation came from the purgatory of nefarious chi. This voice embodied malevolence, pulling others into boundless nefarious purgatory with his voice. Huang Xiaolong was enshrouded in flickering radiant light as he looked ahead and saw a massive figure concealed within a nefarious light leap out from the Fiend King Star. It arrived 100 li in front of Huang Xiaolong in a single leap. When this massive figure enshrouded in nefarious light appeared, the nefarious chi within this space roiled in excitement and ecstasy. The massive figure exuded a powerful momentum comparable to the 4 odd beasts. This was the Fiend God Emperor, Feng Chu. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. Only the Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu could have such momentum and fiendish aura. With the Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu's appearance, the experts hidden in the surrounding all came out consecutively. Each person exuded a strong and powerful aura. No doubt, these were the Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors, a total of 178 people. After these Emperor Realm ancestors' appearance, another group of people appeared, consisting of the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan, Wang Yongsen, and other Fiend God Emperor Palace's supreme rank godhead geniuses. Greetings, Emperor! Lu Yuan and the other ancestors, as well as Feng Chan's group all, knelt respectfully in salute. Feng Chu nodded, and his majestic voice sounded, "Stand up." Feng Chan and the others stood up. Huang Xiaolong, I have to say that I'm genuinely surprised that you really have the guts to come to my Fiend God Emperor Palace. Feng Chu's voice sounded again from the massive figure enshrouded in nefarious light. His words echoed in space, reaching over 100 million li. There was a gleam of crimson in his obsidian pupils, like the devil himself. Not even your senior brother Jiang Hong dares to venture in here recklessly. Huang Xiaolong was unaffected by Feng Chu's momentum at all. I've been to places that are more dangerous. It's just the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Lu Yuan and the others glared at Huang Xiaolong in outrage at his casual retort about the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Feng Chu sneered, "You do have some guts, but by entering here today, don't think you would be able to escape." Huang Xiaolong replied nonchalantly, "Since I dare to come here, I naturally never thought of running." Feng Chu smiled meaningfully as he shook his head. "I have to admit, the 2 odd beasts behind you are very powerful, but they are still not existences that have surpassed the Emperor Realm. They can protect you today. Once the Grand Fiend God formation is activated, only the existence that has surpassed the Emperor Realm is capable of escaping." The moment his voice fell, numerous malevolent giant arms appeared from space's horizon. On the surface of these massive arms were glimmering devilish runes, blocking all paths of escape. Huang Xiaolong's chest slightly tightened with tension, looking at the numerous malevolent giant arms. This was the notorious Grand Fiend God formation. The malevolent giant arms were different from the giant arms condensed from nefarious chi earlier, as each of these giant arms was made out of real flesh and blood. Rumors had it that every giant arm of the Grand Fiend God formation used the generations of Fiend God Emperor Palace's Emperor Realm experts' arms as materials. Thus, every malevolent arm within the Grand Fiend God formation contained the concentrated nefarious chi of a Fiend God Emperor Palace's 10th Order Emperor Realm experts' lifetime accumulation of nefarious chi. Hence, it was not hard to imagine the astounding amount of nefarious chi. Every giant arm had been tempered for numerous years by the Fiend God Emperor Palace's 10th Order Emperor Realm experts. The hardness of these giant arms was stronger than most Grand Mist spiritual artifacts. These arms were linked together like a chain which amplified these numerous Emperor Realm experts' nefarious chi. Therefore, breaking this Grand Fiend God formation was akin to breaking a solid defensive wall formed by countless Fiend God Emperor Palace's 10th Order Emperor Realm experts. Feng Chu's statement from earlier that only an existence who had surpassed the Emperor Realm could break out from the formation was no exaggeration by any means. In truth, even an existence that had surpassed the Emperor Realm would be hard-pressed to break out from this Grand Fiend God formation. Huang Xiaolong, looking at the sake of your master, the King of Grand Mist, as long as you hand out all the peerless treasures on you, and offer up your 16 wings, my Fiend God Emperor Palace can spare your life. Feng Chu watched Huang Xiaolong intently as he went on coldly. I'll give you only one chance. I hope you will seize it. Think it through before answering me. Feng Chu was full of confidence since the Grand Fiend God formation was already activated. In his opinion, no matter how many secrets Huang Xiaolong had, how many trump cards were up his sleeves, he couldn't escape the Grand Fiend God formation. Moreover, he really planned to spare Huang Xiaolong if he handed out all of his treasures and offered up his 16 wings. After all, backing Huang Xiaolong was the King of Grand Mist. Even though the Fiend God Emperor Palace was strong with 9 giant corpse tribe support, Feng Chu had to think of the consequences. No matter who it was, they couldn't sneeze at the King of Grand Mist's wrath. Hearing Feng Chu's words, Huang Xiaolong smiled. Looking at the smiling Huang Xiaolong, Feng Chu's expression clouded in an instant. As expected, Huang Xiaolong spoke. Feng Chu, I don't need to think it through. Looking at the 9 giant corpse tribe's face, take out the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury, and offer up your heads. I can consider not annihilating the Fiend God Emperor Palace. He paused for a second, then added, I'll only give you one chance as well. I hope you think it through before answering me. What? Huang Xiaolong, do you want to die? The Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan was enraged and was the first to blast at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, we pity you, so we gave you a chance to beg for mercy. But you don't know how to appreciate it. So what if your master is the King of Grand Mist? So what if your senior brother is Jiang Hong? If we want to kill you, it's as easy as killing a dog. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed dangerously as he asked, I've heard that you have an archdevil bloodline. Am I correct? Feng Chan was stumped by the unexpected question but raised his chin and admitted proudly, That's right, I have a king of supreme godhead, an archdevil bloodline, and on top of that, the fiend spirit physique. King of supreme godhead, archdevil bloodline, and fiend spirit physique. It had to be said, the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan's talent was indeed shocking. No wonder Feng Chan was hailed as the Fiend God Emperor Palace's greatest genius of all time. This level of talent didn't lose out much even when compared to the heavenly Prince Dijing. On the contrary, Huang Xiaolong snickered at Feng Chan's words. Since you have an archdevil bloodline, I am not so worried anymore. After I devour you and refine your archdevil bloodline, it would help my archdevil bloodline evolve one more time. As Huang Xiaolong's archdevil's bloodline evolved and became purer, his cultivation speed increased. This brought the day of advancing to the Emperor Realm closer by each day. Currently, the Devil's army was in the midst of preparing an attack on the Divine World. With the 9 giant corpse tribe at the helm, Huang Xiaolong needed to break through to Emperor Realm before that. Only this way would he have enough power to ensure he survived when the time came. Huang Xiaolong, you're seeking death. Feng Chan's killing intent needled hearing that Huang Xiaolong had the audacity to want to devour his archdevil bloodline. In a flicker, he turned into a huge fiend body. His archdevil bloodline was pushed to the extreme, and he punched out with both fists at Huang Xiaolong. Feng Chu did not stop Feng Chan's action. However, the surrounding Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors' god force was locked onto the two odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong to prevent them from interfering with Feng Chan. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent watching Feng Chan's fists coming at him. Even though Feng Chan's strength had already reached the early Ninth Order Heavenly Monarch realm, Huang Xiaolong had a greater understanding of his own strength. Feng Chan's fists were almost right in front of his eyes before Huang Xiaolong raised his hands to meet the attack. Rumble. In the next moment, Feng Chan tumbled backward in space like a broken kite. His mouth, nose, ears, eyes, and various places on his body were spurting blood. Young Lord! Lu Yuan and the others were taken aback and swiftly rushed out to catch Feng Chan. There were lines all over Feng Chan's body like cracked porcelain as blood seeped out non-stop. It seemed like Feng Chan's body would collapse into pieces any second. Lu Yuan and the other ancestors hastened to rescue Feng Chan in a fluster. Cold gleams flickered across Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu's scarlet eyes, his hostile gaze fixed on Huang Xiaolong. He had intended to have his son Feng Chan test if Huang Xiaolong's strength was really as amazing as the rumors claimed. But who would have thought that even with his son's strength and talent, Huang Xiaolong could injure him in one move? Viciousness roiled in his eyes like two sharp blades, enveloping Huang Xiaolong. However, Feng Chu did not attack impulsively. His attention shifted to the two odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong, and he said, "Both of you were senior king of darkness, invincible gods of war in the past. Why humble yourself to follow an insignificant heavenly monarch like Huang Xiaolong? What benefits has he given you? If you're willing to join our Fiend God Emperor Palace, I am willing to govern the Fiend God Emperor Palace with the both of you. Brothers may take any treasures from our treasury. Govern the Fiend God Emperor Palace." This was nothing less than supreme authority. Anyone would be greatly tempted by this offer. After all, the Fiend God Emperor Palace ranked third among thousands of emperor palaces, and its strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Just the several bloodbaths on the Fiend God Emperor Palace's record spoke volumes of their power and strength. On top of that, Feng Chu promised the two odd beasts a choice of the treasures from inside the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury. Huang Xiaolong sneered. If it were someone else, they would have betrayed him on the spot after hearing such conditions, but Feng Chu had chosen the two odd beasts as the wrong targets. The two odd beasts remained cold and indifferent as if they had not heard Feng Chu's words. If two brothers are not reassured, I can make a heaven oath. Feng Chu was unwilling to give up despite the two odd beasts' tepid reaction. Thus, he added. However, just as Feng Chu finished speaking, the two odd beasts roared and reverted to their real size, and their claws struck out. One of the odd beasts directly aimed its attack at Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu, while the other odd beast dived into the group of Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors. A flurry of blasts ensued. When the two odd beasts reverted to their real forms, they were over 1,000 zhang tall. Due to their sudden attack in their real forms, Feng Chu and the Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors took on the full force of the attack and got smashed backward violently. Feng Chu was a peak late 10th Order Emperor realm expert at the same cultivation realm as the two odd beasts. But in their real forms, the two odd beasts' strength surpassed an Emperor realm expert. Moreover, how could Feng Chu withstand an odd beast's full force attack? And the full force attack of an odd beast carried the power of shattering the universe for the Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors. Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, Lu Wan, and other Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors were smashed into a planet's land in the distance. The entire planet trembled violently, and that particular land exploded, spitting dirt everywhere. Though Feng Chu fared better than these ancestors, he was still sent flying back over 10,000 li, coughing up blood. The nefarious light that enshrouded his body dispersed from the impact, exposing his true appearance. Feng Chu was an old fogey, a tall and burly old man with small eyes and a small mouth that only emphasized this 80-plus-year-old man's sinister personality. The two odd beasts succeeded with their first attacks, and without waiting for Feng Chu, Lu Yuan, and the rest to react, their second wave of the attack arrived. One of the odd beasts aimed its punch at Feng Chu's head. The hill-sized claw burst out in radiant rays of black light, resembling a giant black hole. This punch shattered the void, and even time seemed to slow down. No matter how powerful or hard Feng Chu's head was, or even if his entire body had been tempered and forged by numerous herbs, his head would inevitably suffer injuries if this punch hit it. Feng Chu was alarmed. As the fiend god emperor, he had experienced many things, and he had personally annihilated countless sects and even emperor palaces, but the expression on his face had remained indifferent through it all. This time, he actually felt death enveloping and entangling his whole body. Under the threat of death, Feng Chu roared in resistance. Something seemingly triggered the nefarious power inside his body, exploding in blinding light. Nefarious chi roiled frenziedly as the fiend king star emitted thousands of rays of nefarious light like a million bright suns, shining on Feng Chu. When the odd beast's punch struck Feng Chu, the million rays of nefarious light on Feng Chu's body turned into a fiend god divine armor. Rumble! The odd beast's powerful void-shattering punch landed accurately on Feng Chu's head. The fiend god divine armor that had just formed around Feng Chu shattered in the blink of an eye, whereas Feng Chu was sent flying horizontally with his head crooked at an odd angle. Loud buzzing noises thundered in Feng Chu's mind, as if there was a sea of chaos lightning raising hell in his head. However, because Feng Chu was protected by the fiend god divine armor earlier, he survived the odd beast's lethal attack, and his head did not explode. Feng Chu was furious, shocked, and afraid. He was shocked by the odd beast's strength and furious because he had never been humiliated like this in his life. In the last 10 billion years, he had never been struck flying endlessly, and no one had dared to hit his head. Although Feng Chu had estimated the odd beast's strength, only now did he understand that its strength was higher than he could imagine. At this point, Feng Chu finally understood why the four odd beasts were hailed as the four gods of war under the King of Darkness, who had swept across the 8 directions, unrivaled amongst the Emperor realm. After the other odd beast smashed Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, and the rest into a big planet, the odd beast appeared above the planet in a flicker. Its arms looked like sky-propping pillars hammering down on Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, and the others. 2 overwhelming forces hit onto the planet. Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, and the others were horror-struck and frantically circulated their god force to execute their own escape methods, regardless of the heavy injuries on their bodies. RRR rumble. When the odd beast's 2 arms with the force of 2 galactic rivers punched into the planet, the entire planet was dislocated from its original spot. This giant planet had been in existence for countless millions of years, probably countless billions of years, but now it was actually sent rolling in space. This was not the end of it. The mainland where Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, and the others had fallen were reduced into dust by the punches. 2 holes broke on the other end of the planet. Starlight could shine through the entire planet. Other than Lu Yuan and Zhao Wendan, the other 4 fiend god Emperor Palace's ancestors were smashed into the core of the planet, exiting from the other end before exploding to their deaths in a mist of blood. Dead in 2 punches. These 4 were fiend god Emperor Palace's ancestors, but they didn't even get a chance to resist. More accurately, they didn't even have the opportunity to think of resisting. However, at this time, a radiant ray of sword chi whistled from a distance with overwhelming momentum, exuding a sacred aura. It stood out from the surrounding nefarious chi, but it was just as piercing. No doubt it could split a planet into 2. This radiant sword chi directly targeted Huang Xiaolong's back. It was so fast that many Emperor Realm experts couldn't react, much less Huang Xiaolong. This radiant sword chi was going to pierce through Huang Xiaolong's back and cut him into 2 in a split second. Out of nowhere, another radiant sword appeared and completely blocked the attacking radiant sword chi. Zing! A crisp sound resounded as blinding sparks flew. 2 figures enshrouded in holy radiant halos appeared in everyone's sight. One was the person who had attempted to assassinate Huang Xiaolong in the dark. It was the Brightness Emperor, Lan Ji, while the other was 14-winged Radiance Angel. Brightness Emperor Lanji and Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors shouted in unison, filled with incredulous disbelief as they stared at the figure enshrouded in the holy halo. The one who had blocked Brightness Emperor Lanji's assassination attempt was none other than one of the Heavenly Hall's 14-winged Radiance Angels of peak late 10th Order Emperor realm. In terms of strength, the 14-winged Radiance Angel might be slightly weaker than any of the 4 odd beasts. However, the 14-winged Radiance Angel was a lot stronger than the same realm Brightness Emperor Lanji. Hence, Brightness Emperor Lanji's assassination attempt on Huang Xiaolong was blocked without breaking a sweat. After blocking Brightness Emperor Lanji's assassination attempt, the 14-winged Radiance Angel's sword slashed across space in Lanji's direction. The stars in the vicinity seemed to light up with his action, emitting unprecedented radiance. Brightness Emperor Lanji's eyes widened in horror. Radiant lights burst out from his entire body as he desperately retreated as far as he could from the Radiance Angel. However, no matter how far and how fast Lanji retreated, the 14-winged Radiance Angel's sword slash was still aiming for his throat. On top of that, the sword attack speed was faster than his retreating speed. As Brightness Emperor Lanji was that close to being beheaded, suddenly, several radiant figures rushed out from the void from above, below, and the 4 sides, attacking the 14-winged Radiance Angel. Huang Xiaolong sneered, watching this scene, and inwardly summoned the other 14-winged Radiance Angel from the Heavenly Hall. These people attacking the Radiance Angel to rescue Brightness Emperor Lanji were the Brightness Emperor Palace's Chen Wenqian, Chen Wenxin, and several other ancestors. However, just as Chen Wenqian, Chen Wenxin, and the ancestors attacked the 14-winged Radiance Angel, tens of thousands of Zhang Radiant Sword Qi slashed down on them. This radiant sword Qi resembled a vast river of light that separated them from the 14-winged Radiance Angel. Chen Wenqian, Chen Wenxin, and the others panicked and backed away in a fluster while changing their attacks toward the glaring river of sword Qi. Rumlu, rumble. Several sword Qis collided. The rest of the starry space was eclipsed by the sparks of collision around Huang Xiaolong. At the last moment, a radiant divine armor appeared over Brightness Emperor Lanji's body that blocked the 14-winged Radiance Angel's sword attack. However, the sword Qi also destroyed more than a dozen radiant runes on Lanji's divine armor, and Lanji himself was blasted back from the massive collision. Chen Wenqian, Chen Wenxin, and the rest were also smacked into the distance by the sword Qi river. Sword Qi crisscrossed, cracking space openings everywhere with the overwhelming aftershock. Both 14-winged Radiance Angels did not continue to attack after that and returned to Huang Xiaolong's side in a flicker. So did the 2 odd beasts, standing behind Huang Xiaolong like 2 sturdy mountains. Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu and Brightness Emperor Lanji stood side by side, staring at the 2 beasts as well as the 2 14-winged Radiance Angels behind Huang Xiaolong with an ugly expression on their faces. They held supreme positions in the Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace and were 2 top experts in the ranks of Divine World's pinnacle existences. But this time, neither could hide the astonishment in their eyes as they looked at the 2 beasts and 14-winged Radiance Angels guarding Huang Xiaolong. For peak late 10th Order Emperor realm experts. Moreover, after reverting to their true forms, the 2 odd beasts had the strength surpassing the Emperor realm. Just the 2 odd beasts and 2 14-winged Radiance Angels behind Huang Xiaolong were sufficient to walk sideways anywhere they wanted, deterring any force. The Fiend God Emperor Palace's Lu Yuan and Zhao Wendan had turned deathly pale at this point. The 2 beasts' ferocious momentum from earlier had left a big shadow in their souls. Initially, they were still somewhat doubtful about the ancient legends related to the 4 odd beasts. And now, not the slightest doubt remained. Do the rest of you plan to hide until the end? Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned frosty as he looked towards a certain direction in space. Brightness Emperor Lanji's eyes glimmered in silent shock. Then he nodded secretly. A second later, figures flickered out from the void. Consecutive people with powerful momentums clad in the radiant divine armors appeared from the void. These were the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors who had been concealing within the void until now. A total of 145 people. This was the number of ancestors the Brightness Emperor Palace had brought with them. Subsequently, after the Brightness Emperor Palace's 145 ancestors appeared, the Solitude Emperor Palace's Guduwui, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's Chun Jianwei, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace's experts also showed themselves. These 4 Emperor Palaces added 26 top Emperor Realm experts. Counting the Fiend God Emperor Palace's 170-plus ancestors, there were over 300 Emperor Realm experts. The momentum of over 300 Emperor Realm experts in the same place was akin to a giant tsunami. Even space became distorted from their momentums. Everyone's here very good. Huang Xiaolong looked at Gudu Wui, Chan Jianwei, and the others with a tepid expression as he added, "This way, I won't have to go the Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace one by one." For Huang Xiaolong, being able to annihilate Gudu Wui, Qin Jianwei, and the others once and for all was the most ideal of situation, saving him the trouble of running east and west, and wasting precious time for cultivation. Huang Xiaolong's brazen words instantly enraged Gudu Wui, Chan Wenqian, and the others. "Huang Xiaolong, don't think those few subordinates can protect you." Gudu Wui pointed the sword in his hand at Huang Xiaolong's face and yelled, "Inside this grand fiend god formation, it's impossible for you to escape. Today is the day you die." "That's right, Huang Xiaolong. Hand out those treasures on you and the 16 wings now. Plead for mercy on your knees, and we can consider letting you die more comfortably." Chan Jianwei glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong as he finished. "Otherwise, you'd wish you were dead when we're done with you." Huang Xiaolong retorted nonchalantly, "I don't know if today is the day I die, but I am absolutely certain, today, all of you will die." Gudu Wui, Chan Jianwei and the others were infuriated. However, Brightness Emperor Lanji raised his hand and stopped them from bickering. His gaze had never left Huang Xiaolong ever since the two had stood on opposite sides. "Huang Xiaolong, I know those 2 beasts and 14 winged radiance angels behind you have shocking strength. However, inside this grand fiend god formation, killing you is still doable with the help of 6 Emperor Palace's experts." Brightness Emperor Palace's Lanji paused briefly before continuing. "Hand over the 16 wings to me, and the supreme treasures to the Fiend God Emperor Palace. We can guarantee to let you leave here alive." Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu nodded his head in agreement to Brightness Emperor Lanji's words. "That's right. We guarantee to let you leave. In the future, we'll mind our own business and not interfere with each other. When my Fiend God Emperor Palace rules the divine world in the future, we won't touch any Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples." In truth, their original plan was to eliminate Huang Xiaolong once and for all, but the 2 beasts' strength had greatly exceeded their expectation. On top of that, there were 2 more 14-winged peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm Radiance Angels. They had no choice but to change their plans. 6 Emperor Palaces' joint effort could ensure that they could kill Huang Xiaolong, but that would come at a high price. Both sides would suffer a tragic defeat. Neither Lanji nor Feng Chu wanted to see that. Therefore, it was best for them if Huang Xiaolong yielded. "Let me leave alive? From your tone, it seems I should be grateful." Huang Xiaolong's mocking gaze swept over Feng Chu and Lanji. Feng Chu's face sank. His voice was cold and sullen as he spoke. "Huang Xiaolong, we've given you enough face, so don't be shameless. We have yet to truly activate the Grand Fiend God Formation's power, but once we do that, you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy." Huang Xiaolong laughed casually. "I'm curious to see how powerful this fabled Grand Fiend God Formation is. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish." Feng Chu felt he had given Huang Xiaolong enough chances. But since Huang Xiaolong did not appreciate it, there was no need for him to be polite any further. He waved his hands in the air and the nefarious chi within his body surged, resonating with the Fiend King Star's roiling nefarious chi. It immediately spread out and covered the entire space. Under the startling dense nefarious chi from the Fiend King Star, the numerous giant arms that had been lingering on the horizon were jolted awake, emitting glaring but eerie light as they slammed forward. The giant arms attack rained down on Huang Xiaolong like a thunderstorm from all angles. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong did not dare to be careless. His innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's God Force flooded out and 16 radiance wings grew out from his back, spreading out majestically. The two 14-winged radiance angels' 14 wings spread out simultaneously in sync with Huang Xiaolong's action, amplifying the radiant light energy rushing out. The two 14-winged radiance angels' radiant energy suppressed and blocked the violent nefarious chi rolling down from above. The rolling nefarious chi smashed against the massive radiant energy wall like meteor rain. Yet the radiant energy wall remained steadfast. Feng Chu and the Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors' faces tightened nervously. The two 14-winged radiance angels' radiant energy was far stronger than they had imagined. The nefarious chi within the Grand Fiend God formation was formed from their Fiend God Emperor Palace's generations of experts forging and accumulation. Even Feng Chu himself could not accurately judge the terror of this nefarious chi. But it was actually blocked by the two 14-winged radiance angels' radiant energy from behind Huang Xiaolong. The Fiend Kings descend. Seeing this result, Feng Chu bellowed furiously and pushed the nefarious energy within his own body to the limit. Blinding nefarious light burst out from his body. The same happened from the Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors as they followed suit, circulating their nefarious energy to the limit. In a split second, the nefarious chi from the Fiend King Star rose sharply, raising humming noises in space, as if there was a terrifying fiend creature awakening from slumber inside the Fiend King Star. Simultaneously, bursts of nefarious light and endless nefarious chi roiled, gathering and merging, condensing into two giant arms. There were runes on these giant arms, shining brightly. Robust nefarious chi roared violently like a galloping waterfall from the void. As the infusion of more nefarious chi further strengthened these malevolent giant arms, it formed an utterly massive body. This figure exceeded 100,000 zhang height, clad in an armor of fiendish runes. Who awakened me from my slumber? The massive malevolent body opened its mouth and spoke in a thunderous voice, rumbling outward in all directions. Nefarious chi roiled, turning into a turbulent hurricane. We pay our respects to the founder Fiend King. Elation rushed up to Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu's face as he saluted with the utmost respect. This massive body of nefarious chi not only contained the dense nefarious chi from the Fiend King Star, but also a fraction of the Fiend God Emperor Palace's founder's consciousness. The Fiend King was an existence who had surpassed the Emperor realm. He was a peerless overlord. Founder, this disciple is the Fiend God Emperor Palace's third-generation emperor, Feng Chu. Currently, the Fiend God Emperor Palace is under enemies' attack. The enemies are so strong that this disciple has no choice but to awaken the founder and plead with the founder to save our Fiend God Emperor Palace by annihilating the enemies. Feng Chu answered respectfully. The fiend figure looked at the two odd beasts and 14-winged radiance angels behind Huang Xiaolong. Two of the four odd beasts? The Fiend King's consciousness was locked onto the two odd beasts. The fiery amber lights that were his eyes glimmered with intense killing intent. He had once suffered heavy injuries at the hand of the King of Darkness. Thus he was very familiar with the four odd beasts under the King of Darkness. So, it's you guys? Fiend King chuckled sinisterly, and his voice echoed throughout the entire Fiend God Emperor Palace's starry space. Not bad, not bad. After this king devours you too, I might even have the chance to be reborn a few million years based on your powerful darkness bloodline. After the Fiend King's consciousness finished speaking, two giant arms shot out, slamming down on the two odd beasts. Nefarious chi roiled frenziedly. Two giant arms moved with world-destroying power that a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert would explode to his death in an instant if hit by it. Seeing this, the two odd beasts roared in annoyance, and their claws swept out, meeting the Fiend King's two giant arms head-on. Rumbler rumble. Thunderous blasts shook the starry space. Right at this time, the dense nefarious chi within the Grand Fiend God formation rushed towards Huang Xiaolong and the two 14-winged radiance angels from every direction. The radiant lights shining on the 14-winged radiance angels intensified, forming layer after layer of light barrier that blocked the incoming nefarious chi. Kill! Feng Chu's voice reverberated. Whoever captures Huang Xiaolong will be greatly rewarded with 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. With that, Feng Chu was also the first to lunge toward Huang Xiaolong in the attack. His palms turned to two huge mountains, slamming down on Huang Xiaolong from above. The Fiend God Emperor Palace's Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, and the others promptly joined in attacking. Brightness Emperor Palace's experts also made their moves. Over 300 Emperor Realm experts' simultaneous attack was powerful enough to destroy a piece of the universe, breaking a super-world surface in crumbles. Each swirling palm force bore the weight of an insurmountable chaos mountain. The space around Huang Xiaolong was already distorted and began to crack even before Feng Chu's attack arrived. Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes as he looked at Feng Chu and the others lunging towards him, and the sharp gleam in his eyes veiled under his lashes. He was in no hurry to act, and he waited until Feng Chu, Lanji, and the rest to get close. Only then did he summon the City of Eternity and Heavenly Hall. The City of Eternity appeared first. Under 100 high-level Emperor Realm Undead Race Netherguard's God Force, the City of Eternity ballooned in size into a 100 million miles wide behemoth that smashed onto Feng Chu, Lu Yuan, Lanji, and the rest. Then, 12 12-winged Radiance Angels drove the Heavenly Hall. The Heavenly Hall resembled a radiant shining sun, emitting boundless radiant energy, as it flew out after the City of Eternity. As Feng Chu, Lanji, Lu Yuan, and the rest were quite close to Huang Xiaolong, they were unable to react to the speed of the City of Eternity. The City of Eternity had arrived in front of them like a giant mountain smashing into a flock of birds. Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu and the rest were all knocked backward, smashing into a large planet. Some low-level and mid-level Emperor Realm ancestors exploded into blood mists in this collision. Blood splattered everywhere. The Heavenly Hall rammed into them barely a moment after Feng Chu was hit by the City of Eternity. Half of the planet disappeared, and countless mainlands and mountains collapsed, and seas were gone. The City of Eternity flew up once again and then slammed down on the group again with overwhelming pressure. The remaining planet exploded into a dozen pieces. Under the City of Eternity and Heavenly Hall's consecutive smashes, the Fiend God Emperor Palace, Brightness Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace, and Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace's ancestors' miserable undulating screams pierced through space. Out of the 26 ancestors of the Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace, and Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, 18 of them died. Only 8 remained, whereas the Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace had lost a total of 56 low-level and mid-level Emperor Realm ancestors. In the meantime, the Grand Fiend God Formation's numerous giant arms collided with the City of Eternity and Heavenly Hall, finally slowing down their movements. At this time, Feng Chu and Lan Ji were staring at the City of Eternity and Heavenly Hall in their shattered divine armors and disheveled hair, as if they had just seen something unbelievable. Their expressions changed drastically, filled with astonishment and indescribable horror. Huang Xiaolong, so it's you. The new Lord of Hell is actually you. Feng Chu blurted out as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. Other ancestors from Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace, as well as Gudu Wui, Chan Jianwei, and others shuddered, hearing Feng Chu's exclamation. The new Lord of Hell. Huang Xiaolong was actually the new Lord of Hell. His Majesty, the Nether King, especially for Gudu Wui and Chen Jianwei. The shock was no less than the heavens collapsing right above them. A while back, a rumor was heard from Hell that a new Lord of Hell had appeared. This new Lord of Hell had led the Netherworld Kings organization and defeated the 9 Giant Corpse tribe, Massacring God sect, Howling Moon Wolf race, Gu family, and other enemies above the Nethersea until they had fled with their tails between their legs. The Battle of the Nethersea had shocked Hell and other big worlds. Several hundred Emperor Realm ancestors of 9 Giant Corpse tribe, Massacring God sect, and Howling Moon Wolf race had died that day. Even the 9 Giant Corpse tribe's patriarch Shi Wushuang had barely escaped with heavy injuries. The Massacring God sect's young Lord Song Li Tao and Howling Moon Wolf race's young Lord I Ching were killed on the spot. That battle had made all the forces in the universe suck in a breath of cold air. The new Lord of Hell, the Azura noble named Due, had seemed to appear out of nowhere. No one could say for certain what his real identity was. So, the new Lord of Hell is you. I should have known. I should have thought of you. Brightness Emperor Lanji repeated dazedly, sounding as if he had lost his mind as he stared at the 16 radiant wings on Huang Xiaolong's back. Only the legendary Heavenly Hall in Hell, only by obtaining the Heavenly Hall's inheritance, could one condense 16 wings. I should have thought of it. Looking at the City of Eternity and the Heavenly Hall, Lanji's heart suddenly gave birth to despair. Even though the 9 giant corpse tribe's patriarch had led a large group of experts and joined hands with the Massacring God sect and Howling Moon Wolf race, their several hundred experts had failed to kill Huang Xiaolong. Those people were massacred instead. What about them then? Gudu Wui, Chen Jianwei, and the surviving ancestors were terrified and flustered. Wouldn't it mean that offending Huang Xiaolong was equivalent to offending Hell's 3 worlds? Huang Xiaolong was an existence more terrifying than the 9 giant corpse tribe. As powerful as the 9 giant corpse tribe was, it was still one tribe of Hell Spirit's world. From the surface, they were one of many under Huang Xiaolong's governance. Despair infected the rest of the group. The Fiend King was still battling with the 2 odd beasts. Although the Fiend King's consciousness was supported by the endless nefarious chi from the Fiend King star and the surrounding planets, he was merely a fraction of the Fiend King's consciousness. Hence, it was impossible for him to suppress the 2 odd beasts. Moreover, in the prolonged battle against 2 odd beasts, the Fiend King began to fall downwind. Everyone, don't panic. Suddenly, Feng Chu's resounding roar jolted everyone's attention back to the present. Even if Huang Xiaolong is the Lord of Hell, it does not mean he's unkillable. His strength is only at the Heavenly Monarch realm now. We can kill him. As long as he's still inside this grand fiend god formation, we have the opportunity to kill him. As long as we kill him, we'll get the Lord of Hell's peerless treasure on him and his heart of hell. We will be the new Lord of Hell. We will rule Hell's 3 worlds and sweep the entire universe. Who else would dare to defy us? Moreover, by getting Huang Xiaolong's 16 wings, we will also become the Radiance World's overlord, commanding the Radiance World's army of 100 billion Radiance angels. Even the Heavenly Emperor will kneel respectfully before us. Feng Chu's words greatly moved the despaired from Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors. Gudu Wui and Chen Jianwei's fighting spirit was aroused once again. The heart of hell. 16 wings. Everyone's gaze changed this time as they looked at Huang Xiaolong, gleaming with an inexplicable fervor. Like what Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu had said, so what if Huang Xiaolong was the Lord of Hell? He's still a Heavenly Monarch realm ant. It wasn't as if Huang Xiaolong was immortal. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was now restrained inside the Grand Fiend God formation, and the possibility of them killing Huang Xiaolong was twice as high. As long as they killed Huang Xiaolong and obtained Huang Xiaolong's heart of hell, any one of them could become the Lord of Hell. If the 16 wings also fell into their hands, everything in Hell and the Radiance world would belong to them. Kill! Kill Huang Xiaolong! Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu and Brightness Emperor Lan Ji shouted in unison. Blinding lights enshrouded Feng Chu and Lan Ji. Nefarious chi from the Fiend King star and surrounding planets erupted to another level into Feng Chu's body. Feng Chu's body grew massive in the blink of an eye. His old appearance turned into a stalwart fiend god over 10,000 zhang tall. Long green hair grew past his shoulders. His eyes glowed crimson. His 10 fingers and nails becoming long and pointy, akin to 10 deathly scythes. Whereas the Brightness Emperor Lan Ji's radiant divine armor exuded endless roiling radiant energy. His earlier injuries healed in a moment and he shined like an ancient god of light. Both Feng Chu and Lan Ji were experts of peak late 10th Order Emperor realm. With their full strength erupted, their strengths had leaped into the level comparable to existences surpassing Emperor realm. Feng Chu was the first to leap towards Huang Xiaolong with his lethal nails that were so sharp that it shredded through the fabric of space. Lan Ji followed right behind Feng Chu. In a flicker, he appeared high above, slashing down on Huang Xiaolong with his sword. Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors, as well as Gudu Wui, Chun Jianwei, and the rest all exploded their full force like never before. Some of them even executed taboo techniques as they rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong sneered, watching this. In that case, he would send Feng Chu and Lan Ji into absolute despair. The City of Eternity grew even bigger, exuding an immemorial majesty as it flew straight at Feng Chu and Lan Ji, whereas the heavenly hall shone brightly as a golden hexagon light pillar emerged below it. The golden hexagon light pillar was the heavenly hall's most lethal attack. The heavenly hall rose high up, dispersing all the nefarious qi into nothing, until nothing was left. Wang! The golden hexagon light pillar rotated at high speed and terrifying radiant energy flooded out like the end of the world. This stretch of starry space shook under this overwhelming, terrifying radiant energy. The Grand Fiend God formation was humming in danger. The Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors, Gudu Wui, Chun Jianwei, and others looked up. They saw the golden hexagon light pillar shining down on them and the horrifying destructive power falling onto them. Faces turned bloodlessly pale, and they could not be bothered with attacking Huang Xiaolong anymore. Everyone turned around to escape the golden hexagon light pillar's destructive area. Even so, there were always people who were too late. Several Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors were erased by the radiant energy from the golden hexagon light pillar. These ancestors' tragic screams cut across the void. Gudu Wui and the others saw these ancestors' bodies incinerated under the golden light beam, and the nefarious qi within them were purified instantly. Their bodies turned into dust inch by inch, disappearing from the world, and not even their godheads remained. Although the heavenly hall was not a Grand Mist treasure artifact, its power was more terrifying than any Grand Mist treasure artifact to those evil and darkness cultivators. Gudu Wui and the others felt their strength sucked out of them, watching this sight. Some of the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors also suffered injuries from the golden light beam, but they were not as miserable as the Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors. Still, it was no less than being smashed by a divine mountain and knocked far away, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu and Brightness Emperor Lan Ji's attacks were blocked by the City of Eternity. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang. The City of Eternity stood steady after the collision while Feng Chu and Lan Ju were thrown several li back. Even though Feng Chu and Lan Ji's strength had risen significantly by borrowing the Fiend King Star and Radiant Divine Armor's power, they were no match against the City of Eternity controlled by 100 high-level undead netherguards. In the past, with the 100 undead netherguards driving the City of Eternity, even the 9 Yin giant corpse tribe's patriarch Shi Wushuang had to flee with heavy injuries. Feng Chu and Lan Ji were nothing compared to him. However, after the City of Eternity knocked Feng Chu and Lan Ji back, it did not attack anymore. Instead, the City of Eternity flew further out and attacked one of the Fiend God Emperor Palace's big planets. The planet shattered into pieces under the City of Eternity's powerful blow. Various formation arrays placed within and around the planet were destroyed by the City of Eternity in one blow. Yet the City of Eternity's speed did not diminish at all, and it continued to ram forward. In an instant, countless pieces of shattered mainlands ricocheted into space. Mountains and seas collapsed, and another planet was destroyed. Seeing this, Feng Chu immediately understood Huang Xiaolong's intention. He was infuriated. His 10 blade-like fingers swiped towards Huang Xiaolong while he roared in anger. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you? If Huang Xiaolong continued to destroy these Fiend God Emperor Palace's planets, the Grand Fiend God formation would lose the nefarious qi support from the planets, weakening the formation's power considerably. Not to mention, his strength would also drop drastically without the aid of these planets' nefarious qi. It was obvious how the Fiend God Emperor Palace would end with the destruction of more palaces. Huang Xiaolong looked at the infuriated Feng Chu attacking him in a frenzy, and he leaped back agilely while the two 14-winged Radiance Angels flew straight towards Feng Chu. The two 14-winged Radiance Angels' 14 wings spread out majestically, forming a radiant energy wall barrier. Feng Chu's attack fell onto the 14-winged Radiance Angel's wall barrier. The radiant energy wall barrier quivered and scattered away silently. Even so, Feng Chu's attack was successfully blocked. Wang! Unknowingly, the heavenly hall had appeared above Feng Chu's head. The golden hexagon light pillar, brimming with radiant destructive power, shot down. Feng Chu paled as he swiftly retreated, escaping the area of the golden hexagon light pillar's area of attack. He had already witnessed its destructive power just now. If the golden light hit him, not even the nefarious chi of his body could completely block it. The injury was inevitable. Feng Chu had barely dodged the attack when another wave of boundless radiant energy fell from space above. Feng Chu broke out in cold sweat, looking at the boundless radiant destructive energy falling from above, feeling he had survived a catastrophe. While Feng Chu dodged the heavenly hall's attack, a curtain of vigorous radiant sword chi suddenly slashed down on Huang Xiaolong. Every radiant sword chi was powerful enough to pierce through a world surface. The attacker was naturally the brightness Emperor Lanji trying to kill Huang Xiaolong in a sneak attack. However, the curtain of radiant sword chi was blocked by the two 14-winged Radiance Angels with ease even before the attack got close to Huang Xiaolong. When Lanji's powerful attack fell on the two 14-winged Radiance Angels' barrier, it was akin to boulders sinking into the sea or raindrops falling into the ocean. It was completely assimilated into the barrier. Lanji was astounded. What was going on? These two 14-winged Radiance Angels actually can absorb other radiant energy? Then, thunderous booms sounded from the distance as another planet was destroyed by the City of Eternity, turning into numerous pieces of shattered mainland. Every time a planet was destroyed, the Grand Fiend God formation weakened by a degree, and the Fiend King controlled by the Fiend King's consciousness weakened as well. Feng Chu's strength was also affected. Feng Chu bellowed as he rained tumultuous attacks on Huang Xiaolong. He couldn't stop the City of Eternity, therefore he could only lay his hope on killing Huang Xiaolong. The City of Eternity and Heavenly Hall would lose control once Huang Xiaolong died, and his dire situation would be reversed. However, what enraged Feng Chu was, no matter how hard he and Brightness Emperor Lanji attacked, it was blocked by the two 14-winged Radiance Angels. Moreover, the Heavenly Hall would appear out of nowhere from time to time, scaring them out of their wits. In the meantime, the Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors could only protect themselves by dodging the Heavenly Hall, much less think of attacking Huang Xiaolong. Time flowed by. Minutes became an hour. The City of Eternity had destroyed several tens of planets that were part of the Fiend God Emperor Palace's Grand Fiend God formation. Though this amount of planets were nothing more than a few drops of water overall, the Fiend God formation lost the support of nefarious chi from these planets, which caused a small hole in it. On another side, the Fiend King's body that was suppressed by the two odd beasts was now at a disadvantage. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for the Fiend King to be defeated and get scattered. The loss of the Fiend King condensed from the nefarious chi would only result in the Sixth Emperor Palace's ancestors' death. No one would be left to deal with the two odd beasts. Feng Chu and Lanji grew anxious and hurriedly attacked in desperation. However, the two 14-winged Radiance Angels successfully blocked all of their attacks. Another hour passed inside the Grand Fiend God formation. By the time the Fiend God Emperor Palace lost 100 planets, the Grand Fiend God formation had weakened significantly once again. The Fiend King's consciousness huge figure took a punch from both odd beasts and smashed into the distance. A large portion of nefarious chi scattered away from his body. Huang Xiaolong, since you aim to rescue Feng Gon, I'm willing to return Feng Gon to you. You can take him away. Feng Chu screamed. We will never cross each other's path in the future. Agreed? Our Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciples will retreat 10,000 li if they encounter you in the future. Seeing the situation growing from bad to worse, Feng Chu finally relented. Huang Xiaolong sneered, hearing that. What? You don't want to kill me now and get those peerless treasures on me? The Heart of Hell and 16 Wings anymore? I will definitely take away Fan Gon. I can leave if you want me to, as long as all of you submit to me and offer the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury and Brightness Emperor Palace's treasury. Feng Chu and Lan Ji's fury was beyond eruption. Huang Xiaolong, don't go overboard, Feng Chu shouted. As emperor of an emperor palace, both Feng Chu and Lan Ji were used to others begging them, summoning the winds and calling for rain with a wave of their hands. Now, not only did Huang Xiaolong reject their offer, but he also demanded additional terms and conditions. Not only did Huang Xiaolong want the Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace's treasuries, but he also had the guts to ask them to surrender to him. Putting it in ugly words, it meant becoming Huang Xiaolong's slaves. Feng Chu's eyes were bloodshot as he stared furiously at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you're the one who forced me. Let's die together then. In the next second, his entire body's nefarious qi surged violently. This nefarious qi condensed into various figures of fiends. Each of these fiends exuded shocking momentum. As nefarious qi continued to condense these fiend figures, Feng Chu's strength rose to another level. When these fiends reached 1,000 in number, Feng Chu's momentum doubled. 1,000 fiends formed behind Feng Chu and built a huge Chaos Fiend Grand Formation. When this Chaos Fiend Grand Formation was completed, Feng Chu's nefarious qi began to evolve, becoming denser, and it almost solidified. The fiend's nefarious qi body became even more real, solid, and more powerful. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed, watching Feng Chu's strength rise to another level. It looked like this was Feng Chu's last trump card up his sleeve, and Feng Chu was prepared to die this time. This was probably some kind of taboo chaos grade technique. After performing it, Feng Chu's strength was bound to explode for a certain period. On the other hand, there were dire repercussions for using this technique once the effects were worn off. A strange light glimmered in Lan Ji's eyes as Feng Chu was really going all out. He had even executed some kind of chaos taboo technique to increase his strength, and there was apparent hesitation. He, too, knew of a chaos taboo method that could temporarily raise his strength to another level. However, after using that method, he wouldn't recover the damage it caused to his body in several hundred years. It could even take him several thousand years to recover. Not to mention, it would also affect his future breakthrough to the realm above Emperor Realm. Who knew, the consequences might even cause him to lose the chance of surpassing the Emperor Realm altogether, losing the chance to become a peerless existence. Roar! Nefarious qi continued to flood out from Feng Chu's body more intensely, and it turned dark green. In a flicker, Feng Chu arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong. His 10 sharp, pointed fingernails slashed down on Huang Xiaolong. Simultaneously, the 1,000 fiends around him shot out to attack the two 14-winged Radiance Angels. This group of fiends formed a big fiend ring that closed in on two 14-winged Radiance Angels like a cage, leaving no path of retreat. Feng Chu knew very well that these 1,000 fiends wouldn't hold back the two 14-winged Radiance Angels, but to as long as they could delay them for even a second, it was enough for him to kill Huang Xiaolong. Looking at Feng Chu descending on him from above, Huang Xiaolong remained unperturbed. Neither did he dodge the attack. The Black Dragon Divine Armor emerged in front of him, the Black Dragon throne below him, and as Huang Xiaolong's hand reached out, the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bracelet emitted bright rays of black light. The Desolate Era's Black Dragon Clan's famous 3 treasures were simultaneously activated, generating thousands and thousands of Black Dragon souls. Resounding dragon roars reached the 9 heavens. The waves of Black Dragon souls rushed up to Feng Chu. Simultaneously, the Radiance Divine Scepter appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand. His innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's Godforce flooded into the Radiance Divine Scepter. Instantly, the crescent moon-shaped gem on top of the scepter released a myriad of dazzling lights, as if a bright giant hole to another world had opened in the void. A waterfall of radiant energy rushed down from the hole. The Radiance Divine Scepter erupted a powerful radiant energy that could shake eternity. Vast and vigorous radiance runes formed a massive radiance formation, following right behind the waves of Black Dragon souls, shooting straight towards Feng Chu. Huang Xiaolong did not expect the radiance formation and thousands of Black Dragon souls to block Feng Chu's attack. However, it was enough to delay Feng Chu's attack slightly. Just like what Huang Xiaolong had expected, against the thousands of Black Dragon souls and radiance formation, Feng Chu's attack was delayed for a split second. Right at this time, the heavenly hall appeared right above Huang Xiaolong's head. The golden hexagon light pillar appeared again. Boundless radiant energy shot down straight at Feng Chu. Feng Chu was startled and had to give up on his attack on Huang Xiaolong for the moment. His body twisted to dodge the attack. Even after executing a chaos taboo method, Feng Chu did not dare to go head-to-head against the Heavenly Hall's golden hexagon light pillar. When Feng Chu dodged the Heavenly Hall's attack, the two 14-winged radiance angels broke through the 1,000 fiends' encirclement. A little over an hour later, a figure crashed heavily into the Fiend King Star. The entire Fiend King Star shook, and the Fiend God Emperor Palace's buildings inside the Fiend King Star crumbled and collapsed. Numerous formations were broken. Amidst tragic screams, countless Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciples, elders, and even hall masters flew out from the Fiend King Star in a panic. The figure that had crashed into the Fiend King Star was none other than Feng Chu. Although Feng Chu had executed a chaos taboo method, it was nothing but a pipe dream to think it was enough to kill Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong had the City of Eternity, the Heavenly Hall, Radiance Divine Scepter, the Black Dragon Clan's 3 treasures, and 4 Chaos Lightning Pools. Not to mention, he also had the Yellow Springs Magic Robe, the Nether King's Jade, Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell, and various other experts' treasures. Despite being only a heavenly monarch, there were less than a handful of people that could kill Huang Xiaolong at this point. Don't forget, Huang Xiaolong still had the heart of hell. Even the massacring god Sek's old ancestor, who was said to have surpassed the Emperor realm, was incapable of killing Huang Xiaolong. Then what's more, Feng Chu? More than an hour had passed since Feng Chu had executed the chaos taboo method. By this time, his blood and qi had been greatly damaged and significantly weakened. Now, he was weaker than ever and was sent crashing into the Fiend King Star by the two 14-winged Radiance Angels. The Fiend King battling the two odd beasts was also smashed until he couldn't merge back together. By this time, the City of Eternity had destroyed more than 300 to 400 planets that were part of the Grand Fiend God formation. The awe-inspiring, malevolent giant arms condensed of nefarious qi now looked weak and feeble. Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciples were fleeing out of the Fiend King Star for their lives after Feng Chu had smashed into the Fiend King Star. However, beneath the Fiend King Star ruins, Feng Chu's body suddenly glowed dark green and turned into a streak of dark green light, shooting into one of the Grand Fiend God formation's giant arms. Huang Xiaolong was caught off guard for a second. He swiftly used his Eye of Hell to check. However, he could not detect Feng Chu's presence at all. Feng Chu had fully concealed himself within the Grand Fiend God formation. Huang Xiaolong furrowed deeply. 1 hour earlier, seeing the hopeless situation, Brightness Emperor Lan Ji had escaped by sacrificing his own blood qi, regardless of the severe aftereffects. If Feng Chu also managed to escape, half of Huang Xiaolong's efforts would be in vain. Huang Xiaolong immediately ordered the two odd beasts to attack the Grand Fiend God formation with full force. He told them that they absolutely needed to dig out Feng Chu from the formation. Then, he had the two 14-winged Radiance Angels fly towards the Fiend King Star. He had just captured a Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestor and learned that Feng Gan was being imprisoned inside one of the Fiend King Star's Fiend God Emperor Palace's buildings. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense spread out, searching for Feng Chu in the surroundings as he hurried to the Fiend King Star. Earlier, when he had injured the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan, he was rescued and taken to the Fiend King Star. Feng Chan still had to be hiding inside the Fiend King Star. An hour earlier, the remaining Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors, Gudu Wui, Chan Jianwei, and the rest had executed their secret methods, escaping like Lan Ji. The remaining Fiend God Emperor Palace's injured 70 to 80-something ancestors, including Lu Yuan and Zhao Wendan, had all scurried back the Fiend King Star. A while later, Huang Xiaolong crossed the vigorous qi barrier and entered the Fiend King Star with both 14-winged Radiance Angels. He flew straight towards the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong went forward non-stop, getting closer to the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong could see Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciples fleeing in different directions, but he ignored them. But there were some unwise fiend god Emperor Palace's disciples who tried to sneak attack and kill Huang Xiaolong as they flew past him. Huang Xiaolong didn't even need the 14-winged radiance angels and the 2 odd beasts to handle these disciples. He merely burst into misty blood splatters with one punch. Based on his current early 8th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm cultivation, even an early First Order Emperor Realm expert would be hard-pressed to take one punch from Huang Xiaolong without suffering some internal injuries. Then what was more to these God King or Heavenly Monarch Realm Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciples? Hence, Huang Xiaolong killed several hundred of these brazen Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciples who attacked him along the way. Finally, after killing several hundred fleeing Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciples, other disciples stopped harassing Huang Xiaolong. All of them avoided him. It didn't take Huang Xiaolong long to reach the Fiend God Emperor Palace's cluster of main buildings. The Fiend God Emperor Palace's buildings were built on the Fiend King Star's central mountainous region. The mountain range stretched for miles and miles, littered with at least 1 billion clusters of palaces. However, due to the earlier intense battle, there were fissures and collapsed palaces everywhere. Many of the formations were broken and damaged as well. Even so, Huang Xiaolong proceeded carefully. The formation arrays around the Fiend God Emperor Palace were indeed not to be sneezed at since it ranked 3rd in the divine world. To top it off, it had remained standing until now despite rousing several bloodbaths across the divine world. As expected, the moment Huang Xiaolong arrived above the Fiend God Emperor Palace's main buildings, several hundred fiendish creatures suddenly flew out from the buildings below. They had opened their jaws wide open to swallow him in one go. These fiendish creatures were captured and tamed with secret methods by several generations of Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors to guard various Fiend God Emperor Palace's buildings. Needless to say, every fiend creature was powerful and had shocking origins. Each one was a rare ancient beast of the divine world. More importantly, these fiend creatures were hard to kill. These fiend creatures were Huang Xiaolong and the 2 14-winged radiance angels. When these fiend creatures attacked, the 2 14-winged radiance angels countered immediately. The 14 wings on their backs spread out, shooting out radiant feather arrows. These fiend creatures were split into countless pieces by the torrents of these radiant feather arrows. Furthermore, after these fiend creatures were divided into countless pieces by the 14-winged radiance angels' holy radiant energy, it purified their nefarious energy. There was no chance these fiend creatures could recover or come back to life. Huang Xiaolong wasn't one to be polite, and he summoned the City of Eternity. He had left the heavenly hall outside with the 2 odd beasts to continue attacking the Grand Fiend God formation and brought the City of Eternity with him. The moment the City of Eternity came out with 100 undead nether guards, it launched a powerful blow. In a split second, numerous fiend creatures exploded to their deaths. Subsequently, the City of Eternity slammed into the cluster of palace buildings below, reducing tens of thousands of buildings to dust. Formations burst out in lights then fizzled out. Huang Xiaolong sped onwards, straight into the depths of the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Now, he was still in the outer periphery of the Fiend God Emperor Palace's territory. As Huang Xiaolong flew deeper through the Fiend God Emperor Palace's main buildings, he encountered more powerful fiend creatures than before. These fiend creatures were sealed within these buildings. Furthermore, one or a group of powerful fiend creatures were sealed within every important palace. These fiend creatures would only appear when enemies trespassed. Once, Huang Xiaolong even came across a group of 20 to 30 high-level Emperor Realm fiend creatures. However, even 20 to 30 high-level Emperor Realm fiend creatures couldn't impede Huang Xiaolong's advance under the City of Eternity and 2 14-winged Radiance Angels' assault power. They were annihilated by the City of Eternity and 2 Radiance Angels' constant attacks in less than a dozen breaths. Even though these fiend creatures had high-level Emperor Realm expert strength, it was merely a high-level Emperor Realm. How could their strengths withstand the City of Eternity or the 2-peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm Radiance Angels? A while later, Huang Xiaolong finally arrived at the center region of the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Rich nefarious qi enshrouded the center cluster of palaces in front of Huang Xiaolong, almost obscuring the buildings completely. However, Huang Xiaolong could taste the danger coming from these buildings on the tip of his tongue. The entire way until here, Huang Xiaolong had not encountered the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan, Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, or any of the Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors who had fled back to the Fiend King Star. Feng Chan, Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, and the others were probably hiding inside these palace buildings. Huang Xiaolong did not enter the palace building with the richest and most abundant nefarious qi recklessly. He had the City of Eternity expand to its biggest size possible and cover half of the sky. Then, he had it dropped straight onto the center palace buildings. The moment the City of Eternity started falling onto the palace buildings below, numerous powerful formation lights soared to the sky from the center palace buildings, forming a giant nefarious qi barrier. Rumble. The bottom of the City of Eternity slammed onto the nefarious qi barrier. Strong lights rippled across the barrier surface, then dimmed and vanished. The attack was actually blocked. This was unexpected for Huang Xiaolong. In the next second, Huang Xiaolong had the City of Eternity rise and slam down on the barrier again. Rumble. This time, the nefarious qi barrier gave out, and the palace building below began to crumble as fissures and cracks opened over the land. At this time, numerous figures whistled out from the palace buildings and attacked Huang Xiaolong. But Huang Xiaolong was prepared. He retreated in a flicker just as these people appeared. The two 14-winged radiance angels slashed out with their swords, parrying these people's attacks. These people were none other than Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, and other Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors who had fled earlier. However, Huang Xiaolong's attention was not on Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, or any of the ancestors. His eye of hell opened and locked towards a certain direction. He could see several people trying to escape in concealment. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong and the 14-winged radiance angels blocked their paths. Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan, where are you planning to go? Huang Xiaolong sneered. This fleeing group consisted of the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan and several ancestor bodyguards. Feng Chan had not expected Lu Yuan and the other sneak attack to fail in distracting Huang Xiaolong. He had still noticed them. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want to do? Feng Chan inhaled deeply as he forced himself to calm down. If you let me go, our Fiend God Emperor Palace can give you anything you want. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I will take what I want. You know very well what I want to do. But don't worry, as I will quickly devour your archdevil bloodline. You won't feel much pain at all. Feng Chan paled upon hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. He staggered backward unsteadily. Even so, he glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong and yelled, How dare you? I'm the Fiend God Emperor's disciple. If you kill me, the Fiend God Emperor Palace and the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe will never spare you. He was used to getting everything he wanted. Whenever the Fiend God Emperor Palace's order appeared, the world trembled with fear, and other Emperor Palace's ancestors retreated a wide berth away. It had never occurred to Feng Chan the Fiend God Emperor Palace could be in a pinch like today, forced to a corner, feeling powerless. Huang Xiaolong laughed at Feng Chan's words. His gaze on Feng Chan was indifferent. The Fiend God Emperor Palace will not spare me? It seems I have forgotten to tell you something. After today, the divine world will no longer have a Fiend God Emperor Palace. After today, the divine world will not have a Fiend God Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong's tone was light and carefree, as if he was talking about the sunny weather. However, those words dumbfounded Feng Chan, Lu Yuan, and the rest. In truth, they had not thought of this situation before. Or more accurately, this possibility had never even occurred to them until this moment. After all, how long had the Fiend God Emperor Palace existed? Probably Lu Yuan himself couldn't precisely say how many billions of years, but definitely no less than 10 billion years. In the last 10 billion years, regardless of the storms that had hit the divine world, or no matter how heaven and earth had changed, the Fiend God Emperor Palace had remained staunch. Furthermore, they had grown stronger. They had lost count of the number of hidden sects, ancient families, and emperor palaces within the top 100 that the Fiend God Emperor Palace had wiped out. It had never occurred to them that one day the Fiend God Emperor Palace would face the same fate as the hidden sects, ancient families, and emperor palaces they had wiped out in the past. That they too would get erased from the divine world. Not to mention that this day would come so suddenly and so fast. According to their initial plan, the fiend god Emperor Palace would join hands with the 9 giant corpse tribe to conquer the divine world, splitting the harvest equally and becoming a true hegemon. The fiend god Emperor Palace was headed to their most glorious days. But now, Wang Hailong, leave with the young lord now. Lu Yuan suddenly barked an order, while he had already turned around and pounced on Huang Xiaolong, attacking with desperation. Lu Yuan's god force was surging madly, and his blood chi spiraled into a hurricane around him. Zhao Wendan also shouted, "Leave with the young lord now." Like Lu Yuan, he used a taboo technique, sacrificing his vitality to raise his strength as he lunged towards Huang Xiaolong. Wang Hailong and several other fiend god Emperor Palace's ancestors, who were tasked with escorting Feng Chan away, stopped hesitating instantly. Wang Hailong struck his palms on Feng Chan and summoned out a giant drawing. The instant this giant drawing appeared, it unfolded into a piece of independent heaven and earth, yet it felt like a space tunnel to another space. Fiend God Drawing. A bright glint flitted across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The Fiend God diagram was one of the supreme treasures of Fiend God Emperor Palace. Though it wasn't in the same grade as a Grand Mist artifact treasure, it was a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Moreover, it was a spatial type artifact. A spatial type Grand Mist spiritual artifact was extremely rare. It was just as precious as a soul defensive type Grand Mist spiritual artifact like Huang Xiaolong's Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell. Even rarer was a top-grade spatial type of Grand Mist spiritual artifact like this Fiend God Drawing. In the entire divine world, the number of such artifacts was certainly less than the fingers on one hand. Once Feng Chan and the others stepped into the Fiend God Drawing, then the Fiend God Drawing would bring Feng Chan and the rest to another space in a split second. At that time, it would be impossible for Huang Xiaolong to find another chance to kill Feng Chan. When Feng Chan, Wang Hailong, and the others flew up to enter the Fiend God Drawing, streaks of lightning sizzled from Huang Xiaolong's forehead as the strongest of the 4 Chaos Lightning Pool. The Black Tortoise Chaos Lightning Pool flew out and turned into a boundless black sea of lightning. Powerful lightning streaked across the air, spreading horrifying destructive lightning power that blocked Feng Chan and the others' path. Feng Chan saw they were about to enter the Fiend God Drawing when a black lightning sea suddenly appeared in front of them, separating them and the Fiend God Drawing on opposite shores. Feng Chan was shocked and enraged at the same time. "Get the fuck out of my way!" The Fiend God's sword appeared in his hand, slashing madly at the sea of lightning. Wang Hailong and the other ancestors also attacked the lightning sea with full force. But since the Black Tortoise Lightning Pool was ranked second amongst the 9 Chaos Lightning Pools, could it be broken through so easily? Huang Xiaolong manipulated the Chaos Black Tortoise Lightning Pool's core formation. Chaos lightning power roared, submerging Feng Chan, Wang Hailong, and the others in the blink of an eye. Wang Hailong and other ancestors' fist force screamed across the air, desperately trying to scatter away the Chaos Black Tortoise Lightning Pool. Still, their actions stopped abruptly as the City of Eternity smashed down right at this moment. Wang Hailong and the others raised their heads as they sensed the sky darkening. In the next second, a resounding boom shook the earth as they lost consciousness. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong arrived in front of Feng Chan with his fist swinging out and smashing Feng Chan into the ground. The surrounding palace buildings crumbled, burying Feng Chan underneath. Young Lord, Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, and the others were puffing with fury, but they were powerless against those 14-winged Radiance Angels. They were incapable of saving Feng Chan, and they could only watch helplessly as Huang Xiaolong pulled him up from the ground. Huang Xiaolong looked indifferently at Feng Chan as he hung loosely in the air. His punch had crushed Feng Chan's entire body's meridians. Adding his previous injuries, Feng Chan was completely powerless to fight back. The divine armor on Feng Chan had been broken to the point of being non-existent, and his hair was disheveled and smeared in soil and his own blood. Huang Xiaolong, even if I... Feng Chan's eyes were filled with infinite hatred as he struggled to speak. Before Feng Chan could even finish his sentence, Huang Xiaolong had already circulated the Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power. Feng Chan's entire body's blood qi, God Force, and Archdevil Bloodline's power rushed out, flowing vigorously into Huang Xiaolong's body. Feng Chan stared at Huang Xiaolong with terror-widened eyes filled with despair as he struggled fiercely to break free from Huang Xiaolong's restraint. However, he discovered that his body was out of his control, and he couldn't move even an inch. In the distance, Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, and the others were even more anxious and nervous. Except for screaming and shouting angrily, there was little they could do. Even as they desperately rushed over to rescue Feng Chan, they were no match against the 14-winged Radiance Angels. In the end, they could only watch Huang Xiaolong devour Feng Chan's blood qi, God Force, and Archdevil Bloodline. Feng Chan's body mass shrunk rapidly. It didn't take long for Feng Chan's body to turn into a dried corpse, and with a blow of the wind, Feng Chan scattered off like dust. Feng Chan had the fiend spirit physique, born with innate nefarious qi. As Huang Xiaolong continued to devour, this nefarious qi also entered Huang Xiaolong's body. However, as Huang Xiaolong's innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead spun, the streams of this nefarious qi were immediately purified. After he finished dealing with Feng Chan, Huang Xiaolong inwardly heaved in relief. This trip to the Fiend God Emperor Palace was not in vain, as devouring Feng Chan's Archdevil bloodline was better than getting the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury. Huang Xiaolong turned around, looking at Lu Yuan and the rest. Raging fury burned in Lu Yuan, Zhao Wendan, and the other Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors' chest as they watched Feng Chan die, devoured by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I'm going to kill you, Lu Yuan hollered in angst, and his eyes were scarlet with bloodthirst. Lu Yuan had watched Feng Chan grow up from childhood. Moreover, he was the one who had guided Feng Chan's cultivation along the way, and he could be considered as half a master to Feng Chan. Even though they were half a master and half a disciple, their master-disciple relationship was better than any full-fledged one. Embroiled in his fury and angst, Lu Yuan once again rushed up to attack Huang Xiaolong, more desperately than ever. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong flickered to the side, letting a 14-winged Radiance Angel parry Lu Yuan's attacks. Then, the City of Eternity came slamming down. Lu Yuan was smashed deep into the ground, then flew up and smashed down again. A large land surface sunk in, burying Lu Yuan deep in the earth. Lu Yuan was deader than dead. Lu Yuan! Zhao Wendan screamed hoarsely, but the remaining Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors scattered and fled upon seeing this, except for Zhao Wendan. Like Lu Yuan, his desperate attacks on Huang Xiaolong renewed to the point of damaging his own blood qi. The City of Eternity on the ground flew up again and hit Zhao Wendan. Zhao Wendan was heavily knocked backward, crashing into some faraway palace ruins, and went quiet forever. As for those Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors who fled away, Huang Xiaolong sent the other 14-winged Radiance Angels and City of Eternity after them with the order of killing as many as they could. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong and the other 14-winged Radiance Angel continued flying further into the palace building in the center of Fiend God Emperor Palace and descended on one of the palaces. According to the Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestor, whom Huang Xiaolong had captured earlier, Fang Gon was imprisoned under this palace. Huang Xiaolong ordered the 14-winged Radiance Angel to open up a path. The Radiance Angel stepped forward with a palm slashing across the palace building like a blade, cutting it off horizontally and revealing a dark hole going deep into the ground. Huang Xiaolong opened his eye of hell to survey the situation. After confirming no immediate danger, he leaped into the dark hole, followed by the 14-winged Radiance Angel. The moment they entered a dark space hole, they entered another space. This was a wide space with a huge mountain range of many peaks and cliffs running across the land. Each of these mountain peaks was a cage one after another. Most of these cages were empty, and merely a few of them were inhabited. One cage imprisoned one person. Those inside these cages were all powerful existences. The pressure coming from them was palpitating, and the majority of these people were high-level Emperor Realm experts. Only a small number of them were low-level and mid-level Emperor Realm, and none of them were at the Heavenly Monarch Realm and below. Those qualified to be imprisoned here by the Fiend God Emperor Palace were naturally people of high status, mostly ancestors from other Emperor Palaces and large families. Thus it was impossible for a Heavenly Monarch Realm cultivator to appear here. The captives inside these cages stood up upon discovering Huang Xiaolong's presence. It was evident to them that Huang Xiaolong was not a disciple of Fiend God Emperor Palace. 14-winged Radiance Angel. It's actually a 14-winged Radiance Angel. These experts exclaimed in astonishment seeing the 14-winged Radiance Angel behind Huang Xiaolong. On top of that, even more bewildering to them was the fact that the 14-winged Radiance Angel was following behind a Heavenly Monarch Realm kid like a subordinate. These people exchanged baffled glances with their neighbors, unable to figure out what was going on. Also, where were the Fiend God Emperor Palace's people? This place was laden with layers and layers of formations and restrictions, and it was heavily guarded in every possible way. How did this kid and that 14-winged Radiance Angel make it inside here? Huang Xiaolong ignored these people as his divine sense spread out to detect Fang Gon's presence. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up moments later when he found Fang Gon, and he hastened towards one of the mountain ranges in front of him. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong stopped in front of a certain mountain peak. The cage above this mountain peak was the one imprisoning Fang Gon. Fang Gon was dumbfounded when he saw Huang Xiaolong, and he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Xiaolong," he called out with uncertainty. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he responded, "Uncle Fang, it's me." Fang Gon stood up excitedly with brightly shining eyes. "Xiaolong, it's really you. How did you come in?" Then his expression changed as a thought occurred to him. "Were you?" He wanted to ask if Huang Xiaolong was also caught by the Fiend God Emperor Palace, but he noticed something was amiss. There were no Fiend God Emperor Palace's experts escorting Huang Xiaolong, nor was Huang Xiaolong restrained. Seeing the myriad of changes on Fang Gon's face, Huang Xiaolong could tell what thoughts were racing through his mind. So he smiled and said to Fang Gon, "I'm here to save you." Fang Gon was stupefied, and his brain failed to register the meaning of Huang Xiaolong's words. Huang Xiaolong did not elaborate any further. The Radiance Divine Scepter appeared in his hand. Huang Xiaolong slashed off the cage imprisoning Fang Gon with the God Force infused within the scepter. There was astonishment on Fang Gon's face as he watched Huang Xiaolong slash the cage in two halves. The Fiend God Emperor Palace had forged these cages from numerous hard ores. During his time inside his cage, Fang Gon had tried various methods to break out, but he had failed. Yet Huang Xiaolong had slashed it open so effortlessly? Fang Gon's attention was altogether on the Radiance Divine Scepter in Huang Xiaolong's hand. "Uncle Fang, let's go," Huang Xiaolong reminded Fang Gon. His voice brought Fang Gon's thoughts back to the present. Fang Gon felt his body relaxed as he stepped out from the cage. "Xiaolong, most of these people imprisoned here are other Emperor Palace's ancestors, and many of them are acquaintances of mine. Why don't we help them as well?" After stepping out from the cage, Fang Gon looked around and pointed at some of the other cages as he said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded as it was merely an effort of waving his hand for him. Huang Xiaolong subsequently slashed open the cages one by one, releasing other prisoners. Many of these freed experts were extremely grateful to Huang Xiaolong. However, there were a few indifferent ones. They didn't even utter a word of gratitude to Huang Xiaolong after they were freed. These people rushed outside in a hurry, treating Huang Xiaolong as heir. There were also some who faked gratitude towards Huang Xiaolong while their eyes were glued to the Radiance Divine Scepter in his hand. The greed in their eyes was blatant. Perhaps they were wary of the 14-winged Radiance Angel behind Huang Xiaolong, so none of them dared to snatch unscrupulously on the spot. Finally, several hundred experts were freed from the cages. Huang Xiaolong led everyone as they flew towards the exit. "The scepter in your hand is a grand mist treasure artifact, right?" Just as Huang Xiaolong was leading the way, a dozen people suddenly flew closer to Huang Xiaolong, and one of them inquired, Huang Xiaolong cocked his head slightly and identified the person asking the question. When he was freeing these people earlier, Fang Gan introduced each person to Huang Xiaolong. The person who had asked the question was an ancestor from the South Boundary Emperor Palace, called Deng Kong. The South Boundary Emperor Palace ranked 12th among the other Emperor Palaces, which was quite high. And those in the same group as Deng Kong were strong experts of late 10th Order Emperor realm. Yes, it is a grand mist treasure artifact. Huang Xiaolong was blasé in his reply. Inwardly, he was sneering coldly. Finally, there is someone who could not hold back their greed any longer. The instant Huang Xiaolong affirmed everyone's suspicion, everyone's eyes lit up with feverish greed and desire, especially Deng Kang's. Deng Kong licked his lips subconsciously with anticipation, flashing Huang Xiaolong a charming smile as he said, "For how many Chaos Spirit Stones would you be willing to sell this scepter? I desire to buy it." Huang Xiaolong looked indifferently at the bright, charming smile on Deng Kang's face and replied, "Pardon me, I have no intention of selling it. Moreover, even if I'm willing to sell it, you can't afford it." Like what Huang Xiaolong had said, even if he was willing to sell the scepter, Deng Kong couldn't afford it. Even if he were to sell the entire South Boundary Emperor Palace, Deng Kong still wouldn't afford to buy the Radiance Divine Scepter. Deng Kong was too embarrassed and angered by Huang Xiaolong. He sneered mockingly, "Brat, everything in this world has a price. How could you possibly know if my South Boundary Emperor Palace can afford it or not? I'll pay 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones to buy your scepter." Hearing Deng Kang's offer 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for the Radiance Divine Scepter, Huang Xiaolong felt an urge to laugh. Fang Gan stared frostily at Deng Kong as he spoke. "Deng Kong, what is the meaning of this? Xiaolong just saved all of you. Are you planning to repay kindness with enmity? Do you want to rob others' belongings?" A fingernail-sized corner of a Grand Mist treasure artifact was already worth more than 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Deng Kang's offer of 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones was nothing less than robbery. Deng Kong snapped at Fang Gan. "Fang Gan, it seems you are mistaken about one thing. First of all, you two did not save us. We're still within the Fiend God Emperor Palace's territory. So, it is yet to be determined if we can leave here safely. Therefore, do not buckle the crime of repaying kindness with enmity on my head." Fang Gan was rendered speechless. Deng Kong then turned to other Emperor Palace's ancestors freed by Huang Xiaolong and said, "I advise all of you to mind your own business. This is a matter between my South Boundary Emperor Palace and Fortune Emperor Palace. Better think twice and weigh yourselves before doing anything, or you might bring calamity upon your Emperor Palace or family, and trust me, it won't end well." This was a naked threat. Upon hearing this, the expressions on a few ancestors' faces changed instantly. Initially, they were intending to speak a few words in Huang Xiaolong's defense. But now, some of them decisively stepped back to distance themselves from Huang Xiaolong to avoid being implicated. Any sane person would choose to side with the South Boundary Emperor Palace if they were to choose between them and the Fortune Emperor Palace. The South Boundary Emperor Palace was a superforce that ranked 12th amongst the top 100 Emperor Palaces, and their strength was far above compared to other Emperor Palaces. However, there were exceptions. For other Emperor Palaces' ancestors had a good relationship with Fang Gan. They remained steadfast on Fang Gan and Huang Xiaolong's side. "Very good. You have clearly decided to go against my South Boundary Emperor Palace and the Pure Bliss Emperor Palace, have you?" Deng Kang's cold gaze swept over Huang Xiaolong, Fang Gan, and the four ancestors opposite him with a mocking sneer. A certain Emperor Palace's ancestor who sided with Deng Kong stepped to his side. He was an ancestor of the Pure Bliss Emperor Palace. Though Pure Bliss Emperor Palace's ranking was lower than the South Boundary Emperor Palace, it was still a giant force in 16th place. The four ancestors who had remained by Huang Xiaolong and Fang Gan's side looked a little worried at this. One of them spoke strongly to Deng Kong. "Deng Kong, others might be afraid of your South Boundary Emperor Palace and the Pure Bliss Emperor Palace, but not my Myriad Destructions Emperor Palace. The Myriad Destructions Emperor Palace ranked 13th, and this person was the Myriad Destructions Emperor Palace's ancestor Chen Shi. He was one of Fang Gon's sworn brothers, and they had experienced life and death together. The rest of Deng Kang's group also stood behind Feng Kong, showing their stance. Deng Kong sneered, hearing Xianxia's words. Very good, in that case. Don't blame me for being ruthless. He turned back to Huang Xiaolong once again and threatened. Brat, you'd do better to sell the scepter to me. That way you can still collect 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. But if you force me to act, you won't even get 1 Spirit Stone. Although the 14-winged Radiance Angel behind Huang Xiaolong had the strength of a peak late 10th Order Emperor realm, and Fang Gon was not weak either, Deng Kang's group was confident. They planned to hold the Radiance Angel back temporarily, while Deng Kong seized the time to capture Huang Xiaolong. At that point, Deng Kong could control Huang Xiaolong's fate. Because Deng Kong and the others were imprisoned here by the Fiend God Emperor Palace for over tens of thousands of years, they were oblivious to the latest situation outside. They were clueless about Huang Xiaolong's king of supreme godheads, much less Huang Xiaolong's feat in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, not to forget the king of Grand Mist's backing for Huang Xiaolong. In fact, they were unaware of most of the happenings outside the Fiend God Emperor Palace. This Grand Mist treasure artifact is no better than a scrap metal in your hands. You are merely a heavenly monarch realm. You can't utilize its full power. Deng Kong went on. If you hand over that scepter to me, I will block the Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu and lead everyone out safely. That's right. Brother Deng Kong is the strongest person among us. Moreover, he cultivates the light element technique. So, he is the only one who can make full use of the scepter. Brat, you better hand over that scepter to Brother Deng Kong. Otherwise, you will be blamed for our deaths if we fail to escape, and the Fortune Emperor Palace will become the archenemy of our Emperor Palaces. The Pure Bliss Emperor Palace's ancestor snapped at Huang Xiaolong. Fang Gon was close to erupting in anger. Deng Kong was shameless to this degree. He was literally pulling hatred for the Fortune Emperor Palace. As expected, the moment Deng Kang's words fell, the majority of Emperor Palace's ancestors were looking at Huang Xiaolong with displeased gazes. The only person unaffected by this was Huang Xiaolong. He stood there as if he could not feel the tension in the air as he calmly questioned Deng Kong. Aren't any of you curious how I came in? Deng Kong and the others blanked for a second. But Deng Kang's composure returned swiftly. He laughed as he said, Brat, you must have used some kind of ancient concealing talisman to sneak in and successfully avoid the Fiend God Emperor Palace's people. Right? Were you planning to cook us up a story that you slaughtered your way in here while Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu and the ancestors are away? Deng Kang's mockery naturally roused a wave of laughter from his companions and the Pure Bliss Emperor Palace. They would never believe that Huang Xiaolong had forced his way into the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Not even an existence who had surpassed the Emperor realm could force his way into the heavily guarded Fiend God Emperor Palace that had numerous layers of defensive array formations. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and didn't bother to explain. He waved the Radiance Divine Scepter in his hand while saying, The Radiance Divine Scepter is right here in my hand. Since you want to rob it, make your move. I'm in a very good mood, so don't say I didn't give you a chance. You can still kneel and beg for pardon. Kneel and beg for pardon? Deng Kong was dumbfounded, thinking he must have heard wrong. Whooping laughter came from Deng Kong and his companions a moment later. After laughing, Deng Kang's expression sank, fixing an icy stare on Huang Xiaolong. Brat, you really don't know the immensity of heaven. You can't blame me. His palm had already struck out before his words finished. He was planning to capture Huang Xiaolong by surprise, and he reached Huang Xiaolong faster than lightning. Even Fang Gon failed to react. The Pure Bliss Emperor Palace's experts also made their moves simultaneously, blocking Fang Gon, the 14-winged Radiance Angel, Xianxia, and the others. Watching Deng Kong coming at him, Huang Xiaolong's face split into a wide grin, and his palm smacked towards him. Deng Kong was stunned for a split second seeing this but soon laughed distortedly. Seems like this brat is insane. Does he have the guts to take his attack head-on despite being a mere heavenly monarch? It was like hitting an egg with a stone. Deng Kong immediately changed his hand's form into a straight palm and directly struck Huang Xiaolong's palm. He was going to teach Huang Xiaolong an unforgettable lesson. Their palms collided in midair. Others were attentively spectating Huang Xiaolong and Deng Kang's side. They were expecting Deng Kan to send Huang Xiaolong flying. Instead, they heard Deng Kang howling in pain as he flew out like a broken kite, smashing into one of the mountain peaks in the distance. Mountains shattered, burying Deng Kang underneath high rubbles. Everyone was flabbergasted, including Fang Gon. Fang Gon had been inwardly infuriated when he had seen Huang Xiaolong attack Deng Kang. He, too, had felt that Huang Xiaolong had overestimated himself. After all, Deng Kang was a late 10th Order Emperor realm expert, whereas Huang Xiaolong was merely a heavenly monarch realm. Time froze. The Pure Bliss Emperor Palace's ancestors and others who had surrounded Fang Gon, the 14-winged Radiance Angel, Chan Shi, and the rest stopped fighting abruptly as their jaws dropped to their chests. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Anyone witnessing a similar situation would feel it was ludicrous and unbelievable. Suddenly, at this time, the 14-winged Radiance Angel's wings emitted a burst of dazzling lights as they spread out. It was akin to 14 sharp blades gleaming in the sunlight. In a slash across space, he threw back the 6 ancestors who were besieging him. 3 of them were instantly slashed into 14 pieces, while the other 3 vomited blood from severe injuries and crashed into the land below. Loud rumbles echoed in the air for a long time. The 14-winged Radiance Angel blurred into a flicker and returned to Huang Xiaolong's side. Only then did everyone regain their senses. All of them were astounded and fearful after sensing the overwhelming momentum coming from the Radiance Angel. The 14-winged Radiance Angel had converged his cultivation before. Hence no one had noticed that he was actually a peak late 10th Order Emperor realm expert. They had guessed that the Radiance Angel was strong but not to this extent. Now, all the Emperor Palace's ancestors' faces turned solemn as they experienced the 14-winged Radiance Angel's fully released momentum. Peak late 10th Order Emperor realm. Fang Gon, who was the closest to Huang Xiaolong, nearly jumped out of his skin in alarm. Huang Xiaolong took a large stride forward and arrived above the mountain rubbles where Deng Kang was buried. The rubbles burying Deng Kang moved as a figure struggled out and flew unsteadily into the air. This person was, of course, Deng Kang. Unsightly bloodstreams ran all over Deng Kang's body, giving others palpitations just looking at him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Huang Xiaolong looked coldly at Deng Kang. When he had struck Deng Kang, Huang Xiaolong had sent out the City of Eternity from his palm the instant their palms collided. The City of Eternity had immediately returned to his body after hitting Deng Kang. None of the Emperor Palace's ancestors had discovered it as the City of Eternity's speed had been too fast. Deng Kang stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong with trepidation, fear, and indignance. "You? How can you?" Deng Kang couldn't believe it. He was a late 10th Order Emperor, but a mere heavenly monarch brat had sent him flying. A terrifying power suddenly rushed out from Huang Xiaolong's palm, alarming him. He couldn't believe that a mere heavenly monarch possessed such overwhelming power. "Speak. What are your last words?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Deng Kang and everyone else were taken aback. "Last words? You? What do you mean?" Deng Kang's face turned gloomy in an instant, and he continued with a sneer without waiting for a response. "You want to kill me? Do you have the guts to kill me?" He believed that Huang Xiaolong lacked the guts to kill someone with his identity. He was an ancestor of the South Boundary Emperor Palace, and his status was only second to the South Boundary Emperor. However, Deng Kang had barely finished his words when a light flashed around Huang Xiaolong's hand as the City of Eternity flew out and turned into an immemorial streak of light. It pierced through Deng Kang's forehead and came out from the back of his head before returning to Huang Xiaolong's palm. Deng Kang's eyes were wide with astonishment. He looked stiffly at the City of Eternity on Huang Xiaolong's palm and then at Huang Xiaolong. Until this point, he had doubted that Huang Xiaolong would kill him. "You!" Deng Kang breathed out the word with difficulty as his consciousness began to blur. "I forgot to tell you that before coming here, I devoured the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan," Huang Xiaolong generously shared with a tepid expression. If he could devour the fiend god emperor's disciple, then killing a south boundary emperor palace's ancestor was a negligible task for Huang Xiaolong. The bomb Huang Xiaolong threw out rendered everyone stupefied. He devoured the fiend god emperor's disciple Feng Chan? Do you really think I sneaked in with some ancient concealment talisman? Huang Xiaolong ridiculed. Did that mean Huang Xiaolong didn't sneak in with some ancient concealment talisman? If that was the case, then a ridiculous possibility flashed across their minds, but they were frightened at the thought of this possibility. The way they looked at Huang Xiaolong changed in an instant. By this point, Deng Kang's consciousness was gone entirely, and his body plummeted to the ground. Huang Xiaolong didn't spare Deng Kang's corpse another glance, and his attention shifted to the ancestors from the Pure Bliss Emperor Palace. His gaze brought an inexplicable dread to the Pure Bliss Emperor Palace's ancestors. Didn't you guys want the Radiance Divine Scepter? Huang Xiaolong went on. This City of Eternity on my palm is also a Grand Mist artifact treasure. Don't you want this? All eyes turned to the City of Eternity on Huang Xiaolong's palm, and their bodies shuddered in shock. 2 Grand Mist treasure artifacts. However, the Pure Bliss Emperor Palace's ancestors actually retreated upon hearing that. Huang Xiaolong snorted. With a wave of his hand, the City of Eternity grew big into 100 million li giant city and slammed towards them in a blink of an eye. Despair filled the several Pure Bliss Emperor Palace's ancestors. Boom! A large piece of earth collapsed, forming 100 million li pit. This strike seemingly hit at all the present ancestors' hearts. Huang Xiaolong collected the City of Eternity back. The several Pure Bliss Emperor Palace's ancestors were already erased without a trace, and everyone knew what had happened to them without asking. Obviously, not one of them had managed to escape, and they were smashed until nothing was left. Anyone else interested in buying my Radiance Divine Scepter and City of Eternity? Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the ancestors' faces as he asked. These ancestors subconsciously took a step back, as they were afraid that Huang Xiaolong would misunderstand them. These people were mostly the ones who had the same intention but hadn't made their moves yet. Their faces had turned slightly pale as they avoided Huang Xiaolong's gaze. Uncle Feng, let's go. Huang Xiaolong turned and said to Feng Gon. Feng Gon felt flattered upon hearing Huang Xiaolong calling him Uncle Feng, and quickly responded. Huang Xiaolong flew ahead towards the exit. Feng Gon flew one step behind Huang Xiaolong. Looking a little confused and bewildered, Chen Shi and the other 3 ancestors were behind Feng Gon. Then the rest of the party was at the group's tail as they tried to keep as far away from Huang Xiaolong as possible. No one dared to make any noise. Feng Gon had many questions and doubts that he wanted to ask Huang Xiaolong, but he decided to wait in the end. A while later, the group reached the exit and flew out following Huang Xiaolong. The moment they flew out from the black hole's exit, the group of ancestors was beyond shocked as they looked at the ruins around them in disbelief. Were they really surrounded by the fiend god Emperor Palace's ruins? In truth, they had prepared to fight the fiend god Emperor Palace's experts to death the moment they had exited. But this result was a little hard for them to digest. Soon all eyes were once again on Huang Xiaolong. The fear in them deepened. Although they did not know what had happened, even a fool could tell who had contributed to the fiend god Emperor Palace's ruins. Huang Xiaolong ignored the shocked expressions on the ancestors' faces around him. He continued leading everyone flying outwards. The group of ancestors cautiously followed behind Huang Xiaolong, flying with vigilance. During this time, they saw the other ruins of the fiend god Emperor Palace. They could barely find any intact palace building. The more these ancestors saw, the bigger the apprehension in their hearts grew. This was the fiend Kingstar the fiend god Emperor Palace's core palace buildings. These buildings were protected by layers of array formations, fiendish creatures, and numerous experts. Yet it had fallen to this state of damage now. Were these ruins single-handedly caused by this Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple in front of them? As these ancestors' astonishment deepened along the way, a small number of them still denied Huang Xiaolong's credit for these ruins. Some even suspected that they were caught in an illusion, a very profound illusion that they could not differentiate from reality. In the meantime, they had flown out from the Fiend King Star. Suddenly, the echoes of a thunderous explosion reached their ears. The rescued ancestors' hearts tightened nervously. When they turned to look at the source, they saw two mountain-sized, odd-looking monsters attacking the Grand Fiend God Formation in space. The Grand Fiend God Formation emitted bright, flickering lights as a large part of the nefarious Chi-Si scattered away, and the malevolent giant arms exploded to nothingness. Overwhelming aftershocks and hurricane wind blades slashed in the direction of Huang Xiaolong's group. Sensing the destructive power from these aftershock wind blades, the ancestors' expressions changed for the worse, and they quickly evaded as fast as they could. These ancestors broke out in a cold sweat as these wind blades blew past them. By the time these ancestors regained their senses and looked at the consecutively exploding giant arms, another wave of palpitations came over them. The Grand Fiend God Formation is broken? One of the ancestors exclaimed with obvious doubt. The Grand Fiend God Formation was the Fiend God Emperor Palace's most powerful array formation. Several generations of Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors had repeatedly strengthened it. It was renowned as the Fiend God Emperor Palace's undefeatable array formation. The Grand Fiend God Formation that had been unbreakable in billions of years was actually destroyed. Who are they? All the ancestors' attention was on the two odd beasts. Their faces had already paled from the overwhelming pressure from the two odd beasts' bodies. I know who they are. One of them shrieked sharply with a horrified expression. They are the King of Darkness subordinates, the four odd beasts that were said to be invincible gods of war under him. The King of Darkness, invincible gods of war, the four odd beasts. All of these ancestors belonged to various emperor palaces, and they had lived for a long time. They had naturally heard of the King of Darkness four odd beasts legend. Right at this time, the two odd beasts struck the void area above the center of the Grand Fiend God Formation and crushed the famous array formation into shatters. Their claws then ransacked through the void as if searching for something. Their actions stopped a good while later. The two odd beasts then flew towards Huang Xiaolong. The ancestors around Huang Xiaolong scattered and fled in a panic at this sight. The two odd beasts reached Huang Xiaolong's side in the blink of an eye. Reporting to Master, the Grand Fiend God Formation is destroyed. However, Feng Chu is missing. Subordinates were incompetent for letting Feng Chu escape. The two odd beasts knelt before Huang Xiaolong and requested, "Please punish us." The fleeing ancestors stopped abruptly and turned to look at Huang Xiaolong with jaws agape. Feng Gon's eyeballs nearly popped out from his sockets as he stammered, "Mas Master." With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong collected the heavenly hall back into his body and responded, "I know. Stand up." Although Huang Xiaolong had expected it to be difficult to kill the Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu, he was disappointed to hear that he had escaped. Feng Chu's escape meant future troubles for him. Not to mention that the Brightness Emperor Lanji and others had escaped as well. No one dared to speak as Huang Xiaolong stood there silently for a long time. "Uncle Feng," Huang Xiaolong said to Feng Gon a while later. Feng Gon jumped for no reason, but he quickly asked, "Xiaolong, what is it? I still have something to do. Why don't you all leave first and wait for me outside?" Huang Xiaolong inquired Feng Gon's opinion. Feng Gon was extremely flattered. He said while shaking his head, Sure. Go to your things first. We'll wait for you outside." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and set off towards one of the Fiend God Emperor Palace's big planets without further delay. The two odd beasts and the 14-winged Radiance Angel followed him. He was going to collect the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury, and it was on a nondescript planet. Feng Gon, Chun Shi, and the others waited until Huang Xiaolong was out of sight. They couldn't even dare to move until then. "Brother Feng Gon, is he really a disciple of Fortune Emperor Palace?" Chun Shi shifted his gaze from the horizon to Feng Gon as he asked the question in his mind. After all, it was really difficult for Chun Shi to believe that a Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple actually had a 14-winged Radiance Angel by his side. Furthermore, this Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple also had the ability to subjugate the gods of war odd beasts, who were said to be invincible. The odd beasts, the king of darkness, most powerful four gods of war. All the ancestors looked at Fang Gon. They had similar questions on their minds. Fang Gon chuckled wryly, then explained, "He really is our Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple, named Huang Xiaolong. He entered the Fortune Emperor Palace, possessing the King of Supreme Godhead, about 100 years ago. At that time, he was accepted by our Chief of Hall Masters Zhao Lei as his personal disciple." Fang Gon was still unaware of Huang Xiaolong's 3 King of Supreme Godheads, and his 3 Archdevil bloodlines. King of Supreme Godhead. The details in Fang Gon's explanation successfully shocked Chen Shi and the others. But they soon took it for granted since Huang Xiaolong had subdued existences like the odd beasts. It only made sense for him to possess the King of Supreme Godhead. "He entered your Fortune Emperor Palace 100 years ago?" Another ancestor asked suddenly. These ancestors finally caught the key word. "Around 100 years ago." "Yes, 100 years ago." A complicated expression flickered across Fang Gon's face as he added, 100 years ago when he entered the Fortune Emperor Palace. His cultivation had not even reached the God-King realm. But in 100 years, Huang Xiaolong had advanced to a high-level heavenly monarch. Frankly speaking, even Fang Gon's heart missed a beat. "Brother Fang Gon, congratulations. Your Fortune Emperor Palace accepted such an amazing disciple." It was not hard to imagine that the Fortune Emperor Palace would rise to the top in the future with a disciple like Huang Xiaolong. Other ancestors also congratulated Fang Gon. Fang Gon laughed heartily as he thanked everyone. A while later, Fang Gon and other ancestors flew out from the Fiend God Emperor Palace's starry space, and waited outside for Huang Xiaolong as agreed. At this time, Huang Xiaolong had arrived at a particular planet's vast underground space. Inside the underground space were numerous Grand Mist spiritual pills, Chaos Spirit stones, numerous divine armors, and divine artifacts spread farther than the eye could see. Many of these divine armors and divine artifacts originated from ancient times. They were taken from some old emperor palaces, ancient families and sections. All these were kept here by the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Floating high in the air were 183 Chaos Spiritual Veins. Many of them were mid-grade, but there was one high-grade Chaos Spiritual Vein. Huang Xiaolong was surprised to see a high-grade Chaos Spiritual Vein in the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury. Huang Xiaolong collected all the Chaos Spiritual Veins with a wave of his hand and put them in the Black Dragon Cold Jade bracelet. His hands continued to wave in the air as he continued collecting mountains after mountains of Grand Mist spiritual pills, Chaos Spirit stones, divine armors, and divine artifacts. Even though Huang Xiaolong was speedily collecting the treasures with the help of the 2 odd beasts and Radiance Angels, it still took them half a day to clear the treasury. The Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury was an accumulation of treasures through several 100 million years. Hence one could imagine the wealth inside it. Huang Xiaolong let out a sigh of exhaustion the moment everything inside the treasury was collected. After catching his breath, Huang Xiaolong took out several pellets of heaven-suppressing 100 Evils pill out from the Black Dragon Cold Jade bangle and swallowed them all in one go. The heaven-suppressing 100 Evils pill was one of the top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills he had collected from the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury. The heaven-suppressing 100 Evil pill contained shocking amount of nefarious qi. Generally, only those who cultivated the evil techniques could refine and absorb this kind of pills. But this degree of nefarious qi was negligible for Huang Xiaolong due to his 3 King of Supreme Godheads. After his condition was restored, Huang Xiaolong left the underground space. Soon, Huang Xiaolong's group left the Fiend God Emperor Palace's starry space and spotted Fang Gon waiting for him with the other ancestors. "Xiaolong, you're done with your matters?" Fang Gon flew up to Huang Xiaolong and inquired as he saw Huang Xiaolong's group. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "I'm done. In fact, it's nothing much. I merely went to collect the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasures." Fortunately, the mission went smoothly. Although the Fiend God Emperor Palace's wealth was precious, Huang Xiaolong didn't mind letting everyone know that he had taken everything. As expected, all the ancestors showed strange expressions after hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. Even Fang Gon was dumbfounded for a second. Then, Fang Gong smiled wryly. This kid is really steadfast. He even speaks about the Fiend God Emperor Palace so calmly in front of so many people. If someone else would have obtained the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury, they wouldn't have announced it so boldly. Uncle Fang, should we make a move? Huang Xiaolong asked. Fang Gong came back to his senses and responded, All right. Huang Xiaolong summoned out the Black Dragon throne and transformed it into a Black Dragon flying ship. Fang Gong and the others were once again dumbfounded watching the Black Dragon throne transform into a Black Dragon flying ship. Is this one of the 3 of the Black Dragon clan's treasures? The Black Dragon throne? Fang Gong blurted his question at Huang Xiaolong in astonishment. Other ancestors were just as astounded. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded. It is the Black Dragon throne. I found it some time back. It's not bad, and the speed is still okay. The speed is still okay. Fang Gong and the others had a sudden impulse to scold Huang Xiaolong. The Black Dragon throne was comparable to a high-grade Grand Mist spiritual flying artifact. If its speed was merely considered as still okay, what should those mid-grade and low-grade Grand Mist spiritual flying artifacts do? After all, many Emperor palaces in the top 100 didn't even own a mid-grade Grand Mist spiritual flying artifact. Huang Xiaolong, Fang Gong, and the others subsequently boarded the Black Dragon flying ship. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong threw 10,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones into the Black Dragon flying ship's core formation as fuel. The Black Dragon flying ship turned into a streak of light, taking everyone away from the Fiend God Emperor Palace. The Black Dragon flying ship was akin to a soaring black dragon in the sky as it traversed through space. Stretch after stretch of space disappeared behind the Black Dragon flying ship. The Black Dragon flying ship headed straight to the Fortune Emperor Palace without making any stops along the way. As Huang Xiaolong and the others were rushing back to the Fortune Emperor Palace, shocking news hit the divine world like streaks of Grand Mist divine lightning. What? Huang Xiaolong broke into the Fiend God Emperor Palace. He really isn't afraid of death. If he angered the Fiend God Emperor Palace's Emperor Feng Chu, he would be killed without mercy even if he's the king of Grand Mist's disciple. In the beginning, various forces experts shook their heads with satirizing smiles when they heard that Huang Xiaolong had broken into the Fiend God Emperor Palace, rebuking Huang Xiaolong for not knowing his own weight. They had believed that Huang Xiaolong was going to meet a miserable ending, despite the protection of his 2 odd beasts. They weren't confident that he could withdraw safely from the Grand Fiend God formation. But it didn't take long for another news to spread, rendering the forces in various directions agape and speechless for a long time. Huang Xiaolong destroyed the Fiend God Emperor Palace. The Fiend God Emperor Palace, Brightness Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, and 3 other Emperor Palace's experts joined hands to besiege Huang Xiaolong. But he still defeated them? The Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu and Brightness Emperor Lan Ji escaped in a sorry state. It's impossible. Some ancestors denied the possibility and shook their heads adamantly when they heard the news, refusing to believe such absurdity. You've heard it right. Huang Xiaolong's real identity is the new Lord of Hell, the same Lord of Hell that killed hundreds of the 9 Yin Giant Corpse tribe, massacring God's Gate, and other Emperor Realm experts. That's impossible. A lot of ancestors refused to believe the news. In other words, this news was simply unacceptable. This news is confirmed by the Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace's escaped ancestors. Huang Xiaolong has the City of Eternity and also the Heavenly Hall. Even the Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu and Brightness Emperor Lan Ji were injured from the City of Eternity's attacks. After that, Feng Chu summoned the Fiend God Emperor Palace's founder's consciousness, but it was useless. The Grand Fiend God formation is broken, and the whole Fiend God Emperor Palace is reduced to ruins. It's really over for the Fiend God Emperor Palace. As news spread out one after another, the entire divine world was in a furor. The City of Eternity, Heavenly Hall, Radiant's Divine Scepter, 16 Wings, the Heart of Hell. During the Battle of the Heavenly Court, Huang Xiaolong had raised envy and shock when others had learned that he was actually the king of Grand Mist's disciple and the Grand Mist Emperor's junior brother. And now, Huang Xiaolong had an even more amazing identity. The Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell. The ruler of Hell's 3 big realms. This identity was bigger than Jianghong as the Grand Mist Emperor. Disciples of Emperor Palaces who had wanted to collect the Fiend God Emperor Palace's lucrative for killing Huang Xiaolong during the Battle of the Heavenly Court were deathly pale upon hearing this news. At this moment, they realized that it was their great ancestors' blessings for not running into Huang Xiaolong inside the Heavenly Court secret region. Huang Xiaolong took away the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury. Say, do you think Huang Xiaolong will go to the Brightness Emperor Palace to take away the Brightness Emperor Palace's treasury after this? After their shock receded, these experts began to speculate. Oh, the Heavenly Court. Inside a certain secret space, the Heavenly Emperor Dijun and his son, Heavenly Prince Dijing, exclaimed in unison upon hearing that Huang Xiaolong had destroyed the Fiend God Emperor Palace from Grand Marshal Yan Tianchen. What did you say? Huang Xiaolong is the new Lord of Hell? The one who appeared recently. Heavenly Prince Dijing was yelling hysterically, and his face didn't look very good. Yes, Your Highness. The whole divine world is talking about this matter now, and it has been confirmed by the escaped Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors. Yan Tianchen spoke with difficulty as his throat felt exceptionally dry. Inwardly, he was just as shocked as Dijun and Dijing. He finally understood why Huang Xiaolong had not knelt upon seeing Heavenly Emperor Dijun during the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Huang Xiaolong's reliance was never the 2 odd beasts, nor his identity as the King of Grand Mist's disciple. He had stood tall as the Lord of Hell. Heavenly Emperor Dijun opened his mouth, wanting to say something but no words came out. Huang Xiaolong was the new Lord of Hell. This news was a big blow to him. Things had completely strayed off his estimation and out of his control. His original plan was to wait and watch Huang Xiaolong fight with the Fiend God Emperor Palace and Brightness Emperor Palace. He would then reap the benefits once these parties had suffered losses. But now the result was far from what he had imagined. Why? Suddenly, Heavenly Prince Dijing growled, and his face twisted in anger. Heavenly Prince Dijing's livid growl was heart-rending, and it was filled with deep unwillingness, dissatisfaction, self-pity, hatred, and bewilderment. Why? Heavenly Prince Dijing shouted repeatedly. He had the Heavenly Tao Godhead and Heaven's Tao physique. He was destined to be the ultimate ruler of the universe. If he were to get a chance to grow, he would remain undefeated and be the strongest person in the entire universe. But Huang Xiaolong had jumped out of nowhere. He was talented and possessed greater heaven-defying luck than Dijing. Dijing had always been proud of his talent until Huang Xiaolong had exposed his 3 king of supreme godheads and 3 archdevil bloodlines. All along his cultivation path, he had always been lucky and had come across numerous fortuitous adventures. Any time he had gone out for training, he would encounter a fortuitous adventure others could only dream of. However, he had recently realized that Huang Xiaolong's luck surpassed him by many levels. First, it was the 16 wings Huang Xiaolong had shown during the Battle of the Heavenly Court. And now it was the Lord of Hell's inheritance. Watching the Heavenly Prince Dijing yelling and shouting and losing his reason with soaring killing intent, Yan Tianchen wisely lowered his head as he quivered inside. In truth, even Yan Tianchen had begun sympathizing with the Heavenly Prince Dijing. Heavenly Emperor Dijun was stoically silent as he watched his son, but his expression clearly showed his sullen mood. A long time later, Heavenly Prince Dijing finally calmed down after venting out his frustration, hatred, and killing intent. He was like the calm lake surface that rippled slightly when caressed by the soft breeze. Imperial Father, what should we do now? Are we still sending troops to the Fiend God Emperor Palace? Heavenly Prince Dijing took several deep breaths before speaking calmly. According to their previous plan, they were supposed to send the heavenly army to the Fiend God Emperor Palace to reap the harvest of a fisherman. Heavenly Emperor Dijun sighed to the sky and said, "Forget it. Huang Xiaolong has already taken away the treasures inside the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury. If we send troops to the Fiend God Emperor Palace, we will just waste time and effort without getting any benefits at all." On top of that, we might draw Feng Chu's hatred. This kind of looting a burning house was most loathed. If the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasury was still there, it might even be worth it, but there was nothing left of the Fiend God Emperor Palace except for ruins. Then, can we send reinforcements to the Brightness Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and the Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace? Heavenly Prince Di Jing asked solemnly. Heavenly Emperor Di Jun nodded in agreement. That works. Just use the excuse that Brightness Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, and the others colluded with the Fiend God Emperor Palace and Nine Giant Corpse Tribe. Send troops to all 5 Emperor Palaces. Use this opportunity to pull the Brightness Emperor Palace by the root, and collect the other 5 Emperor Palaces' treasuries. Without further delay, Heavenly Emperor Di Jun issued a chain of edicts to Yen Tianqian. Yen Tianqian complied, then retreated, and made the necessary preparations for the army to move out to the Brightness Emperor Palace. After Yen Tianqian departed, the Heavenly Emperor Di Jun's eyebrows were locked in a frown. A gloomy light reflected in his eyes as he muttered, Huang Xiaolong is actually the Lord of Hell. I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill Huang Xiaolong with the ancient thunder maggots, and it won't take long for him to notice their existence inside his body. He would know that we did something to the Chaos Lightning Pool. What can he do even if he guesses that we tampered with the Chaos Lightning Pool? He was the one who wanted to take away the Chaos Lightning Pool by force. The King of Grand Mist also can't say anything. Heavenly Prince Di Jing argued. Heavenly Emperor Di Jun raised his head in melancholy and sighed. Heaven laughs while a man makes plans. The ancient thunder maggots can't kill him. Then again, even if Huang Xiaolong has the heart of hell, he still won't be able to expel the ancient thunder maggots out of his body unless he breaks through to the Emperor realm. Di Jing sneered maliciously as he went on. Not to mention, it won't be easy for him to break through to the Emperor realm with the ancient thunder maggots inside his body. The ancient thunder maggots would wreak havoc inside Huang Xiaolong's body from time to time, affecting his cultivation. Under normal circumstances, Huang Xiaolong could have broken through to Emperor realm in 2,000 years, but now it could take him more than 10,000 years due to the ancient thunder maggots. So, what if he has the heart of hell? Di Jing's face was slightly distorted, with a mix of negative emotions. Hell, and we have always stood on opposite sides. Hence, eradicating Huang Xiaolong needs no justification. Heavenly Emperor Di Jun shook his head. If Huang Xiaolong didn't have the King of Grand Mist and Grand Mist Emperor Palace as his backing, it wouldn't have been a problem eliminating Huang Xiaolong. However, everything changes with them as his backing. Therefore, we must be absolutely certain before taking any action. Now, the most important thing is to find the Heavenly Dao Stone for you to break through to Emperor Realm as soon as possible. Heavenly Prince Di Jing nodded. I know, Imperial Father. Don't worry. I will strive to break through to the Emperor Realm as soon as possible. Then, I will eliminate Huang Xiaolong before he breaks through to the Emperor Realm. I must kill him with my own hands. As he was saying this, the murderous aura around Heavenly Prince Di Jing soared to the sky. The real power of Heavenly Prince Di Jing's Heavenly Dao Godhead and Heaven's Dao Physique could only be truly displayed after breaking through to the Emperor Realm. At that time, the power of his Heavenly Dao Godhead and Heaven's Dao Physique would shock the universe. And killing Huang Xiaolong would be as easy as a turn of his palm. While the rest of the divine world was shocked that Huang Xiaolong had destroyed the Fiend God Emperor Palace and was the Lord of Hell, Huang Xiaolong was cultivating inside the Black Dragon flying ship. The return journey from the Fiend God Emperor Palace to Fortune Emperor Palace was going to take Huang Xiaolong and his group about 2 to 3 months. Huang Xiaolong wanted to use this time to refine Feng Chan's Archdevil bloodline, merging it into his own 3 Archdevils bloodlines. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged inside the cultivation room and circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Purple light enshrouded Huang Xiaolong entirely, and the 3 shadows of his Archdevil bloodlines emerged behind him. The 4 Chaos Lightning Pools lightning crackled non-stop on the surface of his forehead. While Huang Xiaolong continued to refine Feng Chan's Archdevil bloodline, he suddenly discovered slight abnormalities within his body, and he was surprised. This is An enigmatic blue eye opened on the center of Huang Xiaolong's forehead and shot out a blue light that enveloped his entire body. As the blue light enveloped his body, Huang Xiaolong could see the situation in every corner of his body. This vertical blue eye was the Blue Spectre Spring's Blue Spectre eye that could distinguish phantoms between real and unreal. Soon, Huang Xiaolong discovered minuscule worms hiding in his blood, emitting feeble lightning. Ancient thunder maggots? Huang Xiaolong's face was extremely solemn. When did these ancient thunder maggots enter his body? He hadn't even realized it. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong thought of a possibility. Jun. Killing intent burst out of Huang Xiaolong's eyes. There was only one possibility that these ancient thunder maggots were already inside the Heavenly Court's chaos lightning pool, and they had entered his body when he was refining them. And it was not a mere coincidence that they were inside the Heavenly Court's chaos lightning pool. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong sneered. Jun had schemed well, but he had made a mistake. Jun didn't know that his Grand Mist parasitic medium had reached the 4th stage. More accurately, Jun didn't know how terrifying the Grand Mist parasitic medium was. These ancient thunder maggots could harm others, but it was a small matter for Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong quickly continued circulating the Grand Mist parasitic medium. The Grand Mist qi in his body condensed into a swarm of tiny worms that began devouring the ancient thunder maggots hidden in his blood. In less than half a day, the hidden ancient thunder maggots within his body were completely devoured. After Huang Xiaolong devoured the ancient thunder maggots, he discovered that his strength had actually risen. Who would have thought that these ancient thunder maggots were a big supplement for him? At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to advance to the mid-8th order Heavenly Monarch realm. Though it was a small cultivation order between early 8th order and mid-8th order Heavenly Monarch realm, the increase in strength was more than 10%. At Huang Xiaolong's current cultivation realm, every small order advancement brought a drastic rise in strength. Huang Xiaolong also used the Blue Spectre eye to check every corner of his body in detail once again. He was inwardly relieved after confirming everything was intact. Huang Xiaolong remained inside the cultivation room and continued to cultivate as he swallowed heaven-suppressing 100 evil pills. Time flowed by. Soon, more than 2 months had passed. Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the cultivation room when the black dragon flying shark was close to arriving at the Fortune Emperor Palace. As Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the cultivation room, Fang Gong and others Emperor Palace's ancestors, on board the black dragon flying ship, were looking at Huang Xiaolong with strange gazes. In a little over 2 months since they had left the Fiend God Emperor Palace, they had already connected with their own sects and disciples. From their connections, these ancestors had learned what Huang Xiaolong had in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. More importantly, they now knew that Huang Xiaolong was the king of Grand Mist's personal disciple, and that Huang Xiaolong had obtained the Lord of Hell's inheritance, making him the new Lord of Hell. For a brief second, Fang Gong and the other ancestors were at a loss about how to address Huang Xiaolong. Your Majesty, the Nether King? One look at Fang Gong and the others' expressions. Huang Xiaolong more or less guessed their dilemma. He smiled and said, Uncle Fang, just call me Xiaolong like you usually do. Fang Gong was dazed for a second but nodded his head in the end. When Huang Xiaolong, Fang Gong, and the rest came out from the black dragon flying ship, everyone at the Fortune Emperor Palace, who had received the news, were already waiting for them outside. Father! Upon seeing Fang Gong, Fang Xianxia and Fang Mingyu rushed towards them, crying out in joy. Zhao Lei, Li Shan, Chen Yirong, Peng Shao, and the others also hurried forward right behind the siblings. Reunited once again, Fang Gong, Fang Xianxia, and Fang Mingyu were naturally emotional and had a lot to talk about. Huang Xiaolong tactfully stood some distance away and did not disturb them as he watched them with a smile on his face. A while later, Fang Xianxia stood in front of Huang Xiaolong with a demure but complicated expression and said, Thank you. The news that Huang Xiaolong was the Lord of Hell had reached every corner of the divine realm, and Fang Xianxia had naturally heard the news. Huang Xiaolong smiled. It's not a big problem. There is no need to use formality and say, Thank you, between you and me. Fang Xianxia nodded her head docilely and did not refute Huang Xiaolong. This was a rare occurrence. Xiaolong, Zhao Lei walked over with a wonderful expression on his face as he teased. You, kid, became the Lord of Hell after one trip to Hell. If you make a trip to the Devil World in the future, are you going to end up being the Devil World's Archdevil Lord? Huang Xiaolong blanked temporarily, then answered with a bright smile. It's a possibility. Since Huang Xiaolong needed to send Fanggon back to the Fortune Emperor Palace, he had changed his original plans. Initially, he had intended to head to the Solitude Emperor Palace and the other 4 Emperor Palaces directly from the Fiend God Emperor Palace. From there, he had planned to go to the Devil World. He had naturally planned to find the Devil World's 6 Devil Steels in the Devil World. He already had the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, and if he could find the other 5 Devil Steels, it could very likely make him the Devil World's Archdevil Lord. Zhao Lei laughed, hearing his disciple's narcissistic answer. You, kid, really know how to brag. All right then, when you become the Devil World's Archdevil Lord, I, your master, will call you Lord Archdevil. Huang Xiaolong chuckled happily. Then, I would have to call you Lord Archdevil's master. His words brought laughter from all around. Everyone subsequently proceeded into the Fortune Emperor Palace in a merry atmosphere. Huang Xiaolong, Fanggon, and Zhao Lei walked in a row. Others followed them, and at the back of the group were other Emperor Palace's ancestors that Huang Xiaolong had rescued from the Fiend God Emperor Palace. After they were rescued from the Fiend God Emperor Palace, these ancestors had already thought of forming a good relationship with Fortune Emperor Palace. Now that they had learned Huang Xiaolong's layers of identities, it further strengthened their thought of having a good relationship with Fortune Emperor Palace. Therefore, since Fanggon had not sent them away, these ancestors decided to cling onto the Fortune Emperor Palace. Zhao Lei and Fang Xianxian had prepared a banquet early on while they had awaited Huang Xiaolong and Fanggon's return. Everyone took their seats, and soon after the banquet started, a joyous atmosphere diffused throughout the Fortune Emperor Palace. First of all, they celebrated Huang Xiaolong's first-place victory in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, coupled with Fanggon's safe return. The Fortune Emperor Palace had yet to hold a celebration banquet for Huang Xiaolong's victory in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. The banquet went on into the night until the next day before everyone dispersed. Back in his Cultivation Palace inside the Fortune Divine Kingdom, Huang Xiaolong stood on the high mountain peak, immersed in deep thoughts. During the banquet, he had learned that the Heavenly Emperor Dijun had issued an imperial edict. He had sent troops to eradicate the Brightness Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace. Because Brightness Emperor Lanji and others had fled, the Heavenly Court had easily conquered them, and they had swept these several Emperor Palaces' treasuries clean. Dijun, Dijing, Huang Xiaolong muttered with an icy gaze. Naturally, he wouldn't forget about this matter. Huang Xiaolong took out his communication symbol and contacted Bei Xiaomei, requesting her Silver Fox Commerce to find Brightness Emperor Lanji and Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu's whereabouts. Huang Xiaolong felt like a lump was blocking his chest as he hadn't killed these two. Hence, Huang Xiaolong stayed at the Fortune Emperor Palace as he waited for Bei Xiaomei's response. A month later, Huang Xiaolong made a trip to the barbarian space at the floating Twilight Land. Huang Xiaolong had an inkling that the barbarian space was not as simple as it looked because of the lightning bead he had found before. Now, Huang Xiaolong knew that the realm above the Emperor Realm was called the Sovereign Realm. His master, the King of Grand Mist, and senior brother Jianghong were both ruler realm experts, but what about above the Sovereign Realm? He had a gut feeling that the lightning bead was not something of this universe. The natives of the barbarian space were ecstatic to see their great king Huang Xiaolong return. Naturally, kneeling in salute and catching up was inevitable for them. Huang Xiaolong stayed at the barbarian space for some time. However, he failed to discover the barbarian space's secrets. Several months later, Huang Xiaolong could only return to the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong received news from Bei Xiaomei just as he returned to the Fortune Emperor Palace. Lanji ran to the Radiance World? Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise as he read Bei Xiaomei's message. Feng Chu went to the Devil World. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had thought that Feng Chu would seek asylum from Hell's 9 giant corpse tribe, but Feng Chu had unexpectedly fled to the devil world. As Huang Xiaolong read Bei Xiaomei's message, a big smile gradually spread over his face. The devil world's myriad curses devil steel and glazed devil steel have appeared? According to Bei Xiaomei's message, the Silver Fox Commerce had found out that Feng Chu had fled to the devil world as the myriad curses devil steel and glazed devil steel were going to appear, and it was very likely that these two devil steels would appear at the devil world's eternal devil lands. But the news required further verification. Eternal devil lands. Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. Without wasting any time, he rushed to the Fortune Emperor Palace's library to find all the information about the Eternal Devil Lands. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong gained a sufficient understanding of the Eternal Devil Lands. The Eternal Devil Lands was the very end of the Devil World. The Eternal Devil Lands and Devil Holy Ground were considered as the axis of the Devil World. After gaining some knowledge about the Devil World and the Devil World's Eternal Devil Lands, Huang Xiaolong began making preparations for his trip to the Devil World. In truth, there weren't many things to prepare. He had recently collected the Fiend God Emperor Palace's treasures. Hence he had sufficient spiritual pills, more than enough spirit stones, and flying ships too. However, it was a pity that he did not have the Nether King flying ship by his side. Although the Black Dragon Throne was a high-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact, its speed was still a little slow to his liking. If the Nether King flying ship was by his side, he could reach the Devil World in the shortest time. What, you want to go to the Devil World's Eternal Devil Lands? Zhao Lei, Fang Gon, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and others were genuinely astonished by Huang Xiaolong's announcement. Huang Xiaolong nodded and explained in a short sentence, I got the news that Feng Chu fled to the Devil World. Of course, whether Feng Chu had fled to the Devil World or not, Huang Xiaolong had already intended to go to the Devil World. Not to mention, the myriad curses Devil Steel and Glazed Devil Steel were about to appear now. This trip to the Devil World was a must. The Devil World is too dangerous, and your identity is extremely sensitive. If the Devil World's archdevils discover you, it would be bad for you. Moreover, the Eternal Devil Lands is one of the Devil World's axes, filled with layers of restrictive array formations. Even a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert could die there. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao both looked extremely worried. Kid, I say it's fine if you want to go to the Devil World, but why must you go to the Eternal Devil Lands? Zhao Lei demanded as he glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong understood that his master and the others were concerned about his safety, so he smiled reassuringly and said, It's said that the myriad curses Devil Steel and Glazed Devil Steel are going to appear in the Eternal Devil Lands. This is also the reason Feng Chu has fled to the Eternal Devil Lands. So I want to go to take a look as well. What? The myriad curses Devil Steel, Glazed Devil Steel. Everyone was shocked by this news. A full 2 minutes later, Zhao Lei finally spoke. Don't tell me you plan to collect the great 6 Devil Steels and become the Archdevil Lord? I say, kiddo, even if your luck is bafflingly heaven-defying, this is something impossible. You're already the Lord of Hell, so you cannot be the Archdevil Lord. Fang Gon and the others nodded simultaneously in agreement. Huang Xiaolong grinned and said, Who made the rule that the Lord of Hell cannot be the Devil World's Archdevil Lord? His question stupefied Zhao Lei, Fang Gon, and others. There was no such rule indeed. Although there was no such precedence, it did not mean this was impossible. But Zhao Lei shook his head as he went on. The Devil World's Archdevil Lord has been missing for many years, and various forces experts have been searching high and low for the 6 Devil Steels he left behind. I have not heard of anyone finding any one of the 6 Devil Steels. It's easier said than done to gather all 6 Devil Steels. Why else did the Devil World not have a new Archdevil Lord for so long? Huang Xiaolong grinned. Zhao Lei, Fang Gon, and none of the people present knew the fact that he had the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, or they wouldn't have been so pessimistic. Precisely because he had the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, Huang Xiaolong was confident there would be a harvest in the Devil World's upcoming trip. With the Blood-Eye Devil Steel, his chances were much higher than Feng Chu and the rest with the same intention. When are you leaving? Peng Xiao asked a moment later, then hesitated. Why don't Xianxia and I go with you? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. The devil world's eternal devil lands is too dangerous. I'll be all right with the odd beasts with me. No need to accompany me. I know you all are worried about me, but it will be less dangerous with the odd beasts around me. I'll set off tomorrow. Tomorrow? So soon? Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao yelled out together. Since the rumors about the myriad curses Devil Steel and Glazed Devil Steel are circulating, it is likely to be true. Other than Feng Chu, there would be many other worlds experts entering the eternal devil lands. So the sooner I get there, the better. I will set off tomorrow, Huang Xiaolong explained. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao gave up persuading Huang Xiaolong. Early the next day, Huang Xiaolong left the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong had initially planned to leave 2 of the 4 odd beasts behind to protect Fortune Emperor Palace. But Fang Gon and Zhao Lei had refused and insisted Huang Xiaolong to take all 4 odd beasts with him, knowing that his trip to the devil world would have dangers lurking in every corner. Now that the Fiend God Emperor Palace was history, and Feng Chu had fled to the devil world, the Fortune Emperor Palace was safe for the time being. Defeated under everyone's insistence, Huang Xiaolong yielded and promised to take the 2 odd beasts he had intended to leave at the Fortune Emperor Palace. Before everyone's gaze, Huang Xiaolong left the Fortune Emperor Palace. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left the Fortune Emperor Palace, he summoned the Gate of Hell and crossed over to Hell. The distance was much shorter from Hell to the Devil World. Moreover, in Hell he could take the Nether King flying ship, which was faster. The Netherworld King's organization also had a certain degree of influence in the Devil World. Before heading to the Devil World, Huang Xiaolong planned to have Desolate Giant Tai Yu contact the Netherworld King's organization's forces on the Devil World side and make arrangements accordingly. He was unfamiliar with the Devil World. Thus, it would be more convenient and smoother if people helped him with arrangements on the Devil World side. Back on the Moh Plain, Desolate Giant Tai Yu and the others immediately notified the forces below when they learned that Huang Xiaolong was heading to the Devil World's Eternal Devil Lands. The Netherworld King's organization had some forces on the Devil World side and quite powerful ones. Among them were the Devil World's Een Crow sect, Rear Demon Cult, and 6 Nether Gate, and they were all secretly built by the Netherworld King's organization. More importantly, these 3 forces were all first-ranked forces of the Devil World. The 6th Nether Gate among them was located on the Eternal Devil Lands. After Desolate Giant Tai Yu contacted the 6th Nether Gate's chief and exhorted the necessary arrangements, Tai Yu and the others reported Hell's recent happenings to Huang Xiaolong. Your Majesty, the Eternal Devil Lands is full of dangers. Why don't we go along with you? Tai Yu suggested. Jin Yuan and the others looked expectantly at Huang Xiaolong. By now, the news of the myriad curses Devil Steel and Glazed Devil Steel's appearance had spread far and wide. Many forces of the Great 5 Worlds had heard this news. Hence, Tai Yu and the others naturally knew about it. Moreover, they knew the 2 Devil Steel's appearance had alerted some old devils that had been living in seclusion for a long time. Some of these old devils belonged to the same generation of the last Archdevil Lord with terrifying strengths. This was the main reason Tai Yu was worried about Huang Xiaolong's safety. No need. The 4 of you stay and guard the Netherworld King's organization's headquarters as a precaution against the 9 Een Giant Corpse tribe. Huang Xiaolong refused, shaking his head. Your Majesty, we've got word that the 9 Een Giant Corpse tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming might be heading to the Eternal Devil Lands too. Azura King Jin Yuan informed Huang Xiaolong. Shi Ming is going too? Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised. Logically speaking, the most urgent matter for Shi Ming right now was successfully completing the Blade of Death's forging instead of leaving the 9 Een Giant Corpse tribe's headquarters. Not to mention that the myriad curses Devil Steel and Glazed Devil Steel were of no use to the forging of the Blade of Death. Unless there was something essential for the Blade of Death's forging at the Eternal Devil Lands? Your Majesty, maybe we should go with you? Demon King Fan Hui persuaded Huang Xiaolong once more. Huang Xiaolong pondered for a while but still shook his head and refused. No need. You guys still have work in Hell. After all, Having more people didn't guarantee the finding of the myriad curses Devil Steel and Glazed Devil Steel speedily. On top of that, he could return to Hell swiftly through the Gate of Hell after finding the 2 Devil Steels. So bringing more people was inconvenient. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's decision was firm, Desolate Giant Tai Yu and the others could only comply respectfully. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong boarded the Nether King flying ship and departed from the Mo Plain before Desolate Giant Tai Yu and the others' gazes. With Huang Xiaolong on board, the Nether King flying ship turned into a streak of obsidian light, rapidly traversing across the vast space. To increase the flying ship speed, Huang Xiaolong resorted to fueling the Nether King flying ship's formation using high-grade Chaos Spirit stones with the 4 odd beasts at the helm. The Nether King flying ship was a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual flying ship that could fly faster than light. Its speed increased significantly with high-grade Chaos Spirit stones as fuel from using the usual low-grade Chaos Spirit stone. As the 4 odd beasts manipulated the flying ship with their god force at the helm, the speed rose further, surpassing 10% of the ship's original speed. If outside forces ancestors were to see Huang Xiaolong using high-grade Chaos Spirit stones to fuel a flying ship, they would probably be depressed to death. Had Huang Xiaolong been a disciple under them, these ancestors would have struck him to death with a slap. Even a super force like the Fiend God Emperor Palace was reluctant to use high-grade Chaos Spirit stones unless it was absolutely necessary and had no other choice. But Huang Xiaolong merely wanted to increase the flying ship speed just a little bit. With the 4 odd beasts taking the helm, Huang Xiaolong entered the cultivation room with ease. Inside the Nether King flying ship's cultivation room, Huang Xiaolong swallowed some heaven-suppressing 100 Evils pills and entered cultivation. After learning that the 9 Yin Giant Corpse tribe was advancing their plans to attack the divine world, Huang Xiaolong seized every moment he could to cultivate and grow stronger. Every small rise in his strength before the 9 Yin Giant Corpse tribe's attack on the divine world would increase his chances of survival. The days passed. Roughly 2 weeks later, the Nether King flying ship finally passed through the boundary barrier between Hell and the Devil World and arrived at the Devil World. Huang Xiaolong stopped cultivating and stepped out of the cultivation room. The Devil World sky was bleak and dreary. Dense clouds of devil qi dominated Huang Xiaolong's line of sight. These devil clouds varied in sizes. The smallest ones were several meters wide, whereas a huge devil cloud exceeded 10,000 li radius. From afar, these tens of thousands of devil clouds resembled a small floating black mainland. These dense devil clouds had formed through years of devil qi accumulation exuded by devil creatures. Each of these ordinary-looking black clouds actually contained a shocking amount of devil energy. The average heavenly monarch realm chaos spiritual artifacts could hardly scatter these devil clouds based on their strengths. Huang Xiaolong looked towards one of the closest plains to him. Every mountain, river, and forest within this plain was clearly displayed in Huang Xiaolong's mind through his eye of hell. The mountains in hell were mostly sharp and tall, but the Devil World's mountains were higher. River currents were strong and vigorous, and the forest trees were dominated by black color. Red or green leaves were rare. The Devil World exuded an imposing grandness that neither the Divine World nor Hell had. After looking around for a while, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Nether King flying ship and ordered the 4 odd beasts to direct the flying ship towards the Eternal Devil Lands. His flying route was prepared early on by Tai Yu and the others, and it was the shortest route to the Eternal Devil Lands. Though this route was the shortest, it was off the beaten track, passing through sparsely inhabited areas, which were mostly bandits and robbers' nests. Hence it was not very safe. But this level of danger was negligible to Huang Xiaolong. To reduce the number of troubles, Huang Xiaolong still made some changes to the Nether King flying ship's appearance. The flying ship's body was covered with Devil World's runes and enshrouded in roiling devil qi. In general, the sides of the Devil World's flying ships were usually engraved with devil runes. The Nether King flying ship flew on while Huang Xiaolong returned to the cultivation room to cultivate. Despite being the shortest route to the Eternal Devil Lands, it would still take more than a month for Huang Xiaolong to arrive at the destination. Overall, the Devil World was divided into 36 regions. The Eternal Devil Lands were located on the Devil World's frigid north region. There were 4 biggest regions among the 36 regions, and the frigid north region was one of them. As its name indicated, the frigid north region was located on the Devil World's northernmost part. A low-grade Grand Mist spiritual flying ship would take more than a decade to reach the eternal Devil Lands at this distance, unless it had the Nether King flying ship speed. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong came across quite a few bandits' nests, and of the 4 odd beasts swiftly and easily resolved these troubles. The flying ship sailed on smoothly. More than a month later, the Nether King flying ship finally reached the frigid North City. Upon arriving at the frigid North region, Huang Xiaolong did not head straight to the Eternal Devil Lands but had the 4 odd beasts drive the Nether King flying ship to the 6th Nether Gate. The 6th Nether Gate was one of the Devil World's first-ranked forces, and it had a great amount of influence in the frigid North region. Although the 6th Nether Gate was not within Devil World's top 100 forces, it was one of the top 10 forces in the frigid North region, and it ranked 8th. It took the Nether King flying ship another 2 days to enter the 6th Nether Gate's territory. At the boundary, Huang Xiaolong put away the Nether King flying ship and flew towards the 6th Nether mainland with the 4 odd beasts. The frigid North region was a land of extremely low temperature with only one season throughout the year, winter, with black snow drifting from the sky. If someday the snow stopped falling, that would be a 100,000 years rare phenomenon. Thus, wherever Huang Xiaolong looked, he saw mountain ranges covered in thick black snow. Even trees in the forest were completely hidden under the thick layers of snow that no one could tell what tree it was. In less than an hour, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the 6th Nether mainland's biggest city on the mainland central, the 6th Nether City. The 6th Nether City was more crowded than Huang Xiaolong had expected. Stepping onto the 6th Nether City streets, he saw various forces experts coming and going from all directions. These pedestrians exuded faint devil chi from their bodies. Everyone born here had this innate devil chi. However, imitating this trait with his archdevil supreme godhead required no effort at all. This innate devil chi was even less a problem for the 4 odd beasts. The 4 of them cultivated darkness element techniques. Darkness element cultivation and devil cultivators had many overlapping similarities. As Huang Xiaolong strolled down the streets, he inquired about the 6th Nether Gate Manor's location and headed there directly. "I've heard the Devil Ape cult wants to ally with our 6th Nether Gate to venture into the Eternal Devil Lands to search for the myriad curses Devil Steel and Glazed Devil Steel. I wonder if it's true." Right now, a passing-by 6th Nether Gate's disciple's words caught Huang Xiaolong's attention. "The Devil Ape cult bears no goodwill in wanting to ally with our 6th Nether Gate, and forming an alliance is just a nice way of putting it. In truth, they merely want our 6th Nether Gate to scout the way for them around the frigid North region. If the myriad curses Devil Steel and Glazed Devil Steel fall into their hands, they will grab everything. Our 6th Nether Gate won't have a share of the pie." One of the 6th Nether Gate's disciples seethed. "It is said that the Devil Ape cult's young master is here in the 6th Nether City. This morning, he summoned our gate chief to go see him personally." Another 6th Nether Gate's disciple was disgruntled and went on. "He's just the Devil Ape cult's young master. How dare he order our 6th Nether Gate chief to see him personally? Tui, who does he think he is?" Huang Xiaolong was sorely tempted after hearing that. Before arriving, Huang Xiaolong had thoroughly investigated the Devil World, and he had learned about the Devil Ape cult. The Devil Ape cult was no pushover, and the Stone Ape Archdevil had founded them. In fact, they ranked in the top 5 among the powers located in the Devil World. As for the Stone Ape Archdevil, he was one of the 12 Archdevils who had served under the Archdevil Lord in the past. Even though he wasn't as strong as the Yellow Springs Archdevil or the Black Killer Archdevil, he wasn't too far off. Out of the 12 Archdevils, the Stone Ape Archdevil ranked 6th in combat prowess. Every single one of the 12 Archdevils possessed astonishing might. Their prestige alone could surpass the rivers of time, and even though the Stone Ape Archdevil only ranked the 6th, he was already a terrifying existence. Even though the 6th Nether Gate was one of the superpowers of the Devil World, they couldn't compare to the Devil Ape cult. If one really tried to make the comparison, they would be comparing a firefly to the moon. After half an hour, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the 6th Nether headquarters, but the patrolling disciples in the area stopped him. This is the Six Nether Gates headquarters. If you don't have an invitation, you are not allowed to go in, one of the disciples warned. Huang Xiaolong casually retrieved the greenish-black token given to him by desolate giant Taiyu. Ask your chief to come out to meet me here. Huang Xiaolong passed the token to the disciples and ordered. It was clear he wasn't going to waste his time explaining his purpose to a mere guard. In an instant, all of the disciples felt their expression turning gloomy. The disciple who had spoken to Huang Xiaolong held the token and tossed it around in his hands. Seeing that it was something he didn't recognize, a layer of frost covered his face. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and said, "Brat, are you here to look for trouble? Who the hell are you? How dare you demand to meet with our chief with a token you found on the ground? Do you really think you're the young master of the devil ape cult? If you don't leave, we'll take you down right here and now. We'll give you a taste of our soul-destroying methods and allow you to enjoy the pleasure of living in hell." Another disciple chimed in. Huang Xiaolong frowned. Didn't Taiyu say that he went to greet the Six Nether Gates chief? Why do these disciples not recognize the token? Before Huang Xiaolong could reply, a group of people mounted on beasts made their way over. As soon as the disciples caught sight of the newcomers' group, they ran up and kneeled on the ground in a hurry. "We greet the young master, elders and grand elders." This group of people consisted of the young master of the Six Nether Gate, Gao Fan, and the various elders and grand elders. Every year, Gao Fan would leave the Six Nether City for the land of devil beasts to hunt devil beasts. He would use the chance to improve himself and take various elders and grand elders to accompany him. After Gao Fan pardoned the disciples before him, his gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong. "What's going on?" The disciples didn't dare to hide anything from Gao Fan, and they replied hastily, replying to young master. This guy brought along some random token and demanded to see the chief. "We are trying to chase him away now. Brat, you had better get lost right now. It's a crime deserving of 100 deaths if you block our young master's path." The disciple who held Huang Xiaolong's token yelled at him with a gloomy expression. "Why are you talking so much crap from someone like that? Just throw him out." One of the grand elders snapped. "Hold it." Before the disciples could do anything to Huang Xiaolong, Gao Fan seemed to have thought of something, and he hastily called out, "Bring that token to me." When the elders and grand elders saw Gao Fan's reaction, they swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. No matter how suspicious and hesitant they were, none of them dared to delay and passed over the token to Gao Fan. When he accepted the token, he saw the word Nether engraved in its center. The word was carved with an extraordinary method, and the moment Gao Fan laid his eyes on it, a shocked expression filled his face. His hands trembled, and he kneeled before Huang Xiaolong. Six Nether Gates' young master, Gao Fan, welcomes Lord. Lord. Everyone felt a bomb going off in their heads, and they didn't dare to believe that Gao Fan was the one kneeling in front of a stranger. This? The disciples felt as though the heavens and earth had switched places, and they had no idea what was going on. The blood drained from their faces. Even though they didn't know who Huang Xiaolong was, they knew that his identity wasn't whatever they had thought. Otherwise, Gao Fan wouldn't need to kneel before him. In fact, even someone like Gao Fan wasn't clear on Huang Xiaolong's identity. He had only received the news from his father that one of the big shots from the Netherworld Kings organization would be visiting them. He hadn't said anything about the big shot's identity, and he had simply ordered Gao Fan to treat this big shot with great respect if he ran into him. Huang Xiaolong looked at Gao Fan and felt that it was nothing out of the ordinary. "Get up." Huang Xiaolong pardoned Gao Fan. "Thank you, Lord." Gao Fan didn't forget to pay his respects as he returned Huang Xiaolong's token with both hands. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate as he retrieved the token. "Lord, this way, please. I'll get my father to welcome you personally," Gao Fan said after he returned Huang Xiaolong's token. "There's no need." Huang Xiaolong paused for a moment before continuing. "Let's go in together." "Yes, Lord." Gao Fan didn't dare to disobey Huang Xiaolong's order, and he complied immediately. Under the Six Nether Gates' young master's warm welcome, Huang Xiaolong entered the Six Nether headquarters. Those disciples who had stopped Huang Xiaolong felt their faces go pale, and the Grand Elder who had ordered for him to be thrown out felt panic rising in his heart. As for the other elders and Grand Elders, they looked at each other in disbelief. However, when they saw how respectfully Gao Fan was treating Huang Xiaolong, they had no choice but to follow behind the two of them. All of them tried to guess Huang Xiaolong's identity in their hearts. Before Huang Xiaolong could get comfortable in his seat, a black armored man with bushy eyebrows walked into the hall in great haste. A pretty young girl with a heroic air followed closely behind him. "Chief!" All the elders and Grand Elders greeted the moment they saw the middle-aged man. Of course, this middle-aged man was the chief of the Sixth Nether Gate, Gao Chongran. Gao Chongran of the Sixth Nether Gate greets the Lord. "I failed to welcome you personally, but I hope the Lord will forgive me." Gao Chongran didn't bother about the rest, and he headed straight for Huang Xiaolong. He kneeled on the ground and greeted respectfully. "Gao Mengyao of the Sixth Nether Gate greets Lord." The pretty lady who followed behind Gao Chongran got to her knees and greeted Huang Xiaolong. Of course, Huang Xiaolong knew that Gao Mengyao was Gao Chongran's daughter. He also knew that she had a supreme talent for cultivation. She wasn't just an expert in the Sixth Nether Gate's younger generation, but she was also famed as one of strongest experts of the younger generation of frigid North City. "All of you can rise," said Huang Xiaolong. They only dared to rise to their feet after Huang Xiaolong's order. When the Grand Elders and Elders saw how their chief kneeled before Huang Xiaolong, they felt shocked. Especially the Grand Elder, who had ordered to throw out Huang Xiaolong, was more shocked. It was as though all the blood had drained from his body. "I heard about the events that happened at the gates. This subordinate is at fault, and I will accept Lord's punishment." Gao Chongran cupped his fists and said. He lowered his head, and he didn't dare to breathe loudly before Huang Xiaolong. With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong pardoned all of them. "It's fine. Let all of them leave." Huang Xiaolong didn't blame Gao Chongran for not publicizing his identity to the Sixth Nether Gate's disciples. He knew what Gao Chongran was thinking, and he didn't place the previous encounter in his heart. "Yes, Lord," Gao Chongran acknowledged before turning around to address the Sixth Nether Gate's members. "Take your leave." Of course, no one dared to go against his order, and all of them left the hall. Gao Chongran swept his gaze past his son, Gao Feng, and daughter, Gao Mengyao, requesting them to leave as well. When everyone had left the hall, Gao Chongran kneeled before Huang Xiaolong once again and kowtowed. "Gao Chongran greets your majesty, the king of hell. Your majesty is invincible throughout the lands." In fact, he had informed his children about Huang Xiaolong's background. Both of them knew that he was from the Netherworld King's organization, but they didn't know his exact position. Without Huang Xiaolong's order, no one dared to leak his position in the organization carelessly. After allowing Gao Chongran to stand, Huang Xiaolong started to ask him about the matters regarding the frigid North City and the Eternal Devil Lands. Gao Chongran didn't dare to hide anything and replied with whatever knowledge he had. He told Huang Xiaolong everything he knew, down to the smallest detail. Before long, Huang Xiaolong gained a better picture of the situation. After hearing Gao Chongran's report, Huang Xiaolong frowned. It seemed as though things were much more complicated than he had thought. Along with the news of the birth of the Myriad Curses Devil Steel and the Glazed Devil Steel, tons of hidden masters had emerged. The frigid North City was filled with experts and beasts overnight. It seemed as though all the experts from the 36 cities had gathered in frigid North City. Right now, frigid North City was experiencing an unprecedented boom. Typically, one wouldn't be able to see existences who had surpassed the Emperor realm even if they waited for 1,000,000,000 years. However, based on the Sixth Nether Gates report, 5 of those existences had gathered in the frigid North City. It was unimaginable that 5 overlords had gathered in the same city at the same time. However, reality proved otherwise. They were currently gathered in the frigid North City. Did the ancestor of the massacring god's gate, Qi Han, come as well? Huang Xiaolong felt that it was a little inconvincible. "Indeed, Your Majesty," We received news that Chu Han is currently residing in the Silver Devil Sect's headquarters. Silver Devil Sect. A light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The Silver Devil Sect was the third-ranked superpower in the frigid North City. It was also ranked in the top 20 of the entire Devil world. Even though their position was still far from the Devil Ape cult, they were way stronger than the Sixth Nether Gate. The Sixth Nether Gate considered the Silver Devil Sect as an insurmountable existence. Since Chu Han could reside in their headquarters, it seemed as though his relationship with them was something out of the ordinary. Suddenly, one of the Grand Elders of the Sixth Nether Gate entered the hall and reported to Gao Changran. Chief, the young master of the Devil Ape cult, sent a transmission symbol to us. He said. Halfway through the report, the Grand Elder's words ground to a halt. What did he say? Gao Changran asked. Where's the transmission symbol? The Grand Elder hastily retrieved a transmission symbol and passed it over to Gao Changran. The moment Gao Changran read it, his face dropped. He ordered the Grand Elder to leave the hall. Your Majesty, please take a look. As soon as the Grand Elder had left, Gao Changran passed the transmission symbol to Huang Xiaolong. Accepting it, Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze over it and saw that the young master of the Devil Ape cult had commanded Gao Changran to rush over to the Heavenly Punishment Pavilion in the Sixth Nether City. If he failed to do so, there would be severe consequences. It was a clear threat. Of course, it was clear as day that the young master of the Devil Ape cult was saying that the Devil Ape cult would move against the Sixth Nether Gate if they failed to comply. There was no doubt that the young master of the Devil Ape cult was able to openly threaten Gao Changran due to the overwhelming strength of the faction behind him. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. There's no need to care about him. It's just the Devil Ape cult. Yes. Since the King of Hell commanded him to ignore the message, Gao Changran felt like a 100-ton boulder was lifted off his chest. Have we prepared everything we need to enter the Eternal Devil Lands? As the name suggested, the frigid North City experienced extreme winter. Since the Eternal Devil Lands was located deep past that, they couldn't avoid the bone-piercing chill. The coldness would seep deep into one's soul, and there was definitely a need to be well prepared. Armor and divine pills to ward away the cold were a must. Your Majesty, please rest assured that I have already prepared everything we need. I sent someone to purchase a batch of Fire Phoenix Divine Armor. We also bought a batch of Fire Dragon Scorched Heavenly Pills. Everything should be ready in a few days. I have also ordered for someone to buy an Icy Dragon Phoenix Spirit Ship. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. That's great. Make some preparations. As soon as things are ready, we'll leave for the Eternal Devil Lands. Gao Changran bowed in acknowledgement, and Huang Xiaolong allowed him to take his leave. When Gao Changran returned to his palace, he saw both his son and daughter waiting for him in the main hall. He knew that they were curious about the events that had happened with regards to Huang Xiaolong. Father, what is the Lord's identity? Why would you need to kowtow to him? Could he be the personal disciple of one of the great commanders of the Netherworld King's organization? Gao Mengyao couldn't hold back her curiosity. Of course, Gao Changran shook his head. He said in a solemn tone, the Lord's identity isn't something you can casually ask about. Enough. The news about him being from the Netherworld King's organization cannot be leaked. Otherwise, we won't be able to clean our names even if we were to die 100 deaths. Ensure none of the elders and grand elders speak a word about today's matter. If they do, they will be charged with treason. Both Gao Fan and Gao Mengyao felt their hearts shaking as they replied, Yes, Father. Father, are we really going to the Eternal Devil Lands? Gao Fan asked all of a sudden. The Eternal Devil Lands are filled with restrictions, and many superpowers have their sights set on it as well. With the power of our Sixth Nether Gate, even if we really locate the two Devil Steels, we won't be able to keep them. We might even invite a sect-destroying disaster. Gao Changren chuckled. You do not need to worry about this. The Lord has his arrangements. If we really find the two Devil Steels, the Lord will reward us handsomely. The rewards he will be giving are something you can't even begin to imagine. He knew that the current King of Hell was extremely generous when it came to rewards. By the time an hour had passed, the young master of the Devil Ape cult, Wu Jingnan, sat in the heavenly punishment pavilion as he boiled with rage. How dare Gao Chongran refuse to turn up? Didn't I give him an invitation? Is Gao Chongran disrespecting my devil ape cult? Li Tong. Wu Jingnan's cold voice sounded out all of a sudden. This subordinate is present. One of the ancestors, who was standing beside him, replied respectfully. Gather everyone. We're going to the 6th Nether Gate headquarters. Wu Jingnan stood up, and a majestic aura surrounded him. Everyone in the hall looked at each other hesitantly. Young master, why don't we wait for the chief and Lord Archdevil before doing anything? Li Tong hesitated for a moment before replying. He was clear as day as to what Wu Jingnan wanted to do after arriving at the 6th Nether Gate. What? It's just a mere 6th Nether Gate. Do you expect the chief and Lord Archdevil to make a move personally? Wu Jingnan's expression dropped. Are you guys looking down on me? Do you think that as the young master of our devil ape cult, I won't be able to take down the 6th Nether Gate on my own? All the ancestors present sealed their mouths shut and refused to reply. That's not what we mean. Another ancestor, Tian Chongyue, broke the silence. However, there are too many powers gathered in the frigid North City right now. If we make a move on the 6th Nether Gate out of the blue, the Poison Wolf Sect and the Blue Puppet Gate might hit us when we're down. Moreover, we are here for the Myriad Curses Devil Steel and Glazed Devil Steel. Before the two steels appear, we shouldn't start a battle with anyone. Even though exterminating the 6th Nether Gate was as easy as snapping a finger for the Devil Ape cult, they would definitely need to pay a certain price to do so. Right now, all they wanted was to preserve their peak fighting strength. They had to use everything in their possession to fight for the two Devil Steels. Wu Jingnan frowned, and he harumphed. Fine. I shall allow the 6th Nether Gate to run rampant for several more days. As soon as the Chief and Lord Archdevil arrive, I will deal with them however I like. All the ancestors nodded their heads when they heard that Wu Jingnan was willing to listen to reason. No matter what, Wu Jingnan was the young master of the Devil Ape cult. Hence, refusing his command was equivalent to disobeying the orders of the Devil Ape cult. They had to punish the 6 Nether Gates no matter what. If they didn't, then the reputation of the Devil Ape cult would go down the drain. Even though we need to wait for the Chief and Lord Archdevil before barging into the 6th Nether Gate, we can still teach them a lesson now. Otherwise, they will think that we're nothing more than sick cats. Wu Jingnan sneered. What is young master's order? Li Tong asked. Pass down my order. If any of our disciples meet the 6th Nether Gate's disciples in these few days, waste their cultivation. If any one of them dares to resist, kill them immediately. That's a great method. Tian Chongyue nodded his head in approval. In an instant, all the disciples of the Devil Ape cult received an order. They were to cripple or kill any disciples of the 6th Nether Gate on sight. Even after crippling them, the Devil Ape cult's disciples could freely decide whether or not to kill them. 2 hours passed just like that. Gao Chongran and the other Grand Elders looked extremely solemn in the 6th Nether Gate headquarters when they received news about their disciples being crippled or killed on the streets. Even though it had only been 2 hours, the Devil Ape cult's members had injured and killed more than 1,000 of 6 Nether Gate's disciples. Even though 1,000 disciples was nothing more than a hair on 9 oxen compared to the millions of 6 Nether Gate's disciples, some of those who were crippled or killed were core disciples of the faction. Every single one of them was a massive loss to the 6th Nether Gate. The faces of Gao Fan and Gao Mengyao were extremely ugly as well. Father, the Devil Ape cult has crossed the line, Gao Fan raged. They dare to openly kill members of our 6th Nether Gate in 6th Nether City. They are obviously looking down on us. Lord Father, please relay the order to allow us to counterattack. We cannot endure the humiliation any longer. Gao Mengyao nodded her head in support. We will kill an equal number of their disciples that they have killed from 6th Nether Gate. It was too bad that Gao Chongren shook his head to stop the two of them from going any further. Do you think that I'm pleased about the situation? The Devil Ape cult is ranked 5th in the Devil world. We are not a match for them. If we make a rash move, we might affect the Lord's plan. Father, why don't you report this to the Lord? He might have something to say about this. Gao Fan asked. The Lord is in secluded cultivation right now. He ordered us not to disturb him unless something important crops up. Gao Chongran hesitated for a moment and continued. If we disturb him because of something that happened to our sixth nether gate, it wouldn't be appropriate, right? Father, this isn't a small matter. If this happens, all the core disciples of our sixth nether gate will get killed. The Devil Ape cult probably won't leave it at that. In 2 days, when the Devil Ape cult's chief and archdevil arrive, they will probably exterminate our sixth nether gate. Gao Mengyao pleaded. Of course, the Devil Ape cult wanted to exterminate the sixth nether gate to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. With so many superpowers gathered in the frigid North City, the Devil Ape cult had managed to pick out the 6 nether gates. It was evident that they felt that the 6 nether gates didn't have a strong superpowers backing. All right, I will report this to the Lord immediately. Gao Chongren thought about it for a moment before nodding his head. If the Devil Ape cult leader and the Stone Ape Archdevil want to make a move on the 6th nether gate, it would be in his best interest to report everything to His Majesty immediately. Otherwise, it might even mess up His Majesty's plans to head over to the Eternal Devil Lands. Goa Chang'an rushed over to Huang Xiaolong's palace, where he had entered secluded cultivation, and he carefully called out to Huang Xiaolong. When Huang Xiaolong appeared, Gao Chongran reported everything the Devil Ape cult had done to the 6 Nether Gates members. In 2 hours, more than 1,000 disciples of our 6 Nether Gate died. A frown slowly formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Yes, Your Majesty, the King of Hell, that is true. I'm extremely sorry for disturbing your cultivation for such a small matter. Gao Chongren lowered his head and apologized profusely. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and brushed it off. This isn't a small matter. Where is Wu Jingnan now? Gao Chongran replied. I received a report that Wu Jingnan has just left the Heavenly Punishment Pavilion. He is currently strolling through the medicinal market with the various experts of the Devil Ape cult. However, I also heard that the Devil Ape cult chief and the Stone Ape Archdevil would be arriving soon. If Your Majesty personally moves against them, I'm afraid that you will no longer be able to keep your identity hidden. It won't be advantageous for us when we fight for the Devil Steels. If Huang Xiaolong's identity were to leak, all the superpowers and experts would increase their vigilance towards Huang Xiaolong. He might even attract the attention of the 9 Yin Corpse tribe's ancestor, Shiming, and the old ancestor of the massacring God's Gate, Chu Han. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Since you're one of my men, I won't leave you to die. As long as the Devil Steels are fated to be mine, they can't do anything even if they expose my identity. Let's go. You're going to the medicinal market with me. Huang Xiaolong got to his feet and prepared to leave. Gao Chongran felt a trace of warmth spouting in his heart, and he respectfully acknowledged the order. He brought Huang Xiaolong to the medicinal market in 6 Nether City. This time, Gao Chongran didn't bring anyone along with him. He was the only one following behind Huang Xiaolong as they left for the market. After all, Huang Xiaolong was going to move against the Devil Ape cult personally. The lesser people who knew about this, the better. When Huang Xiaolong and Gao Chongran left the 6 Nether Gate headquarters, none of the Grand Elders or Elders knew of their departure. The medicine market was located in the 6 Nether City's central zone, and it wasn't too far away from the 6 Nether Gate headquarters. With their speed, the two of them quickly arrived at the medicine market. When they arrived, Wu Jingnan, the young master of the Devil Ape cult, was still strolling around with the Devil Ape cult's experts. He wanted to see if there were any rare medicinal herbs worth buying, but it seemed like he had found the market disappointing. All the spiritual pills and herbs sold in the 6 Nether City's medicine market are nothing more than trash. No, correct that. They are worse than trash. Wu Jingnan shook his head and continued. If I had known that before coming, I wouldn't have even bothered. Li Tong chuckled as he followed behind him. Even though 6 Nether City belongs to the 6 Nether Gate, how can the main city of a small faction be compared to the main city of our Devil Ape cult? The medicinal ingredients and spiritual pills sold in our cities are of a much higher grade compared to this trash. Tian Chongyue laughed as well. Oh right, speaking of spiritual pills, young lady Xing Yinhua is said to be the most talented alchemist in the younger generation. I heard that she has come to frigid North City as well. Xianxia was the heavenly punishment archdevil's daughter, and he was the top-ranked archdevil ancestor in the devil world. She was considered as one of the 3 most talented geniuses of her generation. Rumors had it that the heavenly punishment archdevil ancestor had already surpassed the emperor realm. He was in charge of the number 1 superpower in the devil world, the heavenly punishment sect. As for the heavenly punishment pavilion, it was set up by the heavenly punishment sect. They had opened up stores in various prominent cities, and it was comparable to the Yin Yang restaurant in hell. Oh? Young lady Xianxia came as well? Wu Jingnan's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in pleasant surprise. She was one of the 3 supreme geniuses in the devil world, and she was also one of the 4 beauties. She had tons of suitors, and Wu Jingnan was one of them. Could even be said that, with a single sentence from Xianxia, countless young masters of various superpowers would willingly give up their lives to please her. That's right. Young Lady Xing is here. She is currently on the frigid North Continent. Xianxia chuckled. I heard that the heavenly punishment archdevil ancestor would be arriving soon. I also heard that he was shocked when he heard about the news of the 2 devil steals when he left seclusion. Li Tong continued. In the past, the 12 archdevil ancestors were unstoppable when they joined hands to sweep across the lands. Their might shook the myriad of worlds. Yellow Springs archdevil ancestor, Black Killer archdevil ancestor, and Scarlet Jewel archdevil ancestor disappeared soon after the disappearance of the archdevil lord. Right now, the 9 archdevil ancestors are no longer of one mind. If they were, how would outsiders from the other worlds dare to infringe on our devil world to steal the 2 devil steals? It was true. If the 9 archdevil ancestors banded together, even Ming of the 9 Yin Giant Corpse tribe and Chu Han of the Massacring God's Gate wouldn't dare to move rashly. Wait for another 2 days. The moment the chief and archdevil ancestor arrive, we'll take care of the 6 Nether Gate and head for the eternal devil lands. Wu Jingnan sneered. He didn't care if the 9 archdevil ancestors were of one mind or not. The only thing he cared about was Xianxia. Ever since he had seen her during his last visit to the heavenly punishment sect, he had fallen in love with her. Take care of my 6 Nether Gate? You sure know how to talk big. A cold harumph broke his train of thoughts. Everyone was stunned as they stared at the source of the voice. The void started to shake, and Gao Chongran of the 6 Nether Gate appeared in midair. The members of the Devil Ape cult were surprised when they saw a black-haired young man standing in front of Gao Chongran. Li Tong and Xianxia stared at each other and saw the sense of suspicion lurking in each other's eyes. It was evident that they were extremely curious about the young man's identity. Huang Xiaolong revealed a devil's mark at the space between his eyebrows, and he emitted shocking amounts of devil qi as he stood in the space before them. Wu Jingnan stared at Gao Chongran, and he laughed coldly. Oh, look who it is. It's Chief Gao. What? Are you here to take revenge for your disciples? Do you think an 8th Order Emperor Realm cultivator like you will be able to do as you wish? Even though Gao Chongran was at the early 8th Order Emperor Realm, Li Tong and Xianxia were both 9th Order Emperors. In fact, Li Tong was at the mid-9th Order Emperor Realm, and Xianxia was at the late 9th Order Emperor Realm. As for the several other ancestors standing around him, they were all experts in the 7th Order Emperor Realm. As for Huang Xiaolong, Wu Jingnan could see that he was a mere 8th Order Heavenly Monarch. Gao Chongran growled in a low voice. Wu Jingnan, do you really think that my 6th Nether Gate is a pushover? Wu Jingnan burst into laughter when he heard what Gao Chongran said. I'm sorry. I really do think so. He turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong and continued. Brat, are you here to seek justice for the 6th Nether Gate? I'll give you some precious advice now. Do not interfere with the matters of my devil ape cult. If you drag yourself into this, you might even implicate the power behind you. It was clear that Huang Xiaolong was the person Gao Chongran had found to stick up for him. According to Wu Jingnan, Huang Xiaolong was a young master of some superpower somewhere in the devil world. Of course, he didn't care about Huang Xiaolong's so-called status in the devil world. In the eyes of the devil ape cult, there was no need to show respect to any other powers. He could identify the young masters of the top 10 superpowers in the devil world, and he was sure that Huang Xiaolong was not one of them. Huang Xiaolong ignored him and said with indifference, "You're looking too highly upon yourself. A mere devil-ape cult isn't enough for me to lower my head. I don't need to explain myself to you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Jingnan stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. However, rage overcame him in the next moment. "Brat, you're looking to die." Li Tong frowned, and he stared at Huang Xiaolong. "Who are you? You better stop behaving so arrogantly before us." He had never seen anyone who dared to show such disrespect to the devil-ape cult before. As the fifth-ranked superpower in the devil world, the devil-ape cult wasn't one to be trifled with. Even though their backer, the stone ape archdevil ancestor, ranked 6th among the 12 archdevil ancestors, he was still a peak 10th order Emperor realm expert. Right now, the black-haired young man before them was blatantly looking down on them. Not to mention that the black-haired young man before them was a mere heavenly monarch. If not for suspecting Huang Xiaolong's identity, Li Tong would have already killed him for disrespecting the devil-ape cult. "You don't need to know who I am," Huang Xiaolong said. "I'm here today to seek justice for the disciples of the Sixth Nether Gate. Hand over all the disciples who made a move against our disciples right now. The Sixth Nether Gate will take care of them for you. All of you should just apologize on the city gate of Sixth Nether City after you do that, and we'll call it a day." Huang Xiaolong didn't wish to clash with any superpowers if there was no need for it. Wu Jingnan, Li Tong, Tian Changyue, and the others felt their vision spinning. They didn't dare to believe their ears. What did he just say? Hand over our disciples to the Sixth Nether Gate and apologize in public. Wu Jingnan started to chuckle, and it escalated to roaring laughter that resounded through the air. Li Tong, Tian Changyue, and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong with a frigid expression on their faces, and a chilly light flashed through their eyes. When Huang Xiaolong looked at Wu Jingnan roaring with laughter, an indifferent expression hung on his face. After a full minute, Wu Jingnan's laughter finally died down. However, a smile remained on his face, and he looked extremely amused. Before anyone could react, the expression on Wu Jingnan's face changed in an instant. His smile froze, and a frosty look appeared on his face. Killing intent burst out of him, and he glared at Gao Chongran. "Gao Chongran, I was planning to let your Sixth Nether Gate live for a few more days. I had planned on taking care of you after Lord Archdevil Ancestor came. I had never thought that you would be stupid enough to run all the way here to spout your bullshit in front of me. Right now I am unhappy. I am extremely unhappy. As such, I have decided to destroy you." He pointed at Huang Xiaolong, and his eyes turned completely bloodshot. "This little bastard will die as well. I will let him die a horrible death, and after killing the two of you, I will head over to your headquarters. I have heard that your daughter is rather pretty. I can allow her to live for a few more years after she agrees to be my slave." The killing intent in Wu Jingnan's heart rose to the extreme. Huang Xiaolong had managed to trigger him this time. He had initially thought about killing off the Sixth Nether Gate's disciples and teaching them a small lesson after tens of thousands of them died. After his father and the Archdevil Ancestor's arrival, he was going to allow Gao Chongran to live if he were to submit to the Devil Ape cult. When his words entered Gao Chongran's ears, Gao Chongran glared at him. It was too bad he didn't dare to move without Huang Xiaolong's order. Huang Xiaolong stared at Wu Jingnan, and he shook his head slowly. "I never wanted to blow things up. Since you refused to take the chance given to you, I have no choice. You know what, I'll give you one final chance. If you manage to take a strike from me without dying, I will consider not wiping you guys out." Wu Jingnan erupted with laughter once again, and his figure started to blur. When he reappeared, he had already arrived before Huang Xiaolong. He sent out a punch without holding anything back. "There's no need for a single move. If you manage to block half a move from me, I'll spare your life." He was an early 10th order heavenly monarch, and his fist contained all the power he could muster. Moreover, he was using the Devil Ape cult's divine skill, the Devil Ape Heaven-Shaking Fist. The might of a single fist was enough to shake the heavens and earth. As the devil chi fluctuated around his fist, It seemed as though a devil ape had awakened in him. A terrifying might surged out of his body towards Huang Xiaolong. His fist broke the space around it, and it emitted a high-pitched whistle as it shot towards Huang Xiaolong. With the strength to topple mountains and overturn seas, it seemed as though it would destroy anything in its path. If God blocked it, he would kill God. If Buddha stood in his way, he would exterminate Buddha. Li Tong and Tian Chongyue didn't bother stopping him. They locked on to Gao Chongran and made their move. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the fist coming his way, he chuckled. He raised his arm and returned the favor. Without even circulating his god force and archdevil bloodlines, Huang Xiaolong relied completely on the might of the true dragon physique. Boom! The air around them seemed to explode, and all the structures around them collapsed. The buildings made from stone and special materials turned into tofu in the face of the shockwave produced from the blow between them. Everything was reduced to a pile of dust. As for Wu Jingnan, he was sent flying like a dead dog. After blasting through God knew how many structures, he finally stopped when he smashed into a massive pillar. The pillar failed to withstand the impact and came crashing down on him. What? Li Tong, Tian Chongyue, and the other ancestors, who were about to make a move on Gao Chongran, felt their minds going blank. Young master! They finally reacted after some time, and all of them rushed over to Wu Jingnan. They sent the pillar flying with a single strike, and they supported Wu Jingnan out of the rubble. The armor on his body was shattered beyond repair, and blood seemed to burst out from every single part of his body. He was like a glass plane on the verge of shattering. The aura of life in him had already dimmed, and his arm had turned into a pile of mangled flesh. Everyone who looked at him sucked in a cold breath, and they felt their hearts shaking in terror. However, they didn't have the luxury of time to be shocked. They had to save Wu Jingnan before it was too late. After their initial fluster, Wu Jingnan slowly opened his eyes. All the ancestors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Wu Jingnan returning to his senses. If something were to happen to him under their care, they wouldn't be able to give a proper explanation upon their archdevil ancestor's arrival. Li Tong, Tian Chongyue, and the rest turned around and stared at Huang Xiaolong gloomily. Who are you? Li Tong glared at Huang Xiaolong, and all of them released their aura to lock him in place. Even though they looked calm, waves crashed around in their hearts. As the young master of the Devil Ape cult and an early 10th Order Heavenly Monarch, Wu Jingnan had the combat strength of someone at the peak of the late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Not to mention the fact that he possessed heaven-defying talent. However, before them, the black-haired man had managed to beat Wu Jingnan to an inch of his life using a single punch. Someone at the 8th Order Heavenly Monarch realm actually had the combat strength of a First Order Emperor. Even the word horrifying wasn't enough to describe Huang Xiaolong. You don't need to know who I am. Huang Xiaolong shook his head once again and continued, There's no difference whether you know about my identity or not. Tian Chongyue's expression sank. What do you mean? Brat, you better reply obediently when I ask you a question. Do you believe that I will not tear out all the bones in your body one by one? No, I don't. Since that is the case, I will show you right now. I want to see if Gao Chongren can stop me. As soon as he said that, Tian Chongyue sent a slap towards Huang Xiaolong. The energy contained in his palm had the might of a multitude of chaos mountains. Before his palm arrived, the ground around Huang Xiaolong started to crack and shatter. That was the Devil Ape Cult's earth-shattering divine palm. It was able to shatter anything in its path. Gao Chongran's face changed, but before he could make a move, another giant palm appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. It received the attack from Tian Chongyue. The power of withering would immediately shatter the blow from Tian Chongyue. But that wasn't all. It broke through space itself and landed on Tian Chongyue's chest. In an instant, Tian Chongyue's chest burst open, and he drew a beautiful arc in the sky. The sudden change in the situation caused Li Tong and the others to stare at Huang Xiaolong in shock. They turned to look at the source of the counterattack and realized that they had failed to detect that someone had already appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. The figure hid his aura, and it seemed like he was an ordinary man. However, his presence alone caused Li Tong and the rest to feel suffocating pressure. The feeling they got was the same as when they stood before the stone ape archdevil ancestor. They felt as though a bomb had gone off in their head. How is this possible? Lord Archdevil Ancestor is at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm. Even experts at the early First Order Sovereign realm wouldn't be able to kill Lord Archdevil Ancestor. How can the person behind the little brat possess comparable strength to Lord Archdevil Ancestor? Of course, the palm that had appeared from behind Huang Xiaolong belonged to one of the four odd beasts. It had merely made a move in its human form. Despite that, the human form beast had more than enough strength to cause Li Tong and the rest to wet their pants. "Who in the world are you?" Li Tong yelled in a hoarse voice. Even though he repeated his question, his tone was completely different. He had demanded an answer previously, but now there was a trace of suspicion and even fear hidden in his voice. Huang Xiaolong looked at all of them with indifference, and his gaze met the terrified looks of the ancestors. Finally, Huang Xiaolong's eyes landed on Wu Jingnan. The blood drained from Wu Jingnan's face, and he retreated a step subconsciously. "You! Do it!" Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice sounded out. The beast standing behind Huang Xiaolong moved, and it disappeared from its spot. When it reappeared, it was already standing in front of Li Tong. A single punch was all it took. Along with Li Tong's miserable shriek, he suffered the same fate as Tian Chongyue. When the beast's body flashed, the after images lingered behind as all the ancestors were smashed into bits. One of the ancestors managed to clear his mind and locked on to Huang Xiaolong. Despite the fear in his heart, he released all his killing intent, and the sword in his hand shot out. "Die, brat!" Sword light covered the area and sword chi pierced towards Huang Xiaolong. When the ancestor saw that his sword was about to cleave Huang Xiaolong into two, he wanted to rejoice, but a terrifying wave of energy appeared behind him. Before he could react, the wave of energy swallowed him. Before the beast, killing Huang Xiaolong was nothing more than a pipe dream. Even a 10th Order Emperor wouldn't be able to kill Huang Xiaolong, much less them. In an instant, all the ancestors were killed, and puddles of blood were left on the street. Blood stained the ground red, and the stench diffused into the air. Only Wu Jingnan was left alive. He stood there, and he looked at the traces of blood all around him. A never-before-felt sense of fear and desolation gripped his heart, and despair filled his mind. He felt as though all the warmth in the world had disappeared, and incomparable coldness took its place. Huang Xiaolong slowly walked towards Wu Jingnan. As though the god of death himself was approaching, Wu Jingnan hastily retreated. His lips trembled, but no words came out. Step by step, Huang Xiaolong approached him. Wu Jingnan knew that he would face extreme danger in their conquest of the Myriad Curses Devil Steel and the Glazed Devil Steel. However, he had never expected that he would die in Sixth Nether City itself. "I want to know your identity before I die." Wu Jingnan released a desperate cry. He wanted to know the identity of the person who was about to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't rest in peace. It was too bad. The moment the words left his lips, Huang Xiaolong appeared before him and grabbed him by the neck. Radiance energy pierced through Wu Jingnan's neck. The moment the brightness energy emerged from Huang Xiaolong's palm, Wu Jingnan's eye widened, and he seemed to have realized everything. He had initially thought that Huang Xiaolong was nothing more than a young master from one of the superpowers in the devil world. But he had thought wrong. The brightness energy surged into Wu Jingnan's body, and all the devil energy from his body was wiped clean, turning his body into ashes. In the final moment, a terrifying devilish light emerged from Wu Jingnan's head, and it blocked off Huang Xiaolong's radiance energy. "Oh!" Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly realized that this was a type of restriction the stone ape archdevil ancestor had placed with a drop of his heart's blood. He had probably left it in Wu Jingnan's godhead to protect his divine soul in the critical moment. Huang Xiaolong's beast roared and reached through space to shatter the archdevil ancestor's protective restriction. Along with Wu Jingnan's howl, his body and soul were wiped out from the face of the earth forever. Huang Xiaolong waved his arm and pulled everything of value towards him. Sweeping his divine sense through them, He found countless spirit stones, divine pills, and body armor. All of them seemed to be of the fire attribute, and they were useful in resisting the cold. It seemed as though the devil ape cult had made sufficient preparations before coming to the frigid Northlands. There were even some peak-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills of the fire attribute. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the peak-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills and passed the rest of the items to Gao Chongran. He didn't lack in any of the other rubbish. After Gao Chongran thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely, Huang Xiaolong passed down his order. Passed down the order to lock down the entire city. None of the disciples from the devil ape cult can leave. Send out all the ancestors, grand elders, and elders of the Sixth Nether Gate to take care of them. Every single disciple of the devil ape cult must die. The news of Wu Jingnan's death couldn't be concealed, and the fate of Li Tong and the others would start to spread soon. They had to take care of all the disciples of the devil ape cult before they could react. I have received your majesty's order. Gao Chongran didn't dare to delay in the slightest. Before long, the stench of blood filled Sixth Nether City. When Wu Jingnan was killed, the stone ape archdevil ancestor, who was billions of miles away from frigid North City, stopped in his tracks. When the leader of the devil ape cult, Zhao Qingyu, saw that the archdevil ancestor had stopped moving, he couldn't help but stop as well. Lord Archdevil Ancestor, what's going on? Devil Qi covered the stone ape archdevil ancestor, and a scarily deep voice resounded through the air. Jingnan is dead. What? The young master is dead? All of the experts from the devil ape cult sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't their young master in Sixth Nether City? He hadn't even arrived at the eternal devil lands. How could he have fallen? Sixth Nether City. The stone ape archdevil ancestor's voice was cold. Lord Archdevil Ancestor, are you saying that the Sixth Nether Gate did it? Zhao Qingyu didn't dare to believe his ears. After all of them were clear on the power the Sixth Nether Gate held. Gao Chongran was a mere early Eighth Order Emperor. With Li Tong and the others, there was no way Gao Chongran could have killed Wu Jingnan. Whether it's the Sixth Nether Gate, we'll find out in a little bit. The stone ape archdevil ancestor's frosty voice echoed through the air. Increase our speed. We are going to Sixth Nether City right now. Yes, Lord Archdevil Ancestor. All the experts of the devil ape cult charged straight towards Sixth Nether City. It was too bad. All they received was the news that all of their disciples had died at the hands of the Sixth Nether Gate. The moment they heard the news, they felt as though they were struck by lightning, and rage started boiling in their hearts. In their eyes, the Sixth Nether Gate was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. An ant was an ant. How dare they provoke an elephant? Sixth Nether Gate. Gao Chongran. What audacity! I swear to destroy the Sixth Nether Gate. Zhao Qingyu's voice boomed through the skies. As for the stone ape archdevil ancestor, he wore a solemn expression on his face. He looked into the horizon and seemed to fall deep into thought. It seems like things aren't that simple. Lord Archdevil Ancestor's intention is... Zhao Qingyu couldn't help but ask. The Sixth Nether Gate alone wouldn't dare to send down the order to kill every single disciple from my devil ape cult. A light flickered in the stone ape archdevil ancestor's eyes. Zhao Qingyu fell into silence for a moment before saying, What are Lord Archdevil Ancestor's thoughts? The stone ape archdevil ancestor paused for a moment before saying, Go and investigate the power standing behind the Sixth Nether Gate. Someone who can kill Li Tong and Tian Chongyue should be an expert in the 10th Order Emperor realm. Yes, Lord Archdevil Ancestor, Zhao Qingyu replied, but he had another question. Lord, do we pass down the order to take care of the Sixth Nether Gate now, or? The stone ape archdevil ancestor thought about it for a moment and said, No, we'll head straight for the eternal devil lands. The devil steals should be our main goal. Didn't you say that the Sixth Nether Gate will be heading over to the eternal devil lands as well? We'll wait for them there. He narrowed his eyes, and killing intent burst out of them. I don't care who they are. Since they dared to touch the disciples of my devil ape cult, they will have to die. I want them to die without a proper burial ground. Everyone felt their bodies going cold when they heard the stone ape archdevil ancestors' declaration. When the archdevil ancestors had followed the archdevil lord into battle in the past, they had reaped billions of lives. The killing intent born from the blood in his hands was terrifying to the extreme. His killing intent alone caused many of the present Emperor-level experts to feel a suffocating pressure. No longer hesitating or stopping for a rest, all of them charged straight towards the Eternal Devil lands. Before long, Zhao Qingyu managed to obtain some reports about what had happened in Sixth Nether City. Reporting to Lord Archdevil Ancestor, we managed to obtain reports on what happened in Sixth Nether City. Zhao Qingyu turned and reported to the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor. According to what we know, a black-haired man appeared at the Sixth Nethergate headquarters a few days ago. He requested for Gao Chongran to receive him personally. Still, he eventually entered the Sixth Nethergate headquarters under the lead of Gao Fan, the young master of the Sixth Nethergate. Oh, black-haired young man. A frown slowly formed on the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor. What does he look like? Have you found out his background? Zhao Qingyu quickly described Huang Xiaolong's appearance but shook his head eventually. We failed to obtain news of his identity, but according to our sources, he was responsible for the deaths of Li Tong and the rest. The only thing I don't understand is that he is only at the 8th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. 8th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm? The Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor was stunned for a second, and a weird light flashed through his eyes. It seems as though his identity isn't as simple as it seems. The fact was as clear as day. For an 8th Order Heavenly Monarch to request for the Chief of the Sixth Nethergate to personally receive him, it was evident that he had some sort of backing. Is he the personal disciple or son of some old monster in the devil world? Zhao Qingyu guessed. He might also be the young master of some ancient superpower. The devil world had some old fellows who had already secluded themselves from the world. Even if the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor met them, they would be a headache to deal with. Moreover, some ancient superpowers also didn't want to reveal themselves in the world. Their strength was in no way lesser than the Devil Ape cult. The Stone Ape Devil Ancestor's cold voice sounded out suddenly. Let them continue to investigate. We have to ascertain that person's identity as soon as possible. Even if he is the son or personal disciple of those old fogies, they will have to give me an explanation. Yes, Lord Archdevil Ancestor. Just when everyone was running about to reveal Huang Xiaolong's identity, the news of Wu Jingnan's death started to spread like wildfire. Frigid North City was shaken. On the frigid North Continent, a stunning lady sat on the throne of one of the massive palaces. Her every movement brought with it unspeakable charm. Several tens of experts sat around her, and all of them emitted terrifying auras. It was obvious that they were all Emperor Realm experts. The young master of the Devil Ape cult was killed? The beautiful lady opened her mouth in shock when she heard the news. The Devil Ape cult ranked 5th among the superpowers in the devil world. It wasn't a small matter for their young master to be killed. Yes, young lady. The Sixth Nethergate did it, and as soon as they killed Wu Jingnan, Li Tong, Tian Chengyue, and the others, they locked down the city and massacred all the disciples of the Devil Ape cult. Not a single disciple managed to live. One of the ancestors made the report, and his expression was solemn. The lady was Xing Inua from the Heavenly Punishment sect. She was the daughter of the strongest Archdevil Ancestor, the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil Ancestor. She wasn't just part of the devil world's 3 supreme geniuses, but she was also part of the 4 great beauties. A light flashed through her pretty eyes, and she asked, "There is definitely someone backing the Sixth Nether Gate. Have you found out who it is?" The ancestor sitting beside her shook his head. "We only know that a black-haired man is behind it. No one has managed to dig out his identity." Following this, he spilled everything they knew about Huang Xiaolong. The results of their investigation were the same as what the Devil Ape cult had found out. They only knew that Huang Xiaolong was an 8th Order Heavenly Monarch. This point alone was enough to prove that his identity wasn't simple. 8th Order Heavenly Monarch. Xing Inua paused for a moment before continuing. Even Gao Chongren had to kneel before him? That's right. Li Yu, The ancestor who had made the report nodded. What about the people from the Devil Ape cult? What did they do about it? I heard that the leader and Stone Ape Archdevil ancestor have already arrived in frigid North City. They didn't stop over at the Sixth Nether City. They are planning to head straight to the Eternal Devil Lands. Another ancestor, Wang Zhiqiao, said. Xing Inuo raised her eyebrows in surprise. Rumors are going around that the Sixth Nether Gate will be going to the Eternal Devil Lands soon. I'm guessing that the Stone Ape Devil ancestor is planning to take care of them there. Liu guessed. Xing Inuo nodded her head and continued. In a few days, my father will be arriving at frigid North City. There are 6 other Archdevil ancestors gathered here, including my father. I heard that Qin Hongbao and Chun Weijian are here as well. Qin Hongbao and Chun Weijian were the other 2 supreme geniuses in the devil world. Qin Hongbao was the personal disciple of the Qiyu Archdevil ancestor, and Chun Weijian was the descendant of an ancient superpower, the 100 Transformation sect. If they were to compare their experiences with each other, all 3 of them would stand on the same line. It doesn't matter how many experts arrive. The devil steels will definitely belong to us. Wang Zhiqiao's confident voice boomed through the hall. After which, the topic returned to the situation on the frigid North Continent. Eventually, Xing Inuo passed down the order to dig out Huang Xiaolong's identity. Like the Heavenly Punishment sect, all the superpowers passed down the order to investigate Huang Xiaolong's identity. A day passed just like that. In one of the 6 Nether Gate's secret rooms, Huang Xiaolong saw Gao Chongran enter the room during his cultivation session. He had a guilty expression on his face as he stammered, Your Majesty, this subordinate received news that someone robbed our goods. The Fire Phoenix Divine Armor, Fire Dragon Scorched Heavenly Pills, and Icy Dragon Phoenix Spirit Ship are gone. All the disciples responsible for bringing them back are dead. Your Majesty, please punish me accordingly. Oh! Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised that someone had dared to make a move against them. Have you found out who did it? Everything that they had prepared for the trip to the Eternal Devil Lands was stolen. According to our investigation, it has something to do with the Silver Devil sect. Gao Chongran replied with his head lowered. Silver Devil sect. A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. In the past, he had already received intelligence that Chu Han was staying with the members of the Silver Devil sect after entering the Devil world. He hadn't even gone over to cause trouble for them. But here they were messing with him. Your Majesty, I am at fault. Please mete out the appropriate punishment. Gao Chongran sighed in defeat. Since the Fire Phoenix Divine Armor, Fire Dragon Scorched Heavenly Pills, and Icy Dragon Phoenix Spirit Ship were stolen, Huang Xiaolong's plans to go to the Eternal Devil Lands had taken a hit. Since they had caused a dent in Huang Xiaolong's plan, Gao Chongran knew that he wouldn't be able to redeem himself even if he died 100 times. Unexpectedly for him, Huang Xiaolong shook his head. It's all right. This has nothing to do with you. Get up. Gao Chongran was stunned. However, he respectfully declined in the next moment. This subordinate doesn't dare. Since I have already pardoned you, I shall not harp on the matter anymore. Huang Xiaolong spoke and didn't give Gao Chongran a way to refuse. Gao Chongran finally placed the guilt in his heart down and lowered his head as he got to his feet. He didn't dare to look at Huang Xiaolong, and he behaved as though he was a kid who was caught doing something terrible. Tell everyone to get ready. We'll be taking a trip to the Silver Devil sect. We'll head over to the Eternal Devil Lands after making a stop at the Silver Devil sect. Huang Xiaolong's cold voice boomed through the hall. Your Majesty, we received news that the Silver Devil sect are heading straight to the Eternal Devil Lands. Gao Chongran made another report. The light in Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered. That's fine. We'll head over to the Eternal Devil Lands to wait for them. Are we going there right now? Gao Chongran jumped in fright. But we don't even have the Icy Dragon Phoenix Spirit Ship. Huang Xiaolong waved his arm to dismiss Gao Chongran. It doesn't matter. I have plenty of spirit ships. We'll look for the Silver Devil sect after arriving at the Eternal Devil Lands. What's the worst that can happen? We'll just buy another one if we can't find them. The Netherworld King's flying ship might be a peak-grade Grand Mist artifact, but it didn't possess any cold-resisting formations. It was better for them to get a flying ship with fire arrays inscribed on it. As for the fire-attributed spiritual pills and armor, they had plenty of them after killing Wu Jingnan and the others. Yes, this subordinate will make the arrangements right now. Gao Changren bowed and acknowledged. Before long, Huang Xiaolong passed down the rest of his orders. What is the reaction of the devil ape cult? Huang Xiaolong asked before he dismissed Gao Changren. Replying to your majesty, the stone ape archdevil ancestor has already arrived in frigid North City. Looking at them, they probably plan to head straight to the eternal devil lands. Huang Xiaolong immediately understood the stone ape archdevil ancestor's plan. He chuckled. It seems as though he plans to wait for us there. Enough. Make the preparations. We will leave in 2 hours. Gao Changren received the order and bowed once again. He left to prepare for the trip to the eternal devil lands. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong and the rest left Sixth Nether City as they headed for the eternal devil lands. Since they were riding on the Netherworld King's flying ship, they would arrive in the eternal devil lands in 3 short days. Despite all that, Huang Xiaolong didn't bring too many people along. He only arranged for Gao Changren and another Emperor Realm ancestor from the Sixth Nether Gate to follow him. Initially, Gao Mengyao had begged Gao Changren to bring her along. However, Huang Xiaolong knew that the more people they brought, the more troublesome things would get. So he had refused her request to follow along. Along the way, they met some resistance when they met a few other superpowers from the devil world. However, Huang Xiaolong blatantly ignored all of them, and he charged straight through. After all, no one could forcefully stop the Netherworld King's flying ship. 3 days later, the ship finally stopped. The 3 of them emerged from the ship. They were greeted with the sight of a massive devilish mountain, and no one knew how high it was. It had the appearance of a massive devil sword lying in the middle of a flat world. Devil chi swirled around from the foot to the peak, and cracks in space occasionally appeared around the mountain. There were 4 words carved into the body of the mountain in ancient text. Eternal Devil Lands. Even though the words weren't large, everyone who saw the mountain would be able to see the 3 words. Eternal Devil Lands. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Even though the mountain was endless, the devil chi rolling off the 4 words alone was enough to suffocate anyone who approached. Rumor has it that the words were carved on by the Archdevil Lord using some sort of supreme enchantment. The words emit a boundless devil might, and legends are going around that a supreme beast is suppressed under the mountain. Gao Changren said all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in reply. He had heard of the rumors as well. However, only the Archdevil Lord himself could verify the authenticity of the rumor. No matter what, Huang Xiaolong focused on the things before him. He could see a terrifying devil array surrounding the carved words in the body of the mountain. No one knows when the mountain appeared, but everyone has heard that only one person could ever step foot onto the peak of the mountain. He was the Archdevil Lord of the past, and other than him, no other individual has managed to reach the peak. The other ancestor from the Sixth Nether Gate, Wang Fanning, said. Oh! Huang Xiaolong was indeed a little surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a legend. Gao Changren nodded his head and continued. There is a type of devil presence on this mountain, and if you fly towards the peak of the mountain, it will appear to grow higher and higher. I've heard that only by becoming the Archdevil Lord will one be able to arrive at the peak of the mountain. Some people say that the Archdevil Lord left something at the peak of the mountain when he arrived there in the past. However, no one knows what this is. I would like to try. Huang Xiaolong turned and looked at the peak of the mountain. Getting back into the flying ship, the 4 odd beasts controlled the flying ship to shoot towards the peak of the mountain. However, no matter how quickly they flew, they failed to arrive at the peak. After an hour, Huang Xiaolong could only admit defeat. The Netherworld King's flying ship shot forward. Even though they had already arrived at the Eternal Devil Lands, they were only at the outer zones. The Eternal Devil Lands was larger than a super divine plane, and the 2 devil steels were located deep in the Eternal Devil Lands. The moment they entered, A bone-piercing, soul-biting chill assaulted them. The cold was something they could protect themselves from. Even the Netherworld King's flying ship wasn't able to block it from entering their bodies. Even someone like Huang Xiaolong had to swallow fire-attributed spiritual pills to eliminate the coldness in his body. In half a day, they finally arrived at the deeper zones of the Eternal Devil Lands. Keeping the flying ship away, the three of them hovered in mid-air. They saw a massive ancient city lying before them, and boundless devil chi surrounded it. They weren't mistaken. The ancient devil city was never-ending, and they failed to see the end with their eyes. The city was boundless, and it was the first city ever built in the devil world. It was the largest city and the only one of its kind. It was also the final bastion of the devil world. Eternal Devil City. Of course, some people felt that the Eternal Devil City was the devil world's frontline, not the final hope. Eternal Devil City had existed since the start of time, and it was even older than the earliest Archdevil Lord. As for the person who had built the city, everyone had differing opinions. Some people said that successive generations of Archdevil Lords had built the city, but others believed that a mysterious existence had created it. The walls of Eternal Devil City alone stretched for billions of miles. It was a great wall that separated the devil world into two. After passing the Eternal Devil City, they would arrive at the Eternal Devil Lands core zone. The core zone of the Eternal Devil Lands was also the kingdom of the devil beasts. There were infinite amounts of devil beasts living there. Some said that without the Eternal Devil City to fend off the devil beasts, the devil world would already have been overrun by these devil beasts. The devil world might have changed hands from the devil cultivators to devil beasts and evolved into a super great world. Even though it was a little exaggerated, they had to admit that the kingdom of devil beasts in the Eternal Devil Lands core zone was a horrifying existence. Legends had it that even existences surpassing the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to return alive if they entered the kingdom of demonic beasts. "We shall enter the city," Huang Xiaolong declared after a short moment of hesitation. The four odd beasts followed behind Huang Xiaolong. Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning followed them. When they approached the city, the feeling of majesty finally struck them. They were smaller than sand when they stood before the gates of Eternal Devil City. Huang Xiaolong could see that countless black dots were moving about in Eternal Devil City. They were obviously the experts who had come from the various superpowers in the devil world. They were packed so closely together, and they looked like little lines of crawling ants. Huang Xiaolong had expected many people to have made their way to the Eternal Devil Lands after the news of the birth of the Devil Steels had started to spread. Even so, he felt that he had underestimated the number after looking at the clusters of black dots walking around the city. Even though Eternal Devil City looked like it was right before them, Huang Xiaolong and the others had to fly for another 30 minutes before arriving at the gates. They approached the south gate, but there were so many people that even a drop of water could not enter the city. All the experts surged into the city, and the south gate was like a gap in a broken dam. It looked like countless groups of people could charge through the gates at any moment. Everyone gathered around and tried to shove their way into the city. The fight was unavoidable. Seeing as people were starting to fight, Huang Xiaolong ignored them and flew towards the gate. Just as they were about to enter the city, a loud voice boomed in their ears. "Get lost!" The voice was as loud as a thunderclap, and some weaker disciples dropped from the sky due to the sound wave. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and discovered that there was a group of disciples riding massive lightning beasts as they charged towards the gate. "It's the people from the Lightning Beast Valley. It's the Lightning Beast Valley's young master, Zhang Hashan." The Lightning Beast Valley was the second-ranked superpower in the frigid North City. It ranked 9th in the Devil world, and it was founded by the Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor. The Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor ranked 8 among the 12 Archdevil Ancestors. Instead of turning his head, Huang Xiaolong ignored them all as he flew towards the city. Since everyone was making way for the Lightning Beast Valley's members to pass, Huang Xiaolong's action was extremely eye-catching. "Who is this kid? Is he crazy? Hey, isn't that Gao Chongran of the 6th Nether Gate? That's Wang Fanning beside him. Gao Chongran, didn't he kill Wu Jingnan? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Gao Chongran won't dare to touch Wu Jingnan even if he goes crazy. When Zhang Heshan saw people in his path, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Young master, one of the ancestors turned to look at Zhang Heshan. A cold sneer formed on his lips, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Charge our way through. It was just a tiny 6 nether gate. He felt that there was no need to stop for them. After receiving a reply from Zhang Heshan, the Lightning Beast Valley's members no longer cared about the repercussions. They urged the beasts forward and charged towards Huang Xiaolong and the others. The lightning beasts were born with innate strength, and their bones were extremely tough. Cultivators who hadn't reached the Emperor realm would be seriously injured if they took the charge head-on. As the Lightning Beast Valley's members were charging towards them, Gao Chongran's face changed. Preposterous! As soon as the words left his lips, he made a move along with Wang Fanning. The combined strength of the two of them surged towards the members of the Lightning Beast Valley. After considering Zhang Heshan's reputation, Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning held back. They only made a move to stop their advance. However, when the Lightning Beast Valley's ancestors saw that Gao Chongran had dared to stop them, they released their tyrannical energy with full force. Even though Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning weren't considered weaklings, the Lightning Beast Valley's ancestors weren't pushovers. Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning didn't take the upper hand in the exchange as their attacks were blasted away by the dragon-like energy formed by the Lightning Beast Valley's ancestors. Of course, the Lightning Beast Valley's ancestors didn't hold back, and their attack continued to fly towards Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Heshan broke out into laughter when he saw what had happened. Ha ha! Gao Chongran! A mere 8th Order Emperor like you dares to block my path. Why don't you bring your men and get out of my sight? Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning's face fell when they saw the attack flying towards them. Before they could react, one of the beasts behind Huang Xiaolong turned around and sent a casual slap flying towards the Lightning Beast Valley's members. Remains of energy from the Lightning Beast Valley's ancestors' attack dissipated in an instant, and they were sent flying through the air by the beast's casual slap. They eventually landed on one of the mountain peaks far away from the south gate. When the massive lightning beast was slammed into the mountain peak, sounds of cracks filled the air. The peak was blasted into pieces in the next moment. Everyone from the Lightning Beast Valley was buried in the rubble, and the falling rocks crushed them. Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong's group in shock. They didn't know what to think when they saw the Lightning Beast Valley's members' miserable fate. When they finally snapped back to attention, Huang Xiaolong's group had already entered the city. All of them felt their hearts shaking when they looked at the few people before them who were crazy enough to provoke the Lightning Beast Valley. Lu Xian and the other ancestors from the Lightning Beast Valley are experts at the late 9th Order Emperor realm. That beast sent them flying with a single palm. What in the world is that power? Is that an expert in the mid or late 10th Order Emperor realm? I'm afraid that it's at the late 10th Order Emperor realm. When did such an expert appear in the 6th Nether Gate? Who is that black-haired young man? Even late 10th Order Emperors have to walk behind him. So Wu Jingnan's death isn't a mere rumor? Everyone broke out into discussion. Many superpowers had been suspicious about the news of Wu Jingnan's death at the hands of the 6th Nether Gate. None of them had believed that the 6th Nether Gate had killed so many experts from the Devil Ape cult. After all, the 6th Nether Gate was merely a second-rate power. They didn't believe that the 6th Nether Gate had dared to make a move against the Devil Ape cult anyway. However, the scene before them changed their minds. All of them realized that it was entirely possible that Wu Jingnan had fallen in the hands of the 6th Nether Gate. Since they could send the entire group from the Lightning Beast Valley flying, it wouldn't be impossible for them to kill Wu Jingnan. In an unassuming corner of the city gates, a red-haired young man who had a sturdy body frowned. Elder Long, can you see through that guy's strength? Of course, the person he was referring to was the beast behind Huang Xiaolong. One of the old men standing beside him shook his head. I can't be sure, but he should be stronger than a late 10th Order Emperor. A light flashed through the red-haired man's eyes. When did the 6th Nether Gate manage to rope in such an expert? I'm getting pretty curious about the black-haired kid. I can feel the overwhelming strength coming from his bloodline, and as I'm pretty sure I'll be able to refine the devil lotus in my body completely. I'll be able to bloom 12 petals of the devil lotus. He had a unique method that allowed him to feel Huang Xiaolong's bloodline. The person he called Elder Long shook his head in reply. Young master, we are here to obtain the devil's steels. We can't tangle ourselves with the other superpowers. The black-haired young man probably comes from a complicated background. The red-haired young man laughed. Of course, I know that. Don't worry. I won't do anything reckless without having the confidence to succeed. I'll only make a move the moment I get a chance to devour his bloodline. Otherwise, we'll have to wait and see. I heard Xing Yinhua and Qin Hongbao have already arrived in the Eternal Devil City. That's right. One of the elders chuckled. Young master, if you wish to see young lady Yinhua, I'll make the necessary arrangements. The red-haired young man was the last supreme genius of the devil world, Chen Weijian. Out of the three of them, none could rise above the other two to claim the title of the only supreme genius in the devil world. Of course, that was only in terms of talent. No one knew their actual combat strength. Chen Weijian nodded his head. I haven't seen her in a long time. When he thought about her, a gentle smile appeared on his face. I'm sure young Lady Yinhua would be extremely surprised to see the young master. Elder Long laughed. That was because Chen Weijian had managed to break through to the Emperor realm not too long ago. He was already at the early First Order Emperor realm. Could even be said that Chen Weijian was the #1 cultivator in the younger generation of cultivators in the devil world. He had cultivated for less than 10,000 years and had broken through to the Emperor realm without the slightest hindrance. His speed and talent would shake the heavens. When the ancestors of his faction thought about it, they couldn't help but swell with pride. Chen Weijian laughed. Let's go. We'll enter the city now, and you can make the arrangements. I want to meet with Yinhua. I also heard that the heavenly punishment archdevil ancestor would be arriving in a few days. Prepare well. I want to greet him the moment he arrives. Also, go and investigate the identity of the black-haired youth. I want to know his relationship with the 6th Nether Gate. Yes, young master. The ancestor-level figures of the 100 Transformation sect replied respectfully. After Huang Xiaolong entered the Eternal Devil City, Chen Weijian's group followed closely behind. By the time they entered, Huang Xiaolong's group was already walking around the city streets. The streets were wide, and the buildings around it were equally as large. It seemed as though everything in the Eternal Devil lands was supersized. We'll look for a place to stay, Huang Xiaolong ordered after walking about for some time. Yes, we will look for a place right now. Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning left to look for an appropriate location for them to stay. Past the Eternal Devil City was the Kingdom of Devil Beasts. However, there was a huge plain located between the two territories. The plain had gained its name as the Mara Plains, as horrifying bursts of devil energy erupted from its ground like volcanoes. The time they had chosen to gather at the Eternal Devil Lands was coincidentally when the outbursts were the strongest. As such, everyone would wait for the eruptions to die down before heading into the Kingdom of Devil Beasts. Trying to charge through the Mara Plains during the eruptions was equivalent to seeking death. Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry as he decided to settle down in Eternal Devil City. Before long, Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning returned. They had managed to look for a place to stay, and since there were too many people gathering in Eternal Devil City, they could only manage to find a tiny courtyard in Eternal Devil City. Bringing Huang Xiaolong there, Gao Chongran said, Your Majesty, the courtyard is a little cramped, and I'm very sorry I couldn't find a larger one. It's fine. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and chuckled. It's good that it's simple and crude. Oh yes, go and investigate whether or not Chu Han and the Silver Devil sect have arrived in the Eternal Devil City. Also, look out for the Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu and the old ancestor of the 9 Yin Corpse tribe Shi Ming. Ever since the two of them had arrived in the devil world, they seemed to have disappeared. Huang Xiaolong really didn't care about the various experts. The only person who could cause him to raise his guard was the 9 Yin Corpse tribe's old ancestor, Shi Ming. Since the massacring God's Gate had been walking closely with the Nine Corpse tribe in Hell, Shiming should be somewhere in Eternal Devil City. Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning accepted the order and left to scout for information. Before long, they returned. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Silver Devil Sect and Chu Han have not arrived in Eternal Devil City. As for Feng Chu and Shiming, their whereabouts are unknown. However, this subordinate managed to gain an excellent piece of intelligence. I heard that the Eternal Devil City will be holding a massive auction in 2 days, and there should be a peak-grade Grand Mist spiritual ship of the fire attribute for sale. Gao Chongran reported. Since their Icy Dragon Phoenix spiritual ship was stolen, they lacked a flying ship to get around the Eternal Devil lands. Oh! Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. That was indeed good news. I also heard that the Devil Tower that hasn't been open for a long time emitted some sort of devilish light. I feel that it will be opening in a few days. Gao Chongran followed up with another piece of good news. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath when he heard the news. The Devil Tower will be opening? The Devil Tower was the #1 tower in the Devil world, and it was located in Eternal Devil City. Yes, Your Majesty, the Devil Tower will finally be unsealed, and I'm afraid countless geniuses will rush over to try and ascend it, Gao Chongran reported. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. The Devil Tower had 9 floors in total. Every time one ascended to the next level, the devil chi in their body would get purified a little. The devil chi emitted by the tower was the purest in the entirety of the devil world, and the benefits of using it to purify one's devil chi were as clear as day. When devil cultivators cultivated their devil arts or special skills, the devil chi they took in was more or less impure. However, after the tower's purification, their combat strength and overall prowess would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The higher they managed to climb, the better the effects. Of course, purer devil chi residing in their body meant that their cultivation speed would increase. They would only need to put in half the effort to achieve the same results as they once did, and that could only mean that they would experience a rise in their natural talent for cultivation. If someone who had an emperor-level godhead wanted to break through to the emperor realm, they would possess a 10 to 20% chance of doing so. However, after the purification by the tower, their chances could rise to 30%. Devil Tower, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. He decided to make a trip there the moment it opened. After all, trying wouldn't hurt, right? Even though he didn't cultivate the devil arts, he had the Archdevil Supreme Godhead. If he managed to gain something from the Devil Tower, there was no way it would be detrimental to him. Your Majesty, we also managed to gain some intelligence that there might be some coincidence with the unsealing of the Devil Tower. Many people are discussing that the birth of the Devil Steels is related to the Devil Tower. After all, it might be too much of a coincidence that the two events are overlapping with each other. Gao Chongran said. Oh? What do you mean? Huang Xiaolong felt a small tremor running through his heart. Why would the opening of the Devil Tower be related to the two Devil Steels? Some people are saying that the Devil Chi from the 6 Great Devil Steels has the same attribute as the Devil Chi emitted from the Devil Tower. There are even some speculations that the Devil Steels were refined by the Heavenless Archdevil Lord when he arrived at the 9th level in the past. Gao Chongran reported everything he had heard on the streets to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath in shock. That wasn't entirely impossible. According to the Devil World's secret records, the Heavenless Archdevil Lord had obtained the 6 Great Devil Steels after some sort of adventure. Could it be that he had obtained it after climbing to the 9th level of the Devil Tower? Many people think that they would obtain the 2 Devil Steels if they managed to replicate the feat of climbing up to the 9th level like the Heavenless Archdevil Lord. Gao Chongran continued. It's even possible to gain all the other Devil Steels in one go. Huang Xiaolong felt giant waves rising in his heart. In fact, no one hearing this news could remain calm. Huang Xiaolong was no exception to this. The 6 Great Devil Steels of the Devil World were related to the Archdevil Lord's inheritance and position. Everyone would kill to obtain the chance to obtain all the Devil Steels. A complicated light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Before Gao Chongran finished his report, all Huang Xiaolong felt was faint curiosity towards the Devil Tower. The only reason he had wanted to climb the tower was for amusement. Right now, he felt that he had to give it his all if it concerned the Devil Steels. Ascending the Devil Tower wouldn't be easy. The higher they climbed, the harder it would be. He had heard that ever since the Heavenless Archdevil Lord had climbed up to the 9th level, no one had managed to do it. Luckily for him, Huang Xiaolong was extremely confident in himself. That wasn't because he knew that he had heaven-defying talent. Instead, Huang Xiaolong felt reassured as he had already obtained the Blood-Eye Devil Steel out of the 6 Great Devil Steels. Since the Devil Steels had something to do with them ascending the tower, his starting line would already be different from the rest. Moreover, he felt that the Blood-Eye Devil Steel would be useful when climbing to the 9th level. Huang Xiaolong asked about some other matters about the Devil Tower and the auction before sending Gao Chongran and the rest to scout for more information. When Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning left, Huang Xiaolong calmed himself down and returned to his state of cultivation. The two of them returned soon after and reported that the auction would begin the day after. As for the peak-grade Grand Mist flying ship, it was called the Tushita Flying Ship, and it had existed since the Desolate Era. Tushita Flying Ship. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. The Tushita Flying Ship was rumored to be the personal treasure of the leader of the Fire World. Huang Xiaolong had never thought that such an amazing treasure would appear in the auction in Eternal Devil City. If that was the case, the number of people who would be fighting for it couldn't be estimated. The price would definitely pierce through the clouds. Of course, the thing that Huang Xiaolong didn't lack was spirit stones. Especially ever since he had robbed the Fiend God Treasury previously, Huang Xiaolong could only wait silently for the start of the auction. Along with the announcement of the auction and Devil Tower's opening, even more experts had surged towards Eternal Devil City. The final bastion of the Devil World was getting more and more lively. It was fortunate that the city was sufficiently big. Otherwise, there was no way all the experts from all 36 cities of the Devil World would be able to fit into Eternal Devil City. Right before the auction, the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor and the Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor arrived at Eternal Devil City. The commotion they caused wasn't small. Ever since the Heavenless Archdevil Lord had disappeared, the 12 Archdevil Ancestors had become the core of the Devil World. The 12 of them were the spiritual pillars of the Devil World. They held an unimaginable prestige. Following the arrival of the 2 Archdevil Ancestors, many people started to discuss the 6th Nether Gate. The topic of conversation was naturally Huang Xiaolong, the black-haired young man who had dared to move against the young masters of both superpowers. Wu Jingnan, the young master of the Stone Ape race, died at the hands of the black-haired young man. Now that the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor is here, there will definitely be a good show to watch. The 6th Nether Gate will die a miserable death. Didn't the young master of the Lightning Beast Valley, Xianxia, suffer serious injuries at the hands of the 6th Nether Gate the day before yesterday? Now that the Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor is here, he won't stay silent on the matter. With 2 Archdevil Ancestors making a move, the 6th Nether Gate won't be able to live for long. Gao Chongran and that black-haired young man will die without a proper burial ground. That might not be the case. I heard that the black-haired young man's identity isn't as simple as it seemed. He might be the personal disciples of one of the old masters in the Devil World. Even the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor and Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor are having second thoughts about killing him. I'm afraid they will only mete out punishment and gloss over the matter. Of course, Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning's fate are already sealed. Allowing the black-haired young man to live should be their greatest compromise. When Huang Xiaolong heard such discussions on the street, he merely laughed. Other than the discussion about the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor and the Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor, the 3 supreme geniuses were the next hottest topic. Since Xing Yinhua was one of the 4 great beauties in the Devil World, she was naturally the person who received the most attention out of the 3 of them. Nothing about the 3 supreme geniuses could enter Huang Xiaolong's sights. When it came to the Devil World, they were indeed the most talented juniors. However, they were nothing compared to the true geniuses in the myriad of worlds. If Huang Xiaolong really wanted to draw a comparison, their talent wasn't anywhere close to Dijing's. Finally, the day of the auction arrived. The day of the auction arrived, and the weather was beautiful. Huang Xiaolong and the rest left the courtyard, and they made their way to the auction venue. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce was the #1 chamber of commerce in the Devil world, and they were the ones holding the auction. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce was based in the Eternal Devil City, and the Heavenless Devil Legion controlled them. The Heavenless Devil Legion was made up of the soldiers under the Heavenless Archdevil Lord. Even though he had disappeared for an extremely long period of time, the Heavenless Devil Legion remained strong. They guarded the Devil world and protected the Eternal Devil City forever. The head of the Heavenless Devil Legion was someone who had the same seniority as the Heavenless Archdevil Lord himself. Ever since the Heavenless Archdevil Lord had subdued him, he had served the Heavenless Devil Legion with utmost loyalty. He patiently awaited the next coming of the new Archdevil Lord. Could even be said that the Heavenless Devil Legion shared a lot of similarities to the Netherworld King's organization in Hell. There would only be one person who could command the Heavenless Devil Legion, and it would have to be the person who inherited the position of the new Archdevil Lord. Even though the 12 Archdevil ancestors had charged into battle under the leadership of the Heavenless Archdevil Lord and were his strongest generals, they weren't able to command the Heavenless Devil Legion as they wished. No matter how prestigious their reputation was, even someone like the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil ancestor couldn't move the Legion. Since the head of the Heavenless Devil Legion was an elder who had followed the Heavenless Archdevil Lord since the beginning, all 12 Archdevil ancestors respected him with all their heart. As such, even the ancestors themselves wouldn't dare to act recklessly in Eternal Devil City. Since the auction had started, teams of Heavenless Devil troops could be seen everywhere on the streets. Even the most ordinary soldiers in the Heavenless Devil Legion emitted a shockingly powerful devil aura. The killing intent leaking out of their bodies was sufficient proof that they had weathered countless battles on the merciless battlefields. It's the chief of the 6th Nether Gate, Gao Chongran. Is that the mysterious black-haired youth standing beside him? Almost all of the experts in the top 10 superpowers of Frigid North City could recognize Gao Chongran as he was the 6th Nether Gate's chief. Since they knew where Gao Chongran was, Huang Xiaolong was naturally unable to avoid detection. Clamor broke out in the crowd almost instantly. When they saw Huang Xiaolong and Gao Chongran, a path formed in the crowd. Ever since the news of Wu Jingnan's death and the situation at the Southern Gate had spread, the 6th Nether Gate had gained a new reputation for themselves. No one dared to mess with them unless they were tired of living. Of course, in everyone's eyes, the 6th Nether Gate would be exterminated, and it was just a matter of time. Some people speculated that the 2 Archdevil ancestors would make their move the moment the auction ended. Since that was the case, not many people dared to get close to the 6th Nether Gate. They were afraid that they would be dragged into the mess. Seeing everyone's reaction to their appearance, Huang Xiaolong felt no point in bearing grudges. After an hour, the few of them finally arrived at the venue of the auction. The venue was more crowded than he had thought. There were tons of Heavenless Devil troops surrounding the area. When Huang Xiaolong, Gao Chongran, and the others barely stepped into the plaza and were planning to head over to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce gates, a massive commotion shook the world. It's the Stone Ape Archdevil ancestor. The Devil Ape cult's leader, Zhao Qingyu, is here as well. Huang Xiaolong glanced at them from the corner of his eye, and he saw 2 massive figures covered in devil chi sauntering towards him. Every single step seemed to thump deep into the hearts of everyone present, and an intense feeling of worship welled up inside them. The arrival of the Stone Ape Archdevil ancestor was announced with the terrifying devil chi he emitted from his body. The bustling plaza became so silent that the sound of a pin drop would be heard. The only sound left in the plaza was the thuds when he took his next step. The person following closely behind him was naturally the leader of the Devil Ape race, Zhao Qingyu. The aura Zhao Qingyu emitted wasn't something to scoff at, but with the Stone Ape Archdevil ancestor leading the way, he could only accept the fact of being second. In fact, even the aura around him seemed to be suppressed. One of the ancestors from the Devil Ape race approached them and whispered something into Zhao Qingyu's ear. In the next instant, a sharp light flashed through his eyes, and he flared at Huang Xiaolong. Lord Archdevil Ancestor, it's the people of the 6th Nether Gate. Zhao Qingyu turned and said to the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor. The stone ape archdevil ancestor paused for a moment, and he turned around. His gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong before looking at the four odd beasts behind him. He completely ignored Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning. Countless points of light started to revolve in his eyes, and everyone felt as though they were unable to hide anything from the stone ape archdevil ancestor. All of the people standing in the plaza felt their hearts shaking in terror. However, the indifferent look on Huang Xiaolong's face didn't fade. Instead, he met the stone ape archdevil ancestor's gaze with one of his own. In the next instant, Huang Xiaolong turned around and walked into the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. When everyone saw how Huang Xiaolong had disrespected the stone ape archdevil ancestor, rage boiled in their heart. How dare he move without Lord Archdevil Ancestor's command? Brat, you're too rude. How dare you refuse to kneel to greet Lord Archdevil Ancestor? The ancestors of the devil ape race yelled in rage and sent a palm flying towards Huang Xiaolong. Since they were both experts at the peak of the late Ninth Order Emperor realm, the skies changed color the moment they made their move. Devil clouds covered the sky. With the ability to summon countless devil clouds with a single palm, one could easily see how strong they were. However, one of the beasts behind Huang Xiaolong turned around when they made their move, pointed with a single finger. Even though the people around them couldn't see the power contained in the single finger, a look of extreme fear appeared on the faces of the two ancestors who had made their move. A hole was blasted through the palm they had sent out, and the beast's attack continued to shoot towards them. When the attack was about to send the two ancestors flying, a cold harumph could be heard, and the body of the stone ape archdevil ancestor swelled up. The devil chi around him turned into a phantom of a devil ape, and the aura he emitted became as boundless as the sea. The stone ape archdevil ancestor reached out with his arm, and he opened his palm. A massive devil blade was formed in midair as it slashed towards the beast's attack. When the power contained in the single finger strike collided with the devil blade, a massive explosion occurred. The finger sent the blade flying as it continued its trajectory towards the two ancestors who had attacked Huang Xiaolong. In an instant, the two ancestors drew a beautiful arc in the sky as they were sent flying. As for the stone ape archdevil ancestor, he was sent reeling back from the impact. He took several tens of steps before he managed to stabilize his body. What? Everyone looked at the scene before them with an incredulous expression. Everyone could see that the stone ape archdevil ancestor had tried to save the lives of the two ancestors, but he had failed to block a single finger from the beast behind the black-haired young man. He had failed to save the two ancestors from suffering serious injuries, and he was placed at a slight disadvantage. Several experts quivered in fear as they stared at the four beasts behind Huang Xiaolong. One of the ancestors who had beef with Gao Chongran and the Sixth Nether Gate felt his legs going soft. As for the stone ape archdevil ancestor, he felt the blood drain from his face as the devil chi around him rolled about chaotically. Let's go in, Huang Xiaolong said as he continued to walk into the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. This time, no one dared to stop him. Even after Huang Xiaolong had disappeared from their view, no one dared to make a single sound. Even the leader of the devil ape cult, Zhao Qingyu, failed to open his mouth. The stone ape archdevil ancestor stood rooted to his spot, and the devil chi around him rolled about unceasingly. The killing intent and rage boiling in his heart rose by several times. We're going in as well. The stone ape archdevil ancestor broke the silence, and he walked towards the entrance of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. However, his steps were no longer as commanding as it once was. The once tall figure of the stone ape archdevil ancestor seemed to have shrunken a little. As Zhao Qingyu followed behind the stone ape archdevil ancestor, the other members of the devil ape cult carried the two injured ancestors as they walked through the entrance of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. It was hard for them not to cut a sorry figure. When the members of the devil ape cult entered the auction venue, the originally silent square started to stir. Who in the world is that black-haired young man? The creature behind him is too terrifying. I'm afraid it has power comparable to the heavenly punishment archdevil ancestor. Rubbish! The heavenly punishment archdevil ancestor has already surpassed the emperor realm. How can the beast following behind that young man be in the sovereign realm? Even though it might not be as strong as the heavenly punishment archdevil ancestor, it should be comparable to the Chiyu archdevil ancestor or the Yellow Springs archdevil ancestor, right? This time, no one dared to reject the idea. The Chiyu archdevil ancestor ranked second among the 12, and the Yellow Springs archdevil ancestor ranked third. Discussions flew around, and everyone came up with tons of conclusions. By the time they were racking their brains to come up with more interesting comparisons, Huang Xiaolong and his group had already arrived at the auction's venue. For the eternal auction, there were a total of 20 VIP suites. However, they had already been arranged and assigned to the 12 archdevil ancestors and their respective factions and some of the devil world's ancient superpowers. Huang Xiaolong and the rest could only sit together with the general audience. The position Huang Xiaolong chose wasn't bad. It wasn't too eye-catching, but neither was it too quiet that the auctioneer would miss him. After sitting down, tons of eyes landed on him. It seemed as though every expert in the hall wanted to dig out the secrets of Huang Xiaolong and the 4 odd beasts beside him with their gazes. Huang Xiaolong ignored all of them, and he sat there with an indifferent look hanging on his face. The only thing he cared about was the start of the auction. The auction hall was extremely huge, and it could easily house several million participants. There was an endless stream of people, and Huang Xiaolong and his group soon blended into the crowd. There weren't too many restrictions to enter the auction. All one needed to do was bring an Emperor Realm expert and pay a certain number of spirit stones. As such, the millions of seats were filled before long. Noise filled the hall. Of course, that was to be expected. Even if one person just said a single sentence, the resulting sound wave from millions of voices would be enough to raise the roof. Young Lady Xianxia has arrived. She's in the number 1 suite. Chun Weijian has arrived as well. He's in the number 16 suite. I've heard that almost half of the upper echelon of the 100 Transformation sect have come. Even Elder Long has made a personal appearance. The discussions flowed endlessly, and all of it made its way into Huang Xiaolong's ear. The hottest topic of discussion was obviously the 3 supreme geniuses of the devil world. Of course, the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor, Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor, and Huang Xiaolong came in a close second. The 6th Nether Gate also managed to enter the sights of many superpowers in the devil world. The event that had happened at the Eternal Chamber of Commerce entrance couldn't be forgotten in such a short amount of time. Huang Xiaolong and his group turned into the center of attention the moment the topic was brought up. In the number 1 VIP suite, Xianxia's pretty gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong's figure. She had entered the venue a step ahead of Huang Xiaolong and the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor, and she had failed to witness the scene that had played out at the entrance. However, the news had long reached her ears. When the report was made, everyone in the room was shocked. From Xianxia to the ancestors, there was no exception. He managed to push the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor back. Is there still no information on his identity? Xianxia asked. The person she was referring to was naturally Huang Xiaolong. No. Liu, an ancestor of the Heavenly Punishment sect, shook his head and continued. It's like this brat doesn't exist in our devil world. It is impossible for us to dig up anything on him. Xianxia's pretty eyes widened, and a brilliant light flashed through them. Maybe he isn't a cultivator from our devil world. All the ancestors in the room widened their eyes in shock. They hadn't even considered that possibility. Liu shook his head again. That isn't possible. The devil chi around his body is extremely pure, and there is no way to fake that. If he isn't someone from our devil world, there is no way for him to possess such pure devil chi. He had merely made a suggestion, without expecting Xianxia to think down that line. Xianxia fell into thought and she muttered, "There's a chance he might possess some sort of treasure from the devil race. It's one way to explain the pure devil chi around him." All the ancestors looked at each other and didn't know how to react. That's even more unlikely. If he's not someone from our devil world, his identity would be even harder to trace. Wang Zhiqiao, another ancestor from the Heavenly Punishment sect, said. Xianxia chuckled. A smile that rivaled the beauty of 100 flowers bloomed on her face. You forgot someone. All the ancestors looked at her with a curious expression. Gao Chong ran. However, the boisterous hall fell into complete silence all of a sudden. A group of heavenless devil troops opened a path through the crowd and escorted the two auctioneers up onto the stage. There were extremely few cases where more than one auctioneer headed the auction. However, this was one of the rare few cases where two auctioneers were in charge of the same auction. The only time where more than one auctioneer was used was when the items were too precious. This time, there were two anchoring treasures up for auction. One of them was the Tushita flying ship, and the other was the Devil Holy Water. The Devil Holy Water was produced at the heart of the Devil World's holy grounds. One drop would be born every 1 million years, and to gather 100 drops they would need 100 million years. The Devil Holy Water was a holy object of the Devil World, and it was a supreme treasure. Could be used for many things, and for every race in the Devil World, the Devil Holy Water was something that couldn't be obtained even if they had spirit stones. In this auction, a total of 100 drops of Devil Holy Water would be auctioned off. 100 drops. That was the accumulated amount over 100 million years. Huang Xiaolong was determined to obtain the Devil Holy Water in addition to the Tushita flying ship. The moment he obtained it, he could repair the Yellow Springs Devil Robe. Not just that, he could also enhance its abilities. There was also no need to mention that the Devil Holy Water would be extremely beneficial for the Blood-Eye Devil Steel and Heart of Hell he had. In a flash, the auction started. The first item was a bottle of mid-grade fire-attributed Grand Mist spiritual pills. Fire-attributed Grand Mist spiritual pills were something one couldn't lack if they wanted to head over to the kingdom of devil beasts. As such, countless people started a bidding war. After the first item was sold, the second item appeared. It was a fire-attributed divine armor, and it was also a mid-grade Grand Mist artifact. The auction progressed, and the items were sold one by one. In a flash, several tens of items were sold. Now, we will start to auction off our anchoring treasures. First, up will be the Tushita flying ship. The loud voice of the auctioneer filled the hall. Everyone felt as though their heart skipped a beat in that instant. There were tons of people who had only come for the auction because they had received news that the Tushita flying ship was going on sale. Even the VIP Suites members felt their eyes brighten when they saw the Tushita flying ship's appearance. The Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor and the Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor were no exception. In contrast, Huang Xiaolong was remarkably calm when he looked at the Tushita flying ship. The spirit stones he had were more than enough to obtain both the treasures, and he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he allowed the rest of the people to raise the bid to whatever they wanted. Tushita flying ship. It's the personal treasure of the leader of the fire world. There is no need for me to speak further. With the Tushita flying ship, entering the kingdom of devil beasts would be a walk in the park. You'll be able to obtain the treasures of the kingdom of devil beasts by just reaching out and grabbing it. The auctioneer activated his unique skill and spoke all sorts of great things about the ship. A smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. This auctioneer is pretty impressive. The way he spoke was really unique. His speech was like a melodious tune and resonated with the hearts of the audience. No one would feel awkward in the hall when he was around. Ordinary auctioneers would be extremely serious when introducing a treasure like the Tushita flying ship. No one would act like him. According to his fabulous description, as long as one bought the Tushita flying ship, the kingdom of devil beast would turn into their backyard. This auctioneer is pretty good at talking. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Gao Chongran couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Lord is right. All right, now the auction will begin. The starting price is 30 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. His tone changed in an instant, and a solemn declaration left his lips. Every bid must raise the price by at least 1 million. 30 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. 1 million increment per bid. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Several ancestors who were holding on to their sweet dreams of obtaining the Tushita flying ship felt as though a bucket of ice water was poured over their heads. There were even some ancestors who were shocked to the point where they couldn't breathe properly. Even ancestors of superpowers ranked in the top 20 felt their hearts trembling. They felt as though the trace of hope they had in their heart was extinguished without mercy. Even some of the ancient superpowers and those ranked in the top 10 had to take a step back. Their ancestors sucked in a cold breath when they heard the starting price. 30 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones seems a little too vicious. The sect master of the Devil Mountain sect couldn't help but grumble. It had to be said that the Devil Mountain sect was the 8th-rank superpower in the Devil world. 30 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones were like carving out a piece of meat of the Devil Mountain sect. Moreover, that was only the starting bid. If the Devil Mountain sect master really wanted to purchase the Tushita flying ship, he would need to be ready to sacrifice everything he had. Of course, Huang Xiaolong was utterly indifferent. He remained completely expressionless when he heard the starting bid. He didn't care if the starting bid was 20 or 30 million. To him, it was all the same. Perhaps the starting bid of 30 million was too high, and no one dared to make the starting bid. The auction starts now. Just when the words left the auctioneer's lips, a booming voice rang through the hall. 31 million. Everyone stared in shock at the source of the voice. It's the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor. The person who made the first bid was precisely the Stone Archdevil Ancestor in the 6th suite. Everyone felt as though things were about to get interesting. Perhaps because they were afraid of his reputation, no one called out a second bid even after a long time. 32 million. A voice rang out from the 7th suite. It's the old ancestor of the Absolute Devil Gate. Someone managed to recognize the ancestor's voice in the 7th room, and he yelled out in excitement. The Absolute Devil Gate was an ancient superpower who had strength comparable to the 100 Transformation sect. They weren't any weaker when compared to the Devil Ape cult. Moreover, they always had beef with the Devil Ape cult. The old ancestor of the Absolute Devil Gate was one of the supreme existences in the Devil world. When the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor heard the voice of the old ancestor of the Absolute Devil Gate, he harumphed, but before he could call out another bid, someone beat him to it. 33 million. Xing Inua's crystal-clear voice resounded through the hall. When the younger generation's male disciples heard her voice, all of them felt excitement rushing up their hearts. Their fanatical screams filled the hall. The old ancestor of the Absolute Devil Gate formed a weird smile on his face, and he conceded. It seems like Marshal Nixing is interested in the item. You sure have great charm. It seems as though we old men can't match up to your attractiveness in the slightest. Xing Inua's voice rang out once again. Senior Absolute must be joking. Junior doesn't dare to compare myself to you. 40 million. Huang Xiaolong straightened his back and called out. 40 million. The hall fell into silence in an instant, and all the banter stopped. They turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong with a surprised gaze, and even the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor, Xing Inua, and other ancestors failed to contain their shock. The old ancestor from the Absolute Devil Gate lost his train of thought. The younger generation will surpass us in due time. The old ancestor of the Absolute Devil Gate finally broke the silence. However, he didn't raise the bid. In the number 1 VIP suite, Xing Inua's gaze turned to look at Huang Xiaolong once again. How can this brat take out so many spirit stones? Wang Zhiqiao widened his eyes in shock. It was clear that he didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong could foot the bill. 41 million. The Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor rose the bid once again. The 12 Archdevil Ancestors had swept through the Devil world in the past, and the number of people they had killed couldn't even be counted. They held countless treasures in their hands, and their personal fortune could rival the accumulated riches of any superpower. Several tens of millions didn't bother the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor at all. 42 million. Another voice rang out. When they turned to look at this person, they saw that his entire body was covered in a black robe, and there were traces of devil runes on his skin. 43 million. Xing Inuo raised the bid once again. 50 million. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bat an eyelid when he called out his bid. Everyone present sucked in a cold breath. When they saw the ever-increasing price, they felt as though their hearts couldn't take it. 60 million. When everyone was still amazed at Huang Xiaolong's bid, the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor raised the bid once again. A soft smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips, and he continued. 70 million. Even though the stone ape archdevil ancestor had enormous wealth, it paled compared to what Huang Xiaolong had obtained in hell and the loot from all the people he had killed. In the number 1 VIP suite, everyone's faces were scrunched together when they heard the bids. Even though they had prepared quite a sum, they knew that 70 million was too much to pay for the Tushita flying ship. A brilliant light flashed through Xing Inua's pretty eyes, but she decided to give it up. 71 million. The stone ape archdevil ancestor's voice was low, and it was clear he wouldn't give up easily. 80 million. Huang Xiaolong continued to raise the price without a change in his expression. This time, the entire hall fell silent as they stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Even the stone ape archdevil ancestor remained silent. In the end, the Tushita flying ship was won by Huang Xiaolong with a bid of 80 million low-grade chaos spirit stones. When he paid up and received the Tushita flying ship, Gao Chongren felt his throat going dry. Next up, we'll be auctioning off our final anchoring treasure, the Devil Holy Water. In an instant, several million eyeballs landed on the stage. The Devil Holy Water was the number 1 water in the Devil world. For treasures at the level of the Devil Holy Water, even the 12 archdevil ancestors would only be able to dream of obtaining them. Even though the Tushita flying ship was a scarce treasure and would be of great use when exploring the kingdom of devil beasts, it wasn't something they would kill for. The Devil Holy Water was different. With enough Devil Holy Water, they would be able to push their cultivation to the next level. They would even be able to temper their bodies with the Devil Holy Water. For people like the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor, the Devil Holy Water might even increase his chances of breaking through to the Sovereign Realm. No matter how hard the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor tried, he was stuck in the final layer of his cultivation at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor Realm. He could never break through to enter the Sovereign Realm. However, as long as he had enough Devil Holy Water, he could pierce through that screen and shatter that barrier between him and the Sovereign Realm. As such, no matter how high the price was, no matter how much they had to sacrifice, all the experts in the hall vowed to obtain the Devil Holy Water. The Heavenless Devil Army had always protected the Devil World's holy grounds. Even if the 12 Archdevil Ancestors wanted to obtain the Devil Holy Water, they could only grit their teeth and buy it when it came out in auctions. Everyone present should be clear about the uses of the Devil Holy Water. There is no need for me to introduce it to all of you. The auctioneer saw the gleam in the eyes of everyone present, and he quickly started the ball rolling. We have 100 drops of Devil Holy Water here, and this is the accumulation of 100 million years of work. We will be auctioning out all 100 drops at once, and the starting bid will be high. Everyone felt their chests tightening when they heard what the auctioneer said. Bidding shall start at 80 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Even though everyone had already expected the starting price to be astronomical, the hearts of various ancestors nearly stopped when they heard that the starting bid was 80 million. 80 million? One of the old ancestors of his sect felt his tongue going numb when he repeated the price. A gust of cold wind swept through the hall, and the air seemed to turn solid. Everyone felt a crushing pressure descending on them the moment the price left the auctioneer's lips. Even the members in the VIP suites sucked in a cold breath. Of course, the massive price tag of 80 million wasn't enough to cause Huang Xiaolong to panic. An indifferent expression hung on his face as he stared at the bottle of Devil Holy Water. There were a total of 183 Chaos Spirit Veins in the treasury of the Fiend God Emperor Palace, and the value of them was already estimated to be in the range of 400 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. If he added all the random spirit stones lying around in the treasury, he would be able to pull out 500 million at the very least. Of course, that wasn't even the total amount of low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones Huang Xiaolong had on him. As such, he wasn't even curious as to who would be the winner of the auction. Every increment has to be at least 1 million, and I hereby announce the start of the auction. Without waiting for everyone to recover from their shock, the auctioneer started the battle. Like what had happened when the Tushita flying ship had appeared, no one started the bid. Even a superpower like the 100 Transformation sect would have to take out everything they had to cough up 80 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. 81 million. The person who made the first move was still the stone ape archdevil ancestor. 82 million. A voice that soothed the soul emerged from the 16th VIP suite. Everyone stared at the suite in shock. "It's young Master Chun Weijian," someone exclaimed in surprise. As one of the three supreme geniuses in the devil world, Chun Weijian had failed to make a move. However, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere to bid for the devil holy water, causing no small amount of shock among the audience. 83 million. The low voice of the old ancestor of the absolute devil gate sounded out. 84 million. The violent lightning archdevil ancestor, who had remained silent all this while, made a move and his voice drifted out from suite number 8. He sounded even more tyrannical and bloodthirsty than the stone ape archdevil ancestor. When they heard his voice, the necks of many of the present experts shrunk. Even though the violent lightning archdevil ancestor's position was lower than the stone ape archdevil ancestor among the 12 archdevil ancestors, his oppressive might was possibly even a notch higher than the stone ape archdevil ancestors. 90 million. Huang Xiaolong's voice stabbed into the hearts of everyone present. Everyone felt as though a nuclear bomb had gone off in their hearts as they stared at the black-haired young man sitting among the general audience. 90 million. That was a number that could cause the hearts of the experts in the top 10 powerhouses of the devil world to shake. Xianxia, who was about to make a bid, closed her mouth. A trace of shock flashed through her eyes. How in the world does that brat have so much money? Wang Zhiqiao of the Heavenly Punishment sect revealed an expression of disbelief. He hadn't believed that Huang Xiaolong could pay up for the Tushita flying ship. Well, Huang Xiaolong had proved him wrong once, but he felt that there was no way for Huang Xiaolong to take out another 90 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. I don't believe it either. Why don't we notify the people from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce to check his spatial artifact? Liu didn't believe it either, and he made a bold suggestion. Even the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil ancestor couldn't take out 100 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones on a whim. That's something for the Eternal Chamber of Commerce to worry about, not us. Xianxia shook her head and stopped them from doing what they wanted to do. However, she yelled out her bid after a short moment of consideration. 91 million. Chun Weijian's gaze pierced through the crystal screen in his booth, and it landed on Huang Xiaolong. No one knew what he was thinking. Elder Long, how many more low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones do you think he will be able to take out? The various elders and ancestors of the 100 Transformation sect were stunned. His highest bid will probably be 120 million, Elder Long muttered. According to what I understand, the young lady from the Heavenly Punishment sect brought 200 million. If we take her as a benchmark, he can probably take out 120 million to bid for the Devil Holy Water. Chun Weijian nodded his head and said, "What if I call out a bid for 120 million before him?" All the ancestors of the 100 Transformation sect looked at him in shock. This? Elder Long hesitated for a moment. That's it then. We will be bidding 120 million. Chun Weijian said, I want to see if that kid can continue his bids. He didn't know why, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart when he saw Huang Xiaolong hogging the limelight. 92 million. Another bid emerged from the fourth suite. Everyone turned to stare at the suite in surprise. It's the sect master of the Black Killer sect, Cui Huajie. The Black Killer sect was founded by the fourth-ranked Archdevil ancestor, the Black Killer Archdevil ancestor. Even though he had already disappeared for a long time and the sect's prestige was no longer comparable to the Devil Ape cult and the Lightning Beast Valley, their position was unshakable in the devil world. 100 million. Huang Xiaolong's voice followed closely behind Cui Huajie's bid. 100 million. Everyone felt their worldview getting refreshed. 120 million. Just when everyone was in a state of shock, Chun Weijian's voice boomed like thunder throughout the hall. The hearts of everyone who had heard his voice shook. The hall fell into silence, and everyone turned to look at the 16th suite. Even Huang Xiaolong felt his jaws dropping slightly in shock. Lord, that's Chun Weijian of the 100 Transformation sect. Gao Changran turned and spoke to Huang Xiaolong. When he brought Chun Weijian's identity up, his expression couldn't help but change. There had been rumors going around that Chun Weijian had already broken through to the Emperor realm, and his position was about to be unchallenged. Whoever spoke about Chun Weijian couldn't help but feel a little more solemn. When Huang Xiaolong saw the serious look on Gao Changran's face, he couldn't help but laugh. He replied casually, "I already know." Seeing the smile on Huang Xiaolong's face, Gao Changran snapped back to reality. He knew that he was too quick to judge Chun Weijian, and he had forgotten Huang Xiaolong's true identity. Who cared if Chun Weijian was the #1 genius in the devil world? He was nothing but dust when compared to Huang Xiaolong. The two of them weren't even standing at the same height, to begin with. "Lord, I failed to compose myself." Gao Changran lowered his head and apologized to Huang Xiaolong. "It's fine." Huang Xiaolong waved his arm and dismissed Gao Changran's concerns. When Huang Xiaolong was chatting with Gao Changran, Chun Weijian looked at all the ancestors in the same room as him. They all had their mouths open in shock. He nodded his head contentedly. "It seems like I was right. That brat has brought only 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit stones with him." Elder Long was the first to recover, and he chuckled in amusement. When Chun Weijian yelled out his bid, Huang Xiaolong followed everyone else as he remained silent. In the eyes of the 100 Transformation sect's ancestors, Huang Xiaolong's pockets had run dry. Even the members of the Heavenly Punishment sect can't take out more than 200 million. I don't even think this brat has more than 100 million on him right now. His last bid was probably his bottom line. Another one of the ancestors sneered as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. "This time, our 100 Transformation sect will definitely obtain the Devil Holy Water. With these 100 drops of Devil Holy Water, our old ancestor will definitely be able to enter the sovereign realm in the next 100 years. The 16th Suite's ancestors laughed and joked as though they had already obtained the Devil Holy Water. This time, even though they knew that the Heavenly Punishment sect had managed to move 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit stones, they weren't idling around. They had sold a ton of treasures beforehand, and they had absolute confidence to suppress the Heavenly Punishment sect in terms of wealth. As such, they were more than sure that the bottle of Devil Holy Water had already fallen into their hands. 140 million. Huang Xiaolong's voice broke their fantasy. 140 million. What? The ancestors who were laughing and mocking Huang Xiaolong felt their faces freezing in place. Even Chun Weijian's body stiffened. In Suite 1, a look of terror flashed through Xianxia's eyes. Even the archdevil ancestors present couldn't help but display a shocked expression when they heard his bid. How in the world does that brat have so many low-grade Chaos Spirit stones? How is this possible? Elder Long of the 100 Transformation sect regained his senses and yelled in shock. Doesn't this mean that the black-haired man has more spirit stones than the Heavenly Punishment sect? Chun Weijian also managed to regain his senses, and he felt as though someone had slapped him viciously in front of the crowd. 150 million. Chun Weijian wasn't willing to back down. That was 150 million low-grade Chaos Spirit stones they were talking about. Everyone felt their jaws dropping to the ground. When Huang Xiaolong heard Chun Weijian's cold voice that was full of provocation, he chuckled. 160 million. Huang Xiaolong would be able to refine low-grade Chaos Spirit stones after breaking through Emperor Realm. When that happened, the thing Huang Xiaolong wouldn't lack would be low-grade Chaos Spirit stones. 170 million. Another voice broke the battle between the two. The sweet voice that entered their ears could only belong to one person, Xianxia. 171 million. The Stone Ape Archdevil ancestor's voice boomed through the hall, and no one could miss the rage and tyrannical might hidden behind his bid. It was clear that the Stone Ape Archdevil ancestor had reached his limit. 180 million. Chun Weijian raised the bid again. The moment the words left his lips, a cold harumph erupted from the Stone Ape Archdevil ancestor's suite, and it was like a bomb that went off in the hall. Everyone jumped in shock. 210 million. Huang Xiaolong calmly raised the price again. According to what Gao Changran gathered, the Heavenly Punishment sect had brought about 200 million low-grade Chaos Spirit stones. The 100 Transformation sect had brought a little more, but it was negligible. Huang Xiaolong didn't have the patience to play with them anymore, and he instantly increased the bid to a level none of them could reach. The sound of someone falling reverberated through the hall. What? Chun Weijian shot to his feet, and his expression turned extremely ugly. All the ancestors of the 100 Transformation sect leaped up in fright. The reaction of Xing Yinhua and the other ancestors from the Heavenly Punishment sect wasn't too different. The two archdevil ancestors present revealed a terrifying light in their eyes. Of course, Huang Xiaolong instantly became the center of attention, and the experts seated next to him retreated in fear. Xing Yinhua lost her voice, and so did all the ancestors around her. The old ancestor of the Absolute Devil Gate was dumbfounded, and the sect master of the Black Killer sect nearly lost his mind. Why is someone not verifying whether or not he has the funds to pay? One of the ancestors from the Heavenly Punishment sect screamed. However, no one seemed to have heard him, and none of them reacted. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Chun Weijian exhaled a long breath, and he gritted his teeth to yell out his final bid. 212 million. That was the absolute limit of what he could afford. Of course, that was all the movable funds the 100 Transformation sect could take out. 213 million. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate at all as he called out the winning bid. Chun Weijian clenched his fist in rage, and a monstrous killing intent welled up in his eyes. However, his body seemed to have lost all strength as he fell back into his chair in the next moment. In the end, Huang Xiaolong purchased the Devil Holy Water with 213 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. When they saw Huang Xiaolong handing over the payment, mountains and mountains of Chaos Spirit Stones piled on each other, and the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard throughout the hall. After receiving the Spirit Stones, the auction manager handed the bottle of Devil Holy Water over to Huang Xiaolong personally. After ensuring that there were no problems, Huang Xiaolong kept the bottle. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong causally got up from his seat and brought his group out of the hall. No one other than him moved, and all of them watched as he disappeared into the distance. When they saw Huang Xiaolong's figure disappearing, the same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Young master, do we? Elder Long of the 100 Transformation sect asked, and he drew a line across his neck. Even though they were here for the two devil steals and didn't wish to clash with other superpowers before achieving their goal, the bottle of Devil Holy Water held the same level of importance as the two devil steals. If they could kill Huang Xiaolong and snatch the Devil Holy Water, it would be a worthy sacrifice no matter how many men died in the process. Let's return before making a decision. Chun Weijian got to his feet, and he thought about his next course of action. The Heavenly Punishment Archdevil Ancestor should be arriving in Eternal Devil City tomorrow. I will personally greet him. Yes, young master. Elder Long immediately saw through the meaning behind his words. Even before Huang Xiaolong arrived back at his courtyard, the news of him spending 213 million on the bottle of Devil Holy Water spread across the Eternal Devil City like wildfire. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother roaming the streets, and he returned to his courtyard after leaving the auction. Along the way, tons of auras locked onto Huang Xiaolong, but he ignored them. He wasn't afraid that people would try to rob him of his treasures. In fact, he was worried that people wouldn't try. If not for the presence of the Heavenless Devil Legion protecting the order of the city, those people would have already made their move on him in the auction hall. Even though the four odd beasts had exhibited their frightening strength, the saying was true. Birds die for food, and people die for wealth. With the motivation from both the Tushita flying ship and the Devil Holy Water, some people wouldn't think of the consequences. As Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning were walking behind Huang Xiaolong, they were naturally targets of the killing intent. They couldn't help but feel their hearts thumping loudly. Gao Chongran only managed to heave a sigh of relief when they returned to their courtyard. Despite knowing Huang Xiaolong's identity and that he was able to slaughter all the enemies in his path, Gao Chongran felt that no matter how strong Huang Xiaolong was, he would fail to resist the combined strength of half the devil world on his own. The Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor might not be significant enough for them to take precautions, but what if the Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor was added into the mix? With the addition of the 100 Transformation sect and the Black Killer Devil sect, things could get messy, not to mention the heavenly punishment archdevil ancestor himself. The combined power of all the superpowers was nothing to scoff at. The heavenless devil legion wouldn't be enough to stop them. Your Majesty, should we retreat and consolidate our strength before returning? Gao Changran asked prudently the moment they returned. The meaning behind his words was clear. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. Retreat? Where do you want to go? Do you really think that they will give up after we leave the Eternal Devil City? The moment they left the Eternal Devil City, they would no longer be under the protection of the Heavenless Devil Legion. The people who were gunning for the Devil Holy Water would be able to do whatever they wanted. As such, staying in Eternal Devil City was the way to avoid most troubles. Gao Changran knew that Huang Xiaolong was making a valid point, but reason failed to win over his fear. Your Majesty, the heavenly punishment archdevil ancestor will be arriving in Eternal City tomorrow. The Qiyu archdevil ancestor will also be arriving soon. So what if they come? We'll deal with them after they come. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent when he spoke about the archdevil ancestors. All right, you can leave. Pay attention to the opening of the Devil Tower. Before Gao Changran could bring up any more points, Huang Xiaolong shook his hand and dismissed everyone. Yes, Your Majesty. No matter how unwilling Gao Changran was, he could only take his leave respectfully. The moment everyone left, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Yellow Springs magic robe. For the past hundreds of years, Huang Xiaolong had been soaking it in the Blue Spectre Spring. After ascending to his position as the King of Hell, he had used countless treasures to repair it. As such, it was pretty much restored. Right now, the only thing left was the Devil Holy Water. With the Devil Holy Water, Huang Xiaolong believed that it wouldn't be long before the Yellow Springs magic robe would return to its peak form. He took out the stone bottle that contained the Devil Holy Water, and brilliant rays of blue light emerged from the container's opening. The pretty blue color had a dreamy beauty, and it was extremely captivating. As the stone bottle trembled, a drop of crystal clear and blue liquid dripped onto the Yellow Springs magic robe. In an instant, the sound of swallowing could be heard, and a mighty radiance burst out from the robe. The massive giant on the robe wielding a mighty axe awakened, and blood-red light burst out from its eyes. Waves after waves of devilish light shot up to the skies, and the runes on the robes started to shine with unprecedented luster. Huang Xiaolong could feel the speed at which the robe healed, with the assistance of a single drop of the Devil Holy Water. There were cracks spreading all over the armor in the past, but they were healing on their own right before his eyes. Huang Xiaolong was shocked at the effects of a single drop of the Devil Holy Water. According to his estimation, he could fully restore the robe with 10 or so drops. The Yellow Springs magic robe was refined personally by the Yellow Springs archdevil ancestor, and the giant on it contained the essence of the robe and was sentient. Even though the Yellow Springs magic robe was a mid-grade Grand Mist artifact, its might matched high-grade Grand Mist artifacts. Using 10 drops of the Devil Holy Water to restore the Yellow Springs magic robe was utterly worth it. Huang Xiaolong shook the bottle, and drops after drops of Devil Holy Water emerged. Every single drop possessed unrivaled beauty. Each time a drop landed on the robe, a swallowing sound would be heard, and the axe-holding demon would glow a little brighter. When the Yellow Springs magic robe absorbed the 10th drop, resplendent light filled the skies, and the massive devil started to move. Its sentient burst out from the robe. The devilish light from the courtyard managed to alarm all the experts staying near Huang Xiaolong. What is that? It's definitely one of the devil treasures from some superpower. That should be a mid-grade Grand Mist artifact. No, that could be a high-grade Grand Mist artifact. Many of the experts broke out into discussion. All of them were old monsters in the devil world, and their experience allowed them to determine the approximate grade of Huang Xiaolong's treasure accurately. That kid has so many treasures on him. They were already lusting for the Devil Holy Water on Huang Xiaolong, but they had never expected him to bring out another treasure. Kill! Finally, someone became unable to control themselves under the temptation of the Yellow Springs magic robe. He soared into the sky, and his body emitted devilish light. He turned into a massive ball of devilish light and rotated about in midair. A yin-yang diagram was formed as light and darkness frequently changed places. It's the old ancestor of the absolute devil gate. Many of them recognized the old man. After all, he had already found Huang Xiaolong unpleasant to the eye in the auction. The absolute ancestor spun faster and faster, and he turned into a massive yin-yang wheel. Wherever he went, the area was cleaved apart by yin-yang devil qi, and he shot towards Huang Xiaolong. The absolute yin-yang wheel is the strongest divine art the old ancestor possess. In the past, it was said that the old ancestor of the absolute devil gate had forced the Yellow Springs archdevil ancestor to retreat with this same move. I wonder if that's true. As the old ancestor appeared in the space above Huang Xiaolong's courtyard, many experts in the surrounding area made their move. All of them soared through the air, and devilish light covered the sky. The winds howled as hurricanes swept through the area. At that very moment, 8 massive arms emerged from Huang Xiaolong's courtyard. Darkness devils possessing endless might surrounded each arm, and they seemed to have emerged from the abyss as they reached into the skies above the courtyard. Out of the 8 arms, 4 of them welcomed the absolute devil gate's old ancestor, and the others swung out at the other ancestors who were making a move against Huang Xiaolong. Pa! Pa pa pa! When the 4 arms slammed against the absolute yin-yang wheel, a massive explosion occurred. Countless rays of light shot outwards. The old ancestor of the absolute devil gate stopped spinning suddenly, and the wheel started to crack. Crack! The sound of his shattering attack echoed through the sky. Along with the explosion of the absolute yin-yang wheel, the old ancestor's figure appeared before everyone. There was a look of absolute shock on his skinny face. The black light on the 4 massive arms grew brighter, and a miserable shriek from the absolute devil gate's old ancestor resounded through the lands. He shot outwards and he smashed into some random corner of Eternal Devil City. The cries of all the cultivators who had dared to move against Huang Xiaolong rang out simultaneously. They were sent flying as well. The weaker ones turned into a mist of blood on the spot. Along with the rain of experts from the sky, explosions repeatedly sounded on the ground below them. Countless structures collapsed, and many of them turned into dust. The 8 arms that stretched out from Huang Xiaolong's courtyard seemed to disappear in an instant. They sent everyone flying. The heavens and earth seemed to turn quiet instantly. The experts who were waiting around Huang Xiaolong's courtyard felt the air getting stuck in their throats. None of them dared to breathe, and their bodies stiffened. Those who had decided to make their moves after the absolute devil gate's old ancestor felt their bodies shaking like a leaf in the wind. While everything was happening, the radiance around the Yellow Springs magic robe didn't dissipate. Instead, it glowed even brighter. With the boost from the devil holy water, the Yellow Springs magic robe seemed to be filled with endless vitality, as though it was reborn from the ashes. By the time the 9th drop landed on it, a buzzing sound came from the Yellow Springs magic robe. The radiance pierced through the heavens, and the axe-wielding devil became lively again. It broke free of the constraints of the robe and appeared on its surface. The cracks on the Yellow Spring devil robe disappeared, and devilish light spread throughout the entire piece. A satisfied smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. The Yellow Springs magic robe is finally fixed. For the past few hundred years, Huang Xiaolong had been trying means and ways to fix it. He had finally managed to check it off his checklist. Waving both his hands around, the Yellow Springs magic robe turned into a length of red cloth as it swirled around him. It was like a lively and naughty kid. The axe-wielding demon also returned to the robe, and the glow around it started to fade. When the robe finally landed on Huang Xiaolong's body, the runes hid themselves, and the devil's figure shrunk into a tiny black dot. On the surface, no one would be able to notice that it was the Yellow Springs magic robe. Perhaps only the Yellow Springs archdevil ancestor himself would be able to recognize it. Huang Xiaolong wasn't the least bit afraid that anyone would be able to tell. After restoring the Yellow Springs magic robe to its peak state, Huang Xiaolong calmly probed his surroundings. A sneer appeared on his face. With what had happened to the absolute devil gate's old ancestor, He was sure no one would dare to make a move against him anytime soon. He took out the devil gourd next, and he held it before him. There were countless lines and marks on the gourd, and they covered the entire item. The devil gourd was something he had bought when he had purchased the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin. It was a high-grade Grand Mist artifact. However, due to the crack on the mouth of the gourd, Huang Xiaolong had managed to obtain it for the low price of 15 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. All these years, Huang Xiaolong had tried many methods to patch up the crack, but he had never managed to do so. Since he had so much devil holy water left, he planned to see if it would be of assistance. The devil gourd had a great history. One of the most potent poisons in the devil world, the black burial water, was inside it. The black burial water was capable of corroding all existences in the devil races and members of the devil beasts. Any living being that absorbed devil chi wouldn't be able to resist its corrosive abilities. Just when Huang Xiaolong was about to use the devil holy water to repair the devil gourd, the news about the outcomes of recent attacks on Huang Xiaolong spread throughout the Eternal Devil City. Everyone knew how the Absolute Devil Gate's old ancestor and the other experts were sent flying by the 8 massive arms. Eternal Devil City quaked once again. What? Even the old ancestor from the Absolute Devil Gate suffered a serious injury from a single attack. Some of the ancestors were smashed into flying chunks of meat on the spot. How is that possible? When Chen Weijian heard the report from the 100 Transformation Gate's ancestors, he felt as though he had braved through countless winds and charged through endless storms. His expression changed, and he leaped to his feet. The various ancestors who heard the report also felt their hearts tightening. The old ancestor of the Absolute Devil Gate was one of the powerhouses in the devil world. His strength was comparable to the Stone Ape Archdevil ancestor, but even someone like him had become seriously injured from a single attack. Yes, the old ancestor of the Absolute Devil Gate circulated his Absolute Yin-Yang Wheel and tried to kill the black-haired young man for the devil holy water and his treasures. He had never expected 8 massive arms to pop out of nowhere. 4 of them stopped him, and another 4 sent the rest of the experts flying. With a single slap, the ancestors of the Absolute Devil Gate were sent flying, and the weaker ones exploded into a mist of blood right there and then. The disciples who had witnessed the scene spilled everything without concealing the facts. Chen Weijian's expression became extremely colorful as different emotions filled his heart. 8 massive arms meant 4 of them. Elder Long's thoughts returned to the 4 odd beasts serving Huang Xiaolong. "Young master, what do you think we should do?" Elder Long asked. Chen Weijian sucked in a cold breath and hesitated. "We'll wait for senior heavenly punishment to arrive before doing anything." Everyone present fell silent. Even the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor, Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor, Black Killer Sect, Black Killer Archdevil Ancestor, and other superpowers didn't dare to say a word when the Absolute Devil Gate was wiped out. A single drop of devil holy water landed on the crack of the devil gourd in the courtyard, and radiance bloomed around it. To Huang Xiaolong's shock, the crack managed to close, albeit a tiny bit. Even though the repair was unnoticeable from afar, the effects were there. Huang Xiaolong hastily dripped another drop on it, and radiance seeped into the crack. Resplendent light shimmered around the mouth of the gourd as the crack closed once again. Then came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th drop. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate as he used drop after drop of the devil holy water. The crack on the mouth of the gourd became smaller and smaller. When the 26th drop landed on the gourd, the crack was finally restored. Brilliant rays of light pierced through the sky, and it was at least 3 times stronger than when he had fixed the Yellow Springs magic robe. Some experts who hadn't left the area sucked in a cold breath when they saw the second coming of the light in the sky. Is this a high-grade Grand Mist artifact? How many damn treasures does he have? Several ancestors felt their mouth go dry, and the fervent look in their eyes grew brighter. However, none of them dared to make a move if they became the next old ancestor of the Absolute Devil Gate. They knew that no matter how strong they seemed, they were way weaker than the group from the Absolute Devil Gate. In the small courtyard, Huang Xiaolong's palm rubbed against the devil gourd, and he looked at the swirling patterns on it. A smile appeared on his face. The Silver Devil sect and Chu Han should be arriving soon. I'll probably be able to test the might of this devil gourd soon. Huang Xiaolong didn't leave the courtyard after repairing the devil gourd. Instead, he raised the bottle of devil holy water and swallowed a drop. As soon as it entered his mouth, the drop of water turned into an icy river. It slid down his throat, and a comfortable feeling spread through Huang Xiaolong's body. The feeling of frost covered his body, and Huang Xiaolong felt as though he was drifting on his back along the icy river that held the holy devil water. Despite the chill, Huang Xiaolong couldn't feel the numbness on his skin. Instead, he felt that the chill had penetrated his body, deep into his heart and soul. Waves of energy slowly formed and surged around Huang Xiaolong's body. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium to regulate the massive amounts of energy running amok inside him. The moment he activated the Grand Mist parasitic medium, his three king of supreme godheads swallowed the mysterious energy, and Huang Xiaolong could feel the heart of hell thumping in his chest. Every time it pulsed, Huang Xiaolong could feel the mysterious energy seeping into the heart of hell. Of course, the blood-eye devil steel in his body started to emit scarlet radiance when it felt the energy coming from the holy devil water. The three king of supreme godheads rotated and emitted multicolored light, and the archdevil king of supreme godhead shone the brightest. Huang Xiaolong was like a water fountain as the pores on his body widened and spat out blue gas. Traces of black and blue lingered in the gas as it dissipated around his body. Those were the impurities hidden in Huang Xiaolong's true dragon divine physique and his godheads. Along his path of cultivation, Huang Xiaolong had swallowed countless spiritual pills, and he had refined many divine physiques and tons of divine souls. Even though he had managed to force most of the impurities out of his body, there were still some traces hidden in him. When Huang Xiaolong closed his eyes and circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium, he felt like he had appeared in an icy blue world. In a flash, one entire night passed. Dawn had arrived by the time Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes after refining the drop of holy devil water. The energy contained within a single drop of holy devil water wasn't large, but it brought with it unimaginable effects. Huang Xiaolong felt his entire body loosening up even though he had only absorbed a drop of it. He knew that the reason he felt comfortable all over was because his true dragon physique and divine soul had undergone a round of tempering. He could also feel that they had become much purer than before. Those were just the effects without mentioning the fact that every pulse of the heart of hell contained even more power than before, and his archdevil godhead felt as though it was on the verge of transformation. Along with his archdevil godhead's improvement, Huang Xiaolong felt as though he had gained greater insight into the devil energy source in the devil world. As for the blood-eye devil steel, it emitted brilliant rays of scarlet light from time to time. Right after Huang Xiaolong's cultivation session, Gao Chongran entered the room and reported to him, "Your Majesty, we received news that the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil Ancestor and Chiyu Archdevil Ancestor have arrived in Eternal Devil City." "Oh!" A weird light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. "They're pretty fast. What about Chu Han and the Silver Devil sect? We didn't manage to get any news from them. Could it be that Chu Han and the Silver Devil sect have already arrived? You might have missed out on that point." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and explained. Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that they were already in Eternal Devil City. However, they had probably entered with a different identity. It wasn't abnormal for Gao Chongran to fail to detect them. Gao Chongran swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. "Anyway, what about the Devil Tower?" Huang Xiaolong's tone changed again and he asked. As soon as Gao Chongran heard the words Devil Tower, he snapped back to attention and replied, "Reporting to Your Majesty, the light around the Devil Tower hasn't disappeared for the past 2 days. With the radiance it is emitting, it might be opening soon." A light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. "What do you think? When will it open?" Gao Chongran shook his head in disappointment. "That's hard to estimate. It might be today, but there is a chance of it opening tomorrow. If I were to make an estimation, it would probably open tomorrow." Huang Xiaolong sighed. Tomorrow? It was much sooner than he had expected. After asking Gao Chongran some other questions, Huang Xiaolong dismissed him. When he felt the multiple presence around the courtyard, he couldn't help but chuckle. He ignored all of them as he swallowed another drop of holy devil water. When Huang Xiaolong swallowed his second drop of holy devil water, another scene was playing out in the main hall of the residence the Heavenly Punishment sect had bought. Xianxia laughed and spoke freely, and a middle-aged man sat beside her. Directly below them, the experts of the Heavenly Punishment sect, Chun Weijian, and the ancestors of the 100 Transformation sect sat quietly. Nuor, were you obedient when I wasn't around? The middle-aged man laughed as he questioned her. A cute pout formed on her lips as she complained. When haven't I been obedient? Why don't you ask Liu, Wang Zhiqiao, and the others? The middle-aged man's identity was pretty obvious. He was the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil ancestor, ranked number 1 out of the 12 Archdevil ancestors. His position in the Devil world was similar to Jianghong's existence in the Divine world. Jianghong was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 expert in the Divine world, and the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil ancestor was the strongest expert of the Devil world. The Heavenly Punishment Archdevil ancestor chuckled. Even if you behave like a spoiled brat, they will never dare to rat you out. Xing Tian, the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil ancestor, who was usually cruel and tyrannical beyond belief, was nothing more than a fatherly figure as he sat beside Xianxia. All the experts sitting in the hall laughed. Their conversation finally came to an end, and Chun Weijian, who had remained silent the whole time, finally spoke up. Senior Xing Tian, this junior came mainly because of the... Before he could complete his sentence, the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil ancestor interrupted him. I know. You're here because of the Devil Holy Water. Chun Weijian was stunned for a second, but a smile appeared on his face soon after. Nothing can hide from Senior Xing Tian's eyes. This junior is indeed here today because of the Devil Holy Water. The Devil Holy Water is a sacred item of our Devil world, but it was obtained by some random guy whose identity we cannot verify. This has caused a lot of resentment in my heart. Xing Tian laughed. Are you planning to ally with my Heavenly Punishment sect to snatch the Devil Holy Water? Chun Weijian growled in acknowledgement. That's right. Only experts like Senior Xing Tian will be able to utilize a sacred object of our Devil world fully. As long as you give the word, my 100 Transformation sect will bear the brunt of the blow and charge headfirst into battle. Xing Tian stared at Chun Weijian, and he paused for a moment before saying, even though I really want the Devil Holy Water, someone has already bought it fair and square. Moreover, it's not possible for me to personally make a move in Eternal Devil City. Chun Weijian was stunned for a second. Senior Xing Tian. Panic settled in his heart. The Heavenly Punishment Archdevil ancestor waved his hand and dismissed all of them. Enough. This matter ends here. After half an hour, Chun Weijian and the 100 Transformation sect's various ancestors left the Heavenly Punishment sect's palace. Chun Weijian's face was gloomy, as he had anticipated gaining the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil ancestors' support to snatch the Devil Holy Water. It was too bad Xing Tian refused to cooperate. Young master, are we going back now? Elder Long asked. No. We'll be paying a visit to the Stone Ape Archdevil ancestor and the Violent Lightning Archdevil ancestor. A frosty light flashed through Chun Weijian's eyes. Since the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil ancestor refuses to get his hands dirty, we'll ally with the other 2 Archdevil ancestors. This, young master, do you need to report this to the old ancestor before deciding on it? No. I will be able to bear the consequences. When Xianxia saw how the 100 Transformation sect's members left, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Father, are we really not going to snatch the Devil Holy Water? She felt that the alliance with the 100 Transformation sect was sure to take place. However, reality proved her wrong. Xing Tian laughed. Even though the Devil Holy Water really tempts me, we need to know who we're up against. No matter how much I want to snatch the 100 drops of Devil Holy Water, I will never do something I have no confidence in. Xianxia and the other experts felt their jaws dropping to the ground. Could it be that even the strongest of the Archdevil ancestors had no confidence in taking that black-haired youth down? Father, Are the people around that black-haired man really that strong? Xianxia asked in disbelief. A solemn expression finally appeared on Xianxia's face as he nodded his head. Extremely strong. These two words seemed to crush down on the hearts of all the ancestors present in the hall. Does father know the true identity of the black-haired youth? Xianxia couldn't help but ask again. Xianxian shook his head, and he wasn't able to confirm his guess. I cannot be sure, but we'll know soon. All the ancestors in the hall looked at each other in disbelief. Even if we refuse to make a move, the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor and Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor will try to snatch it. All of them are stuck at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm, and they have already lost their true self in the pursuit of power. Xianxian shook his head. However, even if they ally, they'll be wasting their time. Enough. This topic ends here. Xianxian's tone changed, and he asked Xianxia, "Nor the opening of the Devil Tower spells a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to give it everything you got. Climb to the highest possible floor." "Father, you can rest assured that I will." Xianxia nodded her head, and a solemn expression appeared on her face. "How high do you think you can go?" Xianxian asked. After pondering over it for a little while, Xianxia explained. "The 7th floor won't be a problem. I have a little confidence in climbing up to the 8th floor, but the 9th will be extremely difficult." The 9th floor was where the heavenless Archdevil Lord had reached in the past, and no one else had ever climbed that high ever since. No matter how high Xianxia felt her talent was, she knew that she had zero chance. Xianxian sighed. Difficult doesn't begin to describe the ascend to the 9th floor. In the past, he had also tried to ascend the Devil Tower. However, he had to use all the strength in his body just to arrive on the 8th floor. This time, there might be someone who manages to climb to the 9th floor, Xianxian muttered to himself. When they heard the soft whisper, all the ancestors in the hall felt a bomb going off in their head. "Lord Archdevil Ancestor, are you saying that Chun Weijian has a chance of arriving at the 9th floor?" Liu exclaimed in shock. To their surprise, Xianxian shook his head. Even though Chun Weijian might be more talented than Nuor, the highest he will go is the 8th floor. He can't reach the 9th floor. Everyone stared at the heavenly punishment Archdevil Ancestor in shock. They could have never expected for the person he was referring to be someone other than Chun Weijian. "Father, is there someone more talented than Chun Weijian in the younger generation?" Xianxia revealed a look of suspicion as she questioned her father. Xianxian chuckled and a mysterious smile formed on his face. "You'll know when it happens." Everyone became even more curious about the talent's identity. However, the figure of the black-haired young man flashed through Xianxia's mind subconsciously. Could it be him? She shook her head to clear her mind. It's impossible. After more than an hour, Chun Jianwei left the residences of the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor and Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor with a smile on his face. He had finally managed to convince the two of them to form an alliance with him. From that moment on, the three of them would move whatever resources they could and combine their strength. In half a day, they would gather and make a move against Huang Xiaolong. Half a day passed in a flash. The three superpowers gathered all their strength. Under the leadership of the two Archdevil Ancestors, the Black Killer Sect, Exquisite Sea City, and 30 other superpowers were dragged into their plan. There was almost no need to mention that all the powers they had dragged in ranked in the top 100 in the Devil world. Right before they could arrive at Huang Xiaolong's courtyard, Eternal Devil City shook. Chun Weijian and the others felt as though a thunderbolt struck their minds. A brilliant light rose from the north side of the city, and the light pierced through the 9 heavens. This? Chun Weijian stared at the light in shock, but joy filled his mind in the next instant. The Devil Tower has opened. He was right. The Devil Tower had indeed unsealed itself. The resplendent rays of light emitted by the tower filled the lands, and everyone in Eternal Devil City watched as it rose from the ground. Countless experts threw the plan to the back of their minds as they swarmed towards the tower. Senior Stone Ape, Senior Violent Lightning, the Devil Tower has opened. We can only carry out our plan to kill that brat after the event. Chun Weijian turned to the two archdevil ancestors and apologized. The two of them nodded their heads. It's fine. We'll take care of him after settling matters with the Devil Tower. The Stone Ape Archdevil ancestor wasn't able to stop everyone, and he could only agree. The second the Devil Tower appeared, everyone lost the motivation to deal with Huang Xiaolong. Chun Weijian and the others changed their direction of flight as they shot towards the Devil Tower. Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning were very excited when they realized that the Devil Tower was open. However, Huang Xiaolong was still refining the Devil Holy Water. No matter how anxious they were, they could only wait. When the next day arrived, Huang Xiaolong finally emerged from his cultivation session. The two of them hastily went up to him and reported about the Devil Tower. The Devil Tower is open. A brilliant light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Yes, Your Majesty, the tower opened after you entered seclusion cultivation again in the afternoon. Almost everyone in Eternal Devil City is gathered there. Words came out of Gao Chongran's mouth like bullets. I've heard that Chun Weijian managed to reach the second level 1 hour ago. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Chun Weijian's talent is pretty good. Huang Xiaolong knew little when it came to ascending the tower. There weren't more than a handful of people who had managed to climb to the second floor on the first day of the tower's opening. When Gao Chongran saw the indifferent expression on Huang Xiaolong's face, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. The emperor hasn't panicked, but the eunuchs have already lost their minds. Your Majesty, will we be heading there now? Let's go. When Huang Xiaolong saw the anxious expression on Gao Chongran's face, he laughed. Don't worry, no matter how high Chun Weijian's talent is, he can't arrive at the 9th level. After a few hours, the few of them finally arrived at the tower that pierced through the clouds. They could see black dots surrounding the tower, and it was apparent that the experts in Eternal Devil City formed the sea of black around the tower. Like Gao Chongran had said, nearly all the experts in Eternal Devil City had made their way there. For latecomers like Huang Xiaolong, they couldn't push their way to the tower unless they had overwhelming strength. Huang Xiaolong ignored them all and charged through the skies with the 4 odd beasts. Countless cultivators filled the area around the tower, but they only raised their heads to see several figures shooting past them. Some of them were shocked, and the complaints soon began. Flying over their heads was an undisguised provocation. Preposterous! One of the Emperor Realm ancestors of some random superpower yelled and tried to slap Huang Xiaolong out of the sky. His palm covered the sky, and a massive claw reached out from the void. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother with him as he shot through the skies. Seeing as the bastard in the sky had ignored his palm, a chilly killing intent appeared in the ancestor's eyes. However, he failed to react as one of the 4 odd beasts reached out to slap his attack out of the sky. With a single wave, the claw disappeared, and the ancestor suffered a massive impact in his chest as he flew through the air, spouting mouthfuls after mouthfuls of blood. Everyone felt the blood drain from their face. Even though Huang Xiaolong's reputation had already spread through Eternal Devil City, not many people had seen him. Even Gao Chongran wasn't widely recognized. The Emperor Realm ancestor who had attacked Huang Xiaolong just now was someone who had recently exited seclusion. It's Gao Chongran from the 6th Nether Gate. A voice echoed through the air after the expert was sent flying. Everyone's eyes instantly landed on Gao Chongran, and they turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. A tremor ran through their hearts. Initially, some friends of the injured ancestor wanted to take revenge for him. However, they were petrified after hearing the scream and learning who they were up against. In the next instant, they felt that their back was drenched in a cold sweat. Even though they had never seen Huang Xiaolong, stories of him had been repeated so many times that many people felt as though their ears had rotted. His reputation was like thunder piercing through their ears. The Emperor Realm expert who was flung away felt the anger in his heart dissipating as fear replaced it. From that moment on, no one dared to stop Huang Xiaolong. As such, Huang Xiaolong was able to arrive at the foot of the tower without any mishaps. Everyone before him carved a pathway out before he could even open his mouth. In the distance, The Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor and Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor saw what had happened, and they harumphed coldly. A formless pressure suddenly pressed down on Huang Xiaolong, but he treated it as though they didn't exist. Instead, he turned to Gao Changran and Wang Fanning before saying, "Wait here for me." "Yes, Lord." Even though everyone was allowed to climb the tower, everyone only had one chance in their life to do so. The Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor, Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor, Gao Changran, and the rest had already done so, and they could only watch. Even existences who surpassed the Emperor realm couldn't force their way into the Devil Tower. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Huang Xiaolong stepped into the first floor of the tower. "Do we make a move?" The Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor felt his heart shake when Huang Xiaolong stepped in, and he whispered to the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor. At that moment, the four odd beasts were quite a distance away from him, and if they made a sneak attack, they felt that there was no way for Huang Xiaolong to escape. A look of hesitation flashed through the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor's eyes, but he shook his head. "Let's wait till the Devil Tower disappears." He didn't know why, but an uneasy feeling had filled his heart when he had tried to make a move earlier. The feeling was completely unfounded, but he felt that he had to trust it as he had managed to avoid a huge calamity in the past by trusting his gut. Huang Xiaolong's figure disappeared through the gates while they were reflecting on their actions. As for the Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor, he felt that it was a pity to have missed the best opportunity to kill Huang Xiaolong. As Xing Tian stared at the two of them, he silently noted down their expressions. "Lord Archdevil Ancestor, we received news that Shi Ming of the Nine Yin Corpse tribe and Qi Han of the Massacring God's Gate are in the secret Yuan mansion. Do we send people to keep an eye on them?" Liu transmitted his voice to Xing Tian's mind. "There is no need. We don't intend to clash with them anyway. Whatever the case, someone will naturally deal with them when the time comes." Liu was stunned. The Devil Tower lit up all of a sudden and broke his train of thoughts. Someone in the crowd screamed, "It's young Lady Xing Inua. She has arrived on the second floor of the tower." Since the Devil Tower space was connected to the outside world, any disciple in the tower could transmit news to the outside world. Xing Inua's arrival on the second floor spread like wildfire. Xing Yuan shook his head and smiled. Nuor is still a step behind. In everyone's eyes, Xing Inua had used a day to ascend to the second floor, and her speed was unbelievable. However, in the eyes of the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil Ancestor, she was a tad bit too slow. Compared to Chun Weijian, she had taken 6 more hours to ascend to the second floor. Even though it wasn't too big of a gap, it definitely existed. In the distance, the 100 transformation sect's old men were also keeping their eyes on the second floor. Young Master has already arrived on the second floor of the Devil Tower for 5 to 6 hours. He should be able to arrive on the third floor in 3 days. Right? Elder Long estimated. In the past, Heavenless Archdevil Lord had used 2 whole days to reach the third floor. If our young master manages to beat his record, wouldn't that mean that he will be able to ascend to the 9th floor in half a year? Another one of the ancestors from the 100 Transformation sect exclaimed. The black-haired kid entered not too long ago. I wonder how high his level of talent is. Another elder sneered. I'm afraid he isn't lagging too far behind. So what if he has talent? I don't think he'll be able to reach the second floor even after young master reaches the third. Right at that moment, another burst of light erupted from the tower. It's Qin Hongbao. Qin Hongbao has reached the second floor. Right after Xing Inua's arrival on the second floor, the Devil World's other supreme genius completed the same feat. The talents in our Devil World are special in their own right. Xing Inua and Qin Hongbao have managed to climb to the second floor on their first day. Chun Weijian took less than a day. I'm afraid even Heavenly Prince Di Jing of the Divine World or that Huang Xiaolong guy won't be able to catch up to him. The old ancestor of another superpower sneered. If I were to say it, even if Heavenly Prince Di Jing or that whatever his name is comes here, they won't be able to climb to the second floor even if we gave them 3 days. A sneer emerged from the crowd. That's right. Heavenly Tao Godhead. 3 king of supreme godheads. I think that their talent has been exaggerated. Even if they are talented, they won't be able to match up to the three supreme geniuses of our devil world. Some of the disciples started to discuss their thoughts, and clamor broke out in the crowd. The devil world always hated the divine world. Of course, no one liked the talents from the divine world. Even though the news of the battle of the heavenly court had already spread through the great worlds, and no matter how much people said that Huang Xiaolong and Di Jing had revealed unrivaled talent, no one in the devil world wanted to believe in it. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong had already arrived before a massive mountain on the tower's first floor. In fact, the mountain was the only thing present on the first floor of the Devil Tower. There were flights of steps on the mountain peak, and it wasn't difficult to guess where they went. After climbing the flight of stairs, they would be able to arrive on the second floor. Countless disciples struggled as they lined the steps. Most of them were in the heavenly monarch realm, and there were some god kings. There were also several emperor realm cultivators among them. However, all the emperor realm cultivators were in the second order and below. It had already been 800,000 years since the Devil Tower had last opened. Since then, no one had seen the inside of the tower. As for all the present disciples, most of them wouldn't be older than 800,000 years old. For a cultivator to reach the first or second order emperor realm in 800,000 years, that was a feat in itself. Most of these cultivators would be able to break through to the high-level emperor realm if nothing went wrong. Huang Xiaolong hadn't made any preparations, and he directly stepped on the first step. The instant he stepped foot on the first step, a formless pressure and energy pressed down on him. Of course, the little bit of resistance was nothing to Huang Xiaolong. He raised his foot and walked towards the second step. The instant he set foot on the second step, another wave of pressure and energy assaulted him. They charged at him at waves, and every time he climbed a single step, another wave would wash against him. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate, and he climbed to a higher step every second. Before he knew it, he had climbed up several tens of steps. His shocking speed attracted the attention of a lot of people climbing the Devil Tower. Who is that? He climbed several tens of steps in a single breath. One of the disciples from the Violent Insect exclaimed in surprise. The Violet Insect ranked somewhere in the 200 in the Devil world. It's him. He's the black-haired man from the 6th Nether Gate. Someone managed to recognize Huang Xiaolong, and their expression changed. What? That's him. He's the mysterious black-haired man? His talent is astonishingly high. Shouldn't he be able to rank in the top 300 in our Devil world? The number of geniuses in the Devil world was countless. After all, the Devil world was boundless, and there were billions upon billions of talented individuals. The disciple who thought Huang Xiaolong possessed talent rivaling the top 300 felt that he was already overestimating his talent. While discussions broke out all around him, Huang Xiaolong made his way higher and higher up the mountain. Every time he moved to a higher step, the pressure and energy would increase a little. Even though the increase was small enough to be ignored when he moved up a single step, the increase after tens of steps was pretty obvious. The pressure that he had to endure at his current height was around twice the first step. Huang Xiaolong very quickly climbed to the 30th step, and he didn't stop for even a second. Every step he took was firm, and his body remained steady even under the bombardment from the mysterious energy. All the geniuses from the Devil race were extremely shocked. No matter how shocking climbing up several tens of steps in one go was, many people could accomplish the same feat. However, climbing up to the 30th step in a single attempt was something even some of the most talented geniuses could not do. Under the gazes of everyone present, Huang Xiaolong climbed to the 50th step. When the disciple who had claimed that Huang Xiaolong's talent merely ranked in the top 300 saw how far he had gotten, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. This, can he possess talent rivaling the top 100? He asked in shock. Even the top 100 geniuses wouldn't be able to climb 50 steps in a single breath. One of the geniuses shook his head, and a stunned look hung on his face. Don't tell me he's going to reach the 70th step in one go. Several disciples felt their throats going dry. 70. Everyone fell silent as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. The number of disciples who had reached the 70th step in one go numbered less than 30. Watching Huang Xiaolong climb up one step at a time, everyone forgot to blink. The fact that they were also currently climbing the tower had probably slipped their mind, as they failed to take a single step upwards. Huang Xiaolong's legs didn't falter as he arrived on the 70th step. When they saw Huang Xiaolong's legs stepping onto the 70th step, all of them felt a little dizzy. He's still going. He's still climbing up. Is he really going to reach the 80th step? Someone muttered weakly. Even though only 10 steps were separating the 80th and 70th step, the increase in difficulty was extremely apparent. The number of people who had managed to reach the 80th step in one go numbered less than 20. Without disappointing all of the spectators, Huang Xiaolong stamped down on the 80th step. 80 steps. How long did he take? He didn't even use 80 seconds to climb all the way up there. The disciple who was trying to determine Huang Xiaolong's talent level in the devil world trembled as he spoke. He hasn't stopped. He's still going. A sharp cry brought them all back to their senses. Everyone could see that Huang Xiaolong had already continued his climb. 83, 84. They felt as though it was harder to breathe as the air got stuck in their throat. 90. When Huang Xiaolong arrived on the 90th step, the disciple who had claimed that his talent was in the top 300 of the devil world felt his eyes growing sluggish. 91. 92. As he climbed higher and higher, his steps seemed to stomp into the hearts of everyone present. 100. A genius from the heavenly punishment sect was so shocked that his voice started to shake. Only 3 people could climb to the 100th step among the people who took part in the event this time around. They were Chun Weijian, Xing Yinhua, and Qin Hongbao. Right now, another monster had appeared right before their eyes. Devil World's 4th supreme genius. A random voice echoed through the air. Everyone was shocked, but no one dared to comment. 101. 102. 106. When Huang Xiaolong stepped on the 106th step, everyone felt their hearts shaking. That was Qin Hongbao's record, and he had only managed to continue climbing after taking half a day's worth of rest. 107. Huang Xiaolong's feet landed on the next step. He surpassed the record. A single step separated Huang Xiaolong from Qin Hongbao. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't about to stop anytime soon. He raised his feet as he continued to move forward. 108. 109. He quickly arrived at the 112th step. He had already surpassed Xing Yinua's record. He even overtook Xing Yinhua. Everyone looked at Huang Xiaolong with a face of disbelief. Undisturbed by others, Huang Xiaolong continued his way up, step by step. Is he going to overtake Chun Weijian? Someone in the crowd muttered. One of the 100 transformation sect's disciples sneered. Our young master is one of the 3 great geniuses of the devil world, and he is also the number 1 figure in the younger generation. How can this black-haired man possibly surpass our young master? However, he felt his mouth going dry. Huang Xiaolong was picking up the pace. He was taking 1 new step every second. However, after the 113th step, Huang Xiaolong even increased his speed. He started to jog, covering 3 to 4 steps in a single second. 3 to 4 steps every second. Others were amazed at his speed. 128. Someone's voice trembled. Chun Weijian had set the record of 128 previously. As if he could not hear the surrounding disciples' frightened screams, Huang Xiaolong continued his way upwards. 140. 158. 172. Looking at Huang Xiaolong climbing up the steps without signs of faltering, everyone felt as though their hearts were about to explode. How many steps did the heavenless archdevil lord manage to climb in one go? One of the disciples asked out of the blue. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It's 188. Someone answered. At this time, Huang Xiaolong had already reached the 182nd step. In the next moment, he arrived at the 186th step. 188. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the 188th step, the surrounding disciples held their breath. Everyone present seemed to be able to hear their own heart beating wildly in their chest. 189. When Huang Xiaolong raised his leg and stepped onto the next step, all the disciples watching him felt like the sky was about to split apart. Tens of billions of years ago, when the heavenless Archdevil Lord climbed the Devil Tower, he had only managed to climb 188 steps in one go. Since then, no disciple in the Devil world was able to surpass that record. In everyone's mind, the heavenless Archdevil Lord was an insurmountable peak that nobody could overcome. However, the scene before them changed the long-standing record. The record that the heavenless Archdevil Lord had set for billions of years was actually broken. This is impossible. It's definitely impossible. This can't be real, some of the disciples said in denial. However, Huang Xiaolong continued to make his way up. 200. When Huang Xiaolong had reached the 200th step, they felt like a bomb was going off in their heads. Since the start of time, there had been no one who had managed to climb to the 200th step in a single shot. Hurry! Someone report this to Lord Archdevil Ancestor. One of the disciples from Devil Ape Cult shouted out as he regained his senses. That's right. Hurry up and report this to the sect master. Another disciple from the Black Killer sect shouted as well. The remaining disciples regained their senses one after another. They took out their summoning signal and reported what they saw to the people outside. The Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor was watching the second floor of the tower when his summoning signal suddenly vibrated. When he took it out to take a look, his whole body trembled. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face as he screamed, "What? 200? The reaction of the violent lightning Archdevil Ancestor was the same as the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor. At this moment, he finally understood the reason behind the Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor's surprised cry. Very soon, all the devil sects outside received the report from their disciples inside the tower. Immediately, discussion broke out heatedly outside the Devil Tower. It's the sixth nether gate. That mysterious black-haired young man was actually able to climb up to the 200th step in one go. He even broke Chun Weijian's record. Chun Weijian? Who's he? Even the heavenless Archdevil Lord's record is gone. Expressions of shock could be seen everywhere. The faces of the elders from the 100 Transformation sect turned extremely ugly. A discussion broke out amongst the different devil races experts, and many people were rejoicing in others' misfortune. Some said that Chun Weijian was dog's hit, while others were saying that he was as good as worthless. Damn it! Elder E from the 100 Transformation sect cursed as murderous intent oozed out of his eyes. He looked towards Elder Long. Elder Long, we can't let that kid continue to climb. He will definitely be able to make it to the 9th floor. With Huang Xiaolong's frightening talent, it was only a matter of time before he reached the 9th floor. Elder Long's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded his head. He then took out his transmission symbol and passed down an order to the rest of the disciples. The Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor, Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor, and the Black Killer sect took out their transmission talismans and passed down their orders as well. Not too far away, the Heavenly Punishment Archdevil Ancestor looked at everyone's reaction and sneered. He didn't bother stopping them. Sure enough, he is worthy of being named the number 1 throughout history. The Heavenly Punishment Archdevil Ancestor looked at the Devil Tower and sighed. All the ancestors from the Heavenly Punishment sect were startled. Lord Archdevil Ancestor is right. With this type of talent, he indeed deserves his name as the most talented throughout the lands. Who would have thought that our devil world will be able to produce such a monstrous genius? One of the ancestors from the Heavenly Punishment sect, Liu, said in shock. All the ancestors from the Heavenly Punishment sect nodded their heads in agreement. The Heavenly Punishment Archdevil Ancestor merely smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Gao Chongran was clenching his fist, and excitement filled his heart. Even though he knew Huang Xiaolong's identity and the shocking level of his talent he could have never imagined that Huang Xiaolong would actually be able to climb 200 steps in one go. When the disciples inside the tower received their orders from their elders, They retrieved their weapons and launched their attacks at Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly, countless devil tools covered the sky and charged towards Huang Xiaolong. Even though making a move in the Devil Tower would cause them to be inflicted with a curse, none of them could be bothered about it. Seeing the numerous devil tools flying towards him, a cold smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. The supreme god force from his fists transformed into countless invisible fists that collided with those devil tools. Clang! Dang! Huang Xiaolong blasted back the countless devil weapons, and these weapons flew back towards their owners at a terrifying speed. In an instant, countless miserable shrieks sounded out. The 100 Transformation Sect, Devil Ape Cult, Lightning Beast Valley, and Black Killer Sect suffered disastrous losses as their disciples fell from the mountain's peak. Amongst the many disciples who had attacked him, some of them were in the 9th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, and some were in the 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. There were even some who were at the peak of the late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. However, regardless of their strength, Huang Xiaolong had sent all of them tumbling down. Some even exploded and died after their weapons slammed into them. The rest of the disciples, who had not attacked Huang Xiaolong but hoped to steal his devil holy water once he perished, nearly died from fright when they saw the disciples who were sent flying. Even the dozens of 1st and 2nd Order emperors who had wanted to take advantage of the situation felt their heart palpitating in fear. Huang Xiaolong glanced coldly at those Emperor Realm experts before continuing to make his way up. Those Emperor Realm experts whom Huang Xiaolong glanced at felt cold sweat dripping down their back. No one dared to speak, and all of them remained still. Everyone looked at Huang Xiaolong's figure, and they were unable to hide the fear in their eyes. The disciples from the 100 Transformation Sect, Devil Ape Cult, Lightning Beast Valley, Black Killer Sect, who had attacked Huang Xiaolong, numbered in the 100,000. There were thousands of 9th and 10th Order Heavenly Monarchs. With their strength combined, it was more than enough for them to severely injure a mid-1st Order Emperor Realm expert. However, in addition to blocking them, Huang Xiaolong also sent them flying. Outside the Devil Tower. What? He sent all of them flying with one fist. The elders from 100 Transformation Sect, Stone Ape Archdevil Ancestor, Violent Lightning Archdevil Ancestor, and the Black Killer Sect Ancestor were dumbfounded when they received the report. How could this happen? Inside the tower, under all the disciples' complicated gazes, Huang Xiaolong reached the 256th step and did not show any sign of stopping. 300. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the 300th step, everyone felt their lips twitching and their hearts pounding. After Huang Xiaolong reached the 500th step in one go, he finally stopped and took a break. When Huang Xiaolong stopped at the 500th step, the tension inside the hearts of the surrounding disciples finally relaxed as they felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. They were terrified that Huang Xiaolong would climb the entire floor in a single go. There were a total of 1,000 steps on the Devil Tower's first floor, and only a few minutes had passed since Huang Xiaolong had started. He reached the halfway mark of the first floor of the Devil Tower in a few minutes. Just when Huang Xiaolong sat down at the 500th step to rest, the outside of the tower was in utter chaos. Reaching the 500th step in one go, less than 10 minutes, everyone was shocked. The heavenly punishment Archdevil Ancestor suddenly looked upwards and sighed. Could this be a sign of the next coming of the Archdevil Lord? The hearts of the surrounding experts and the heavenly punishment sect's ancestors jumped when they heard this. Next coming of the Archdevil Lord. The Stone Ape and Violent Lightning Archdevil ancestors opened their mouths, but nothing came out in the end. Legends had it that whoever could reach the Devil Tower's 9th floor would obtain the 2 Devil Steels. After gathering all 6 great Devil Steels, they would become the next Archdevil Lord. And as for the black-haired young man, there was no stopping him from ascending to the 9th floor. The light in the eyes of the various Archdevil ancestors flickered. After resting for half a day, Huang Xiaolong continued his journey upwards. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong stepped onto the 1,000th step and arrived at the top of the first floor. When Huang Xiaolong stepped onto the top of the mountain, a huge hole opened above him, and light poured into his body without stop. The boundless devilish light was the source of the devil world, and it contained the purest devil energy. It was the energy from the chaos laws that governed the devil world. Under the nourishment of the devil energy, Huang Xiaolong's archdevil godhead emitted resplendent rays of light. His heart of hell started to pump with an astonishing force. The light continued pouring out for another hour, and it didn't seem like it would stop anytime soon. How can there be so much energy? The surrounding disciples were shocked, looking at the endless light coming from the hole. Earlier, when Chen Weijian had passed the first floor, the light had poured down on him for a mere 10 minutes. 3 hours soon passed before the lights disappeared, and the huge hole in the space above vanished. Huang Xiaolong's entire body seemed to have transformed, and he exuded a type of boundless pressure that seemed to envelop the world. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that a thin line had actually appeared in the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. Even though the line wasn't pronounced, it contained a supreme wonder. It was one of the wonders of the devil world. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong also discovered that after absorbing the source energy of the devil world, the blood-eye devil steel inside his body seemed to have undergone a rebirth. His actual strength increased once again. He was finally nearing the peak of the mid-8th order heavenly monarch realm. After examining the changes within his body, Huang Xiaolong raised his legs and walked towards the second floor's entrance. Everyone failed to move as they watched Huang Xiaolong disappear into the entrance of the second floor. There was also a giant mountain on the second floor, but it was way larger and steeper than the mountain on the first floor. There were only 3 other people other than him, compared to the swathes of disciples crowding around the first floor. The instant Huang Xiaolong stepped onto the second floor, a flash of light covered the mountain. Chen Weijian, Xing Yinhua, and Qin Hongbao looked in his direction. When they saw Huang Xiaolong, their expressions changed. It was mostly so for Chen Weijian, and a look of terror flashed through his eyes. The 3 of them were already aware of what had happened on the first floor. As if he couldn't see them, Huang Xiaolong raised his foot and started his climb. Similar to the first floor, a formless pressure and mysterious energy was pushing against him. This time, there was an additional force that made Huang Xiaolong sweat. He felt as though there was a chaotic mountain hanging off his back. Huang Xiaolong circulated his Archdevil Supreme Godhead and started making his way up. Even though Xing Yinhua and Qin Hongbao had arrived on the second floor much earlier than Huang Xiaolong, they were only at the 26th and the 20th step, respectively. As a result, Huang Xiaolong passed the 2 of them in a blink of an eye. They were only able to watch as he passed them effortlessly. When Huang Xiaolong passed Xing Yinhua, she opened her mouth to say something to him. However, she decided to swallow her words in the end. Chen Weijian was on the 222nd step when he saw Huang Xiaolong charging towards him. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes again. He clenched his fist as he secretly gathered his strength. 1 minute later, Huang Xiaolong arrived before him. As Huang Xiaolong was approaching rapidly, Chen Weijian circulated his god force to the maximum. Even though Huang Xiaolong had shown frightening strength on the first floor, Chen Weijian refused to believe that a mere 8th order heavenly monarch could go against him. Not only did he have a supreme godhead, but he was also an early first order emperor. He had numerous hidden trump cards as well. He was even confident in severely injuring an early second order emperor with his strength. However, Huang Xiaolong continued to ascend the stairs, as if he couldn't sense Chen Weijian's killing intent. Just when Chen Weijian was about to go all out and kill Huang Xiaolong, his summoning signal trembled. Chen Weijian felt his heart trembling in shock, and he swept his divine sense over his summoning symbol. The expression on his face froze. Retreat! Elder Long had sent him a single word from the outside world. Even though there was only a single word, the meaning behind it was clear. He was to retreat if he met Huang Xiaolong. Elder Long actually asked me to retreat when facing an 8th order heavenly monarch. Cold light shot out from his eyes, and he couldn't control the fury in his heart. However, a look of uncertainty appeared in his eyes in the next second. He slowly loosened his fist, and the god force he was gathering dissipated. At the very last second, he decided to listen to Elder Long's opinion. A figure flashed past his eyes all of a sudden, and when he looked up, Huang Xiaolong was staring directly in his eyes. He quickly tilted his body and made space for Huang Xiaolong, but instead of walking past Chen Weijian, Huang Xiaolong stopped. An indifferent gaze appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he slowly opened his mouth. What? Are you not going to kill me? How could have Huang Xiaolong not sensed the killing intent coming from Chen Weijian earlier? No one could have expected Chen Weijian to give up at the last second. Chen Weijian stared at Huang Xiaolong with a weird expression on his face. For some unknown reason, a strong sense of discomfort surged out from the depths of his heart. Being a first-order emperor, I'll be made a laughingstock if I deal an eighth-order heavenly monarch like you. Chen Weijian suppressed his discomfort and tried to explain himself to Huang Xiaolong. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips after hearing the bullshit coming out of Chen Weijian's mouth. Since that's the case, I will give you two choices. Number 1, you roll down from here. Huang Xiaolong paused for a second. Number 2, I'll kick you off, and you'll roll down from here anyway. On the first floor, all the disciples of the 100 Transformation sect had joined hands and attacked Huang Xiaolong. There was no way he would let Chen Weijian off so easily. Not to mention the fact that Chen Weijian had already displayed killing intent towards him a moment ago. What did you say? Chen Jianwei's blood started to boil, and his killing intent surged out and formed a towering wave that threatened to suffocate Huang Xiaolong. Previously, he had decided to listen to Elder Long. Even though he had felt that his reputation would be dragged through the mud, he had decided to endure it. However, Huang Xiaolong provoked him the moment they met. He wants me to roll down from here. Chen Weijian felt extremely humiliated, and there was no way he would take it lying down. Even Xing Yinhua and Qin Hongbao felt tremors running through their heart when they heard what Huang Xiaolong's words. Even though they had already expected some sort of conflict to occur, they had never expected Huang Xiaolong to chase Chen Weijian back to the start of the second floor. Not only was Chen Weijian the young sect master of the 100 Transformation sect, but he was also one of the 3 great geniuses of the Devil World and a first-order emperor. Huang Xiaolong was merely an 8th-order heavenly monarch, and no one knew where he found the guts to order an emperor realm expert to scram. Xing Yinhua and Qin Hongbao's impression of Huang Xiaolong dropped to unimaginable levels. Even people like them wouldn't be able to suppress the rage in their heart if Huang Xiaolong were to say the same thing to them, much less an emperor realm genius like Chen Weijian. Chen Weijian looked up, and he no longer held back his laughter. The aura around his body started to surge, and traces of devil chi gathered around him to form a massive devil phantom. There was a secret technique in the 100 Transformation sect, and it allowed the devil chi around the user's body to form the phantom of a supreme devil. Of course, the technique Chen Weijian used was precisely that. He circulated the 100 Transformation devil art and called forth the power of a supreme devil expert. Even though the phantom was merely a copy of the supreme devil, it held unimaginable might and combat prowess. With the ever-increasing aura around Chen Weijian's body blasting towards Huang Xiaolong, everyone felt that he would be blown off the steps at any moment. The smile on Chen Weijian's body froze, and he squinted his eyes at Huang Xiaolong. He said in a condescending tone, "Brat, I was planning to spare your puny life. I had decided to make a move against you outside the tower, but now that you have successfully provoked me, I shall fulfill your wishes. Do you want to obediently hand over the devil holy water before killing yourself? Or do you want me to kill you and take the devil holy water from your corpse?" Chen Weijian was obviously in no rush to kill Huang Xiaolong. A chuckle escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips. "It seems like you think you'll be able to kill me," Chen Weijian sneered. "With my strength, I am confident of killing a late first-order emperor. I even have the confidence to injure an early second-order emperor heavily. Do you think that you're stronger than either one of them?" Huang Xiaolong laughed indifferently. "I don't know about other first- and second-order emperors, but I'm confident you won't be able to survive if I wanted to kill you." Even though Chen Weijian was in the early first-order emperor realm, he was nowhere comparable to Heavenly Prince Dijing from back then. Huang Xiaolong was only in the 7th-order heavenly monarch realm when he had fought against Dijing, but right now he was already an 8th-order heavenly monarch. Xing Yinhua and Qin Hongbao shook their heads subconsciously.
They felt that Huang Xiaolong was too arrogant. This brat is not afraid that he will bite his tongue after boasting shamelessly. Xing Yinhua couldn't help but groan. When Huang Xiaolong had ignored her previously, he had already left a bad impression in her mind. Even though she knew about Huang Xiaolong's shocking display of strength from the first floor, she didn't believe that he was a match for Chen Weijian. It was like what Chen Weijian had said. Was Huang Xiaolong stronger than a late First-Order Emperor? Or was he stronger than an early Second-Order Emperor? Chen Weijian was surprisingly calm when he heard that Huang Xiaolong was confident in killing him. A smile appeared on his face and he said, "All right, since you are so confident, I will let you make the first move. Otherwise, others will say that I bullied my junior." Huang Xiaolong asked indifferently, "Are you sure?" Chen Weijian laughed. "I'm extremely sure." Black armor appeared around his body, and brilliant rays of light burst out from his body. Countless devil arrays were inscribed on his armor, and it exuded an imposing aura. 100 transformation devil armor. Xing Yinhua and Qin Hongbao's faces changed as they exclaimed in shock. The 100 transformation devil armor was the inherited treasure of the 100 transformation sect. It was a high-grade Grand Mist spiritual armor. No one could have expected Chen Weijian to bring it out. With the 100 transformation devil armor, I'm afraid that he won't be able to hurt a single hair on Chen Weijian's body. Xing Yinhua's voice echoed from the foot of the mountain. With Chen Weijian's strength at the early First Order Emperor realm, coupled with his 100 transformation devil armor, even many peak late First Order Emperors would find it hard to break through his defense. After summoning the devil armor, Chen Weijian laughed indifferently. "Why are you not attacking? Go ahead. I'm waiting for you." With the 100 transformation devil armor protecting his body, Chen Weijian felt no one in the tower could match up to his strength. Even if Huang Xiaolong was extremely strong, he refused to believe an 8th Order Heavenly Monarch could break his defenses. After watching Chen Weijian activate his 100 transformation devil armor and urge him to attack, Huang Xiaolong responded callously, "In that case, as you wish." Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead spun, supplying robust Supreme Devil God Force throughout his body. As this robust Devil God Force surged out from Huang Xiaolong's body, howling shrieks sounded around him. These howling cries could only be achieved when one's Devil God Force reached a shocking high threshold. Simultaneously, it seemed like hundreds and thousands of giant devils had awakened within Huang Xiaolong as his outer appearance changed completely. Devilish lights shone where his eyes should be, exuding an overwhelming devil chi that could swallow up a mainland. Chen Weijian, Xing Yinhua, and Qin Hongbao were startled by this sight. Then Huang Xiaolong moved. His fist swung out, whistling through the air, and he aimed straight at Chen Weijian's chest. The three people on the other side were wide-eyed when they saw there were frightening devil flames wrapped around Huang Xiaolong's fist. The space in front of Huang Xiaolong's fist became distorted, and it collapsed into a huge black hole as his fist whistled across the air. With this black hole, Huang Xiaolong's fist struck accurately on Chen Weijian's chest. With the overwhelming destructive power from Huang Xiaolong's fist, the calm expression on Chen Weijian's face crumbled. However, it was already too late for him to even try evading Huang Xiaolong's punch. His best reliance was the 100 transformation devil armor, and he frantically sent all his god force into the armor's devil arrays. 100 transformation devil armor. Chen Weijian yelled, trying to mask his panic. Rays of devilish light shot out like an exploded dam. The devil arrays on Chen Weijian's armor lit up one by one in the blink of an eye, immediately erecting layers of protective barriers over him. Boom! The instant Huang Xiaolong's fist landed on the protective barriers around Chen Weijian, the barrier's layers crumbled like decayed wood, and splinters exploded in various directions. The devil arrays on the armor completely gave out from the impact as Huang Xiaolong's fist landed on Chen Weijian's chest area. Huang Xiaolong's fist force easily passed through the devil armor, straight into Chen Weijian's flesh. Instantly, noises of breaking bones rang in the air. Chen Weijian screamed as his body arched and flew high into the air from the 222nd step before plummeting to the foothills. Bang! A thunderous crash came from the foot of the mountain. However, Chun Weijian's sharp screams were still echoing in the air. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his fist, and the surging god force returned to his body. The devilish light around him disappeared completely. He stood there calmly like an ordinary young man, who had not attacked anyone moments ago. The next second, a curse rune condensed from the devil chi silently appeared in high air and shot into Huang Xiaolong's body. This curse rune was a punishment to those who attacked others inside the devil tower. Huang Xiaolong didn't put this curse rune to heart. He could easily erase this curse rune with his current strength and abilities without leaving any sequelae. Huang Xiaolong turned and resumed climbing the stairs without sparing another glance at Chun Weijian lying at the mountain foot. This small delay had wasted his precious time. Though it wasn't much time, he still quickened his steps. The faster he cleared every floor, the devil chi rewarded would be more and purer. Xingyinhua and Qin Hongbao stood woodenly in a daze on the 26th and 20th steps, respectively, as they stared at Huang Xiaolong's back on the mountain peak. Huang Xiaolong had already reached the 300th step when the two of them finally recovered their senses. Xingyinhua looked at Chun Weijian's unmoving figure lying limply at the mountain foot, and her breathing was a little heavy as if her heart was racing. Her dainty cherry lips were slightly agape in shock. Just now. For the first time, she realized it was so difficult to express herself. But Qin Hongbao was still terror-struck, unable to extricate himself from the scene earlier. That sight was carved deep in his soul, unerasable for a lifetime. More time passed before Xingyinhua and Qin Hongbao truly regained their composure. Both took out their communication symbol and reported the second-floor incident to their respective sects outside. What? Chun Weijian was blasted off with one punch. The Heavenly Punishment sect's ancestors were agape with shock after reading the content of Xingyinhua's message. With the Heavenly Punishment sect ancestors' loud exclamations, the news soon spread throughout the square. The crowd exploded in shock. Even the 100 Transformation sect's ancestors were astounded. Killing intent needled in their eyes as their expressions turned gloomy, intermingled with unease and anxiety. Huang Xiaolong was unaware of the furor he had raised outside. A few minutes after crossing the second floor's entrance, he stopped to rest and restore his god force on the 400th step. The gravity on the second floor was greater, increasing Huang Xiaolong's god force consumption. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong resumed climbing, steadily maintaining the same speed of 3 steps per second. When Huang Xiaolong reached the 800th step, he stopped to rest and restore his god force once again. But he had not even reached halfway, and there were 2,000 steps on the second floor. It was double the number of steps on the first floor. Hence, it took Huang Xiaolong about 3 hours to reach the top of the second floor stairs. Like the first floor, the instant Huang Xiaolong's feet landed on the second floor's highest stair, a hole opened in the void above him, pouring down devilish lights like a waterfall. The devilish lights went on for 6 hours this time around, and it was twice as long compared to the first floor. Huang Xiaolong discovered after accepting the second floor's devilish lights tempering that his cultivation had actually advanced to the peak of the early 8th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Inside his body, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead and Blood I Devil Steel emitted resplendent lights. The Blood I Devil Steel's blood-red light was even more dazzling and glaring. Huang Xiaolong stood on the same spot for a dozen breaths, adjusting his state of mind before taking the step into the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the Devil Tower instantly shone brightly, astonishing the experts spectating on the square outside. Passing 2 floors consecutively in less than 20 hours. Xing Tian sighed in amazement as he stared at the dazzling rays of light shining from the Devil Tower's 3rd floor. If they deduct the amount of time of body tempering under the devilish light, it was only a short 4 hours. 4 hours. Thinking of this, even as the leader of the 12 archdevils, Xing Tian couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. The passage of time continued to flow by. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. After a little over a month, Huang Xiaolong finally stepped through the 9th floor's entrance. When climbing the Devil Tower, every higher floor had an additional hurdle. For example, the second floor's high gravity. On the third floor, in addition to the second floor's high gravity, there was lightning punishment. On the fourth floor, there was high gravity, lightning punishment, and also soul attack. In comparison, the fifth floor had everything from the previous floors with the addition of poisonous fog. Furthermore, the number of steps increased by 1,000 and became steeper with every floor. After crossing the ninth floor entrance and seeing the towering peak that reached the clouds, Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air, even though he was mentally prepared. This towering peak was literally a straight vertical line. From the mountain foot to the mountain peak, and slope of any degree was non-existent. The mountain surface was smooth as a mirror, reflecting soft, mysterious light. Huang Xiaolong gulped loudly, just imagining what he was about to embark on next under the resistance of space power, chaos law, extreme gravity, lightning punishment, soul attack, poisonous fog, a sea of fire, icy hail, and layers of sword formations attack while climbing up slippery steep stairs at a 90-degree angle. What kind of situation would that be? Probably, the many monstrous geniuses outside wouldn't even manage to stand firm on the first step under such harsh conditions. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply, bracing himself, and approached the first step. When his foot landed on the first step, an overwhelming space power and chaos law power rushed towards him from the top of the mountain. Then, gravity joined the party. Huang Xiaolong felt his body sink due to extreme gravitational pull. Streaks of chaos divine lightning rained down from high above, followed by ripples of mysterious lights that appeared out of nowhere, jarring Huang Xiaolong's soul as they moved. Poisonous fog, a sea of fire, and hail thunderstorms all bore down simultaneously. This was not the average sea of fire. This fire could forge bones and burn the soul, and the hail's frigid coldness could penetrate deep into the soul. After fire and hail came endless sword chi attacks that could kill an early Emperor Realm expert on the spot from every possible angle. These sword chi attacks blocked Huang Xiaolong's every possible escape route, not giving Huang Xiaolong the chance to retreat. After the sword chi, space shook again as devil giants took shape and joined in the fun medley, attacking Huang Xiaolong. Each giant devil had the strength of an early First-Order Emperor Realm expert. If an average First-Order Emperor Realm expert faced this situation, he would have been terror-stricken, but Huang Xiaolong remained calm. His three supreme godheads spun simultaneously, sending robust god force that roared out of his body. Leading in front was the Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power. In a split second, Huang Xiaolong cleanly devoured the space power and chaos law power pouring from above. He also parried the numerous chaos divine lightning punishment, the surrounding poisonous fog, sea of fire, and hail thunderstorm. The shocking sword chi that could easily kill a First-Order Emperor Realm expert slashed on Huang Xiaolong's body as if it cut onto a thick chaos wall. Zhing. Crisp, buzzing noises rang endlessly. Yet there was not a scratch on Huang Xiaolong's skin. With Huang Xiaolong's current true dragon physique and the black dragon divine armor, these sword chis had no way of breaking Huang Xiaolong's physical defenses. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong did not dodge the ferocious giant devil's attacks. His Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power intensified, forming a massive whirlpool in the air, sucking all the giant devils into its belly. These devils were crushed and turned into pure devil energy and absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. These giant devils didn't have a body of flesh and blood. They were condensed out of pure devil energy. Thus Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried about swallowing these giant devils and affecting his bloodline. After devouring the giant devils, Huang Xiaolong reached up with his arms and tightly gripped onto the second step with all of his 10 fingers. After that, he jumped and landed on the second step. These steps were extremely slippery due to their smooth surfaces. With a small mistake, he would tumble down. Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless. He climbed up cautiously, maintaining the speed of 1 step per second. He was slow but steady. An hour later, when Huang Xiaolong reached the 60th step, he had to stop to rest and restore his exhausted god force. After being tempered by the devilish lights at the top of the first 8 floors, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had advanced to the mid-8th order heavenly monarch realm. Even so, the pressure did not diminish when he climbed the 9th floor steps. He was consuming his god force faster than the previous 8 floors. For hours of rest later, Huang Xiaolong stood up once again and resumed climbing up the steep stairs. There were 9,000 steps on the 9th floor, and the higher the steps, the harder it was to climb up. This had gone beyond testing a person's talent and strength. This was a test of will. Hindered by various resisting forces, the smallest carelessness could cause Huang Xiaolong to fall to the mountain foot and start climbing from zero. He could be injured and maybe even die here. As Huang Xiaolong continued to climb 1 step every second, the experts on the square outside the Devil Tower from all corners of the 36 regions watched with bated breaths. Their eyes stared unblinking for the slightest change in the Devil Tower. At this time, devilish lights were spinning on the 9th floor surface, indicating that Huang Xiaolong had long stepped on the 9th floor and was climbing up the 9th floor steps. Lord Archdevil, if that kid passes the Devil Tower's 9th floor, would he really be our Devil World's new Archdevil Lord? The Devil Ape cult's leader Zhao Qingyu asked tensely. Stone Ape Archdevil remained stoic, his gaze filled with complicated feelings. Violent Lightning Archdevil sneered. That's just a rumor circulating outside. Do you believe in a mere rumor? Even if he passes the Devil Tower's 9th floor, that doesn't mean he could become our Devil World's Archdevil Lord. The only way to become our Devil World's Archdevil Lord is to gather all 6 Devil Steels. I don't believe that kid can gather all 6 Devil Steels. The Devil Ape cult's leader Zhao Qingyu took a quick glance at Stone Ape Archdevil, then ventured hesitantly. But it's said if you can pass the Devil Tower's 9th floor, there is a very high chance of obtaining all 6 Devil Steels. Violent Lightning Archdevil harumphed with dissatisfaction. It's nothing but wishful hope. It's not guaranteed. Moreover, after he comes out from the Devil Tower, he won't have a chance to leave the eternal Devil Lands alive. With all our power, we'll slaughter him like the dog he is. However, Stone Ape Archdevil's response was a low, heavy sigh. Old Ape, are you getting cold feet now? Don't forget that he killed Wu Jingnan. Also, we had sent people to kill him. If he becomes the new Archdevil Lord, do you think he would forgive us? Violent Lightning Archdevil went on. Therefore, no matter what, he must not be allowed to leave the eternal Devil Lands alive. Stone Ape Archdevil's gaze once again fell onto the Devil Tower's 9th floor, and his unhurried reply sounded profound and otherworldly. Perhaps. Violent Lightning Archdevil's brows furrowed into a deep frown. Soon, 5 days went by. By this time, Huang Xiaolong had already passed the 1,400th step. At this height, the boulder at the mountain foot was small as a grain of sand. A little after the 1,400th step, the space power and chaos law power's resistance, extreme gravity, poisonous fog, a sea of fire, a thunderstorm of icy hail, sword chi formation, and giant devil's attacks increased in power. At this point, Huang Xiaolong had already activated one of his Archdevil's bloodline power, still keeping his pace of climbing up 1 step every second. Although he could continue to climb upwards without activating any Archdevil's bloodline power, it would slow his progress to a great extent. Huang Xiaolong repeated the movements tirelessly, and 10 days later, he reached halfway up the mountain slope. As most of the mountain was enshrouded in devilish fog, he had lost sight of the mountain foot a long time back. Looking from this height, it inevitably gave the feeling that the universe was boundless, and a person was only a speckle of dust. Inexplicable loneliness that transcended time and space washed over Huang Xiaolong. Even though he looked ahead, he couldn't see any future. Hope was obscured in the sudden sense of helplessness. Huang Xiaolong greedily took several big breaths, and determination shone anew in his eyes as he continued to climb up. To maintain his speed, he had already activated 2 of his 3 Archdevil's bloodline's powers. Another 10 days went by. Huang Xiaolong got closer to the peak, but the closer he was, the harder it was to advance another step. At one point, Huang Xiaolong had to push his 3 Archdevil's bloodline's power to the fullest, and at the last 10 steps, his 16 wings spread out. When Huang Xiaolong leaped up onto the 9,000th step from the 8,999th step, he stood straight on the mountain top, and he had entered a completely different space. An awe-inspiring pavilion stood in front of Huang Xiaolong. Looking at the huge pavilion, Huang Xiaolong blanked for a long time. When he was still at the foot of the mountain, or even at the 8,999th step, Huang Xiaolong had imagined the top of the mountain to be empty. But now that he was standing at the top, there was actually a massive pavilion in front of him. Huang Xiaolong leaned out his head slightly and looked below, but he could see no changes to the path of stairs he had climbed. While baffled, Huang Xiaolong's attention returned to the huge pavilion. The huge pavilion was shaped like a triangle, and from a distance it resembled a giant cone-shaped drill. The pavilion's wall surfaces were engraved with shifting devil runes, like sand blown by the ceaseless wind. The entrance was located on the lowest floor, spewing out rich devil chi from inside the pavilion. After determining there was no immediate danger, Huang Xiaolong walked through the entrance and entered the pavilion. The moment Huang Xiaolong stepped through the pavilion's entrance, he arrived at a spacious square. At the center of the square was an extensive devil race formation. He looked around, but in the end, his attention returned to the formation, and he walked towards it. Huang Xiaolong arrived at the edge of the formation moments later. Huang Xiaolong stood silently as he observed the glimmering devilish light flowing throughout the formation's runes. Then he took a step into the formation. When Huang Xiaolong stepped into the formation, darkness flashed before his eyes. In the next second, he found himself in a devil abyss. Within this abyss, Huang Xiaolong could not see the sky above, the earth under his feet, nor the end and the beginning of this abyss. Abundant, strong devilish lights shone into the abyss space. To top it off, these devilish lights were different from the devilish lights that had tempered his body before. The devilish lights from lower floors had leaned more towards the light, while these boundless devilish lights actually felt viscous, like magma of devilish lights. Seeing devilish lights rushing towards him from all around like an angry tsunami, Huang Xiaolong's chest tightened, but he hurriedly circulated God Force from his Archdevil Supreme Godhead. Devil God Force rushed out and formed a protective barrier around him. However, when these devilish lights reached him, Huang Xiaolong quickly discovered his Devil God Force protective barrier was superfluous. The light broke through his protective barrier, and devil energy invaded his body before he could break free, and he was drowning within the light. It was a similar feeling of being washed away and submerged under a landslide. He couldn't breathe, much less move. Huang Xiaolong, who was already a heavenly monarch realm expert, wouldn't have any problem even if he held his breath for an entire year. But now, submerged under the vicious devilish light, Huang Xiaolong genuinely found it difficult to breathe, suffocating as death's hand reached out and gripped his heart. At this moment, he was nothing but mortal, a mortal who needed to breathe to survive. Huang Xiaolong struggled to keep his eyes open, but it proved difficult as the devil energy entered through his eyes. Darkness took over his sight completely, and there was nothing but pitch-black darkness. As Huang Xiaolong was about to faint from suffocation, he entered an ethereal state. Vaguely, he seemed to hear voices from the deepest part of the devil abyss, yet it also seemed to be the noises of the devilish flowing light enveloping him. Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead spun rapidly, absorbing the intense influx of devil energy rushing into his body. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead to become a giant devouring black hole, frenziedly swallowing the devil energy flooding into him. As robust devil energy continued to fill Huang Xiaolong's body, and his true dragon physique was tempered, reforged, and strengthened over and over. In Huang Xiaolong's chest, the heart of hell emitted resplendent black lights, forming layers of light of hell. Although the light of hell was also black light, it was different from the devilish black light. The darkness of hell had a bloodlust quality, a coldness devoid of emotions, while the devil world's devilish light resonated with the cruel violence in one's nature. Darkness so black that it held a tinge of dark green. At one point, the blood-eye devil steel flew out of Huang Xiaolong's body. It flew in circles around Huang Xiaolong, and its two blood eyes were wide open, akin to a great malevolent demonic beast that had awakened from slumber in the depths of the devil abyss, emitting bloody red lights. The great devil, swinging an axe on the Yellow Spring's magic robe, awakened and greedily swallowed the devilish lights by the mouthful. The devil gourd also greedily swallowed the devilish light into its mouth. Huang Xiaolong was completely immersed in his ethereal state. If the viscous devilish light suffocated him, now submerged within the devilish light, it gave him a sense of freedom, a secured and comfortable feeling. The month went by in the blink of an eye. At first, Huang Xiaolong's figure couldn't be seen within the devilish black light in the dark abyss. But as the days trickled away, a spot of light shone where Huang Xiaolong was situated. This small light shone through the dense darkness, spreading outwards. As time passed, the devil energy gathered around Huang Xiaolong increased. From a bird's view, Huang Xiaolong was the gigantic sun that had fallen into the devil abyss. Strange noises came from where Huang Xiaolong was, echoing throughout the vast devil abyss. These strange noises were the beating of the heart of hell. With every beat of the heart of hell, devil energy rushed towards Huang Xiaolong even more frenziedly. Huang Xiaolong's late 8th Order Heavenly Monarch realm rose to peak late 8th Order and continued to rise at a shocking speed. Finally, at one point, crackling noises sounded, and a quiver ran down Huang Xiaolong's body. The light enshrouding him intensified, scattering the influx of devil energy as he broke through. 9th Order Heavenly Monarch. After advancing to the 9th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, the amount of devil energy flooding into Huang Xiaolong's body significantly increased. Another dozen days passed before the roiling devil energy in the devil abyss finally stopped. Huang Xiaolong's eyes opened as he awakened. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 rays of devilish lights shot out of them, tearing through space over 1,000,000 li, and only disappeared a long time later. The first thing Huang Xiaolong did was to check his body's condition. A large amount of devil energy's influx had cast his peerless devil physique. This kind of physique was not one of the unique 3,000 physiques. However, this ascending devil physique was 10,000 times stronger than many unique physiques, and it was almost at par with his true dragon physique. Every person who successfully reached the top of the Devil Tower's 9th floor could obtain this ascending devil physique, and Heavenless Archdevil Lord had also obtained it. The Devil Tower was the Devil World's precious innate treasure born from the Devil World's purest origin energy. With the ascending devil physique, Huang Xiaolong would be able to absorb the purest origin devil energy from anywhere. No matter what kind of devil cultivation techniques he learned, he would achieve twice the result at half the effort. The newly formed devil rune between Huang Xiaolong's brows had stabilized by now. However, the majestic aura of a devil gave the illusion that he was actually the Archdevil Lord. After checking his body's condition, he turned to look at the blood-eye devil steel floating not far from him. Through the influx of devil energy this time, his connection with the blood-eye devil steel had reached another and more profound level. If he was within a certain radius from the myriad curses devil steel and glazed devil steel, even if that radius was 100,000,000 li, Huang Xiaolong was confident he could sense their presence. This directly raised Huang Xiaolong's confidence in finding the 2 devil steels in the demonic beasts' empires. I wonder what's the current situation outside. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the blood-eye devil steel and devil gourd into his body and got to his feet. He disappeared into a blur and left the abyss. When he appeared again, he was already outside the Devil Tower. The moment Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of the Devil Tower, the boisterous atmosphere at the square came to an abrupt silence. All eyes locked on Huang Xiaolong's figure in high air. He's out. All the devil race's experts, including Heavenly Punishment Archdevil, Stone Ape Archdevil, and Violent Lightning Archdevil, had their gazes fixed on Huang Xiaolong. Since the Heavenless Archdevil Lord had reached the top of the Devil Floor's 9th floor, no one had succeeded after him. But now, such a person had appeared. This black-haired young man related to the 6th Nether Gate was the first person to succeed in reaching the top of the Devil Tower's 9th floor in 10 billion years. What shocked them the most was that this young man had done it in less than 3 months. The Heavenless Archdevil Lord had taken more than a year to reach the top of the 9th floor. The talent gap was unimaginable and could not be described with mere words when comparing less than 3 months to more than a year's time. A freak genius who was many times more talented than Heavenless Archdevil Lord. What kind of concept is that? No one could imagine, and the only word they could think of was terrifying, but it was still inadequate to describe their real thoughts. Even Heavenly Punishment Archdevil, Stone Ape Archdevil, and Violent Lightning Archdevil, who had once followed by Heavenless Archdevil Lord Side, conquering and slaughtering through millions of planes, felt overwhelmingly apprehensive. When someone comes across such an outstandingly talented person, it gives them a feeling of facing an expert whose strength has reached unimaginable heights. And that feeling is fear. Stone Ape Archdevil and Violent Lightning Archdevil had similar feelings, even more so the 100 Transformation Sect's ancestor. Even in his fear, the 100 Transformation Sect's ancestors never lifted their eyes from Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong ignored the surging murderous aura from the 100 Transformation Sect and walked towards Gao Chongran and his group. At the same time, Gao Chongran and his group flew forward to meet Huang Xiaolong. Stopping in front of Huang Xiaolong, both Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning's faces were beaming with joy as they saluted and congratulated. Congratulations to Lord for successfully reaching the top of the Devil Tower. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded his head at them. He then had everyone stand up and said, "Go back first." Although he had managed to reach the top of the Devil Tower's 9th floor and gained many benefits along with successfully breaking through to 9th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm, he still needed to stabilize his cultivation foundation. Gao Chongran and Wang Fanning respectfully complied. Seeing Huang Xiaolong was about to leave, Violent Lightning Archdevil finally reacted. Killing intent soared in his eyes, but just as he was about to make his move, Stone Ape Archdevil reached out and stopped him. Stone Ape Archdevil shook his head at Violent Lightning Archdevil. Violent Lightning Archdevil was taken aback by Stone Ape Archdevil's action. He frowned and hesitated, and in the end, he heeded Stone Ape Archdevil's advice. He was fuming as he watched Huang Xiaolong leave. When the 100 Transformation Sect's ancestors saw Violent Lightning Archdevil had failed to take any action against Huang Xiaolong, they reluctantly gave up on their plan. In the end, there was nothing they could do but glare at Huang Xiaolong as he went away. After Huang Xiaolong had knocked off Chen Weijian with a single punch on the Devil Tower's 2nd floor, he had suffered a grave injury to attempt reclimbing the Devil Tower. Thus, Chen Weijian had left the tower. Currently, Chen Weijian was still recovering from his injuries inside the 100 Transformation Sect branch's secret chamber in the Eternal Devil Lands. Even though Chen Weijian's injuries could be healed, it had left a big sequelae that might affect Chen Weijian's future breakthrough to Sovereign Realm. Originally, based on Chen Weijian's potential, he had a high chance of surpassing the Emperor Realm to become a Lord Sovereign. But now he could only forget it. This was Huang Xiaolong's fault. The 100 Transformation Sect's old ancestor had stormed out of his seclusion in a fury after learning this, and he had rushed to the Eternal Devil Lands from the 100 Transformation Sect headquarters. On top of that, he had issued an order to kill Huang Xiaolong, no matter the consequences. In the end, Huang Xiaolong, the 4 odd beasts, Gao Chongran, and the rest had disappeared on the horizon in front of various experts' complicated expressions. Heavenly Punishment Archdevil said to the Heavenly Punishment Sect's ancestors, "It's time to go." Go? Heavenly Punishment Sect's ancestor Liu hesitated. "Lord Archdevil, aren't we going to wait until mist comes out?" At this time, Xianxia was still on the Devil Tower's 5th floor. "Not waiting anymore. The result is the same, anyway." Heavenly Punishment Archdevil sighed and shook his head. When coming here, his original intention was never to see his baby daughter's result, but to verify something personally, and he had already confirmed that matter. Moreover, Xianxia couldn't reach the top Devil Tower's 9th floor. Hence, it was meaningless to stay here and waste time. Heavenly Punishment Archdevil left without bidding farewell to Violent Lightning Archdevil or Stone Ape Archdevil. He merely left 2 Heavenly Punishment Sect's ancestors to wait for Xianxia. A while later, Stone Ape Archdevil also led the Devil Ape Cults group and left without another word. After leaving the square, Huang Xiaolong headed directly back to the residence. On the way, Gao Chongran updated Huang Xiaolong about Chen Weijian's condition. When Huang Xiaolong heard the 100 Transformation Sect's old ancestor had issued a kill order for his head, and he was currently rushing to the Eternal Devil Land from the 100 Transformation Sect's headquarters, Huang Xiaolong merely smiled in response. "Oh right, Your Majesty, we found out the 9 Yin Giant Corpse tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming
massacring God-Gate's old ancestor Chu Han, as well as the fiend god Emperor Feng Chu are all at the Eternal Devil Land's secret Yuan mansion. Gao Chongran remembered another matter and reported to Huang Xiaolong. Oh! Huang Xiaolong's footsteps halted in surprise. He was surprised that Gao Chongran had found Shi Ming and the others' whereabouts. Gao Chongran explained, "Someone must have discovered them and deliberately leaked the news. Probably 9 out of 10 of the forces know about it by now." Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he pondered. A moment later he said, "Since many people know Shi Ming, Chu Han, and Feng Chu most likely have already realized their whereabouts are exposed. Did they not run or hide?" Gao Chongran shook his head. "No. They are still at the secret Yuan mansion." "What is the reaction of other devil forces?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Perhaps it is because of Shi Ming's notorious reputation that no one dared to make a move on them," Gao Chongran replied. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "Your Majesty, do you want us to?" Gao Chongran inquired. "Not necessary." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. He understood what Gao Chongran meant to say. Back at the residence, Huang Xiaolong had Gao Chongran continue to pay attention to the 9 giant corpse tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming, Stone Ape Archdevil, and others' movements before stepping into the chamber. Inside, he took out and consumed the devil holy water and heaven-suppressing 100 evil pills and entered Cultivation. After reaching the top of Devil Tower's 9th floor, Huang Xiaolong felt different when consuming the devil holy water. Due to his ascending devil physique, consuming the devil holy water was 10 times more beneficial to him than before. A month later, after refining a drop of devil holy water, Huang Xiaolong's body and the soul felt comfortable all over. While Huang Xiaolong was in quiet seclusion, the whole Eternal Devil City was boiling. At every corner and alley was gossip about Huang Xiaolong reaching the Devil Tower's top in a short 3 months. Within the Eternal Devil City's secret Yuan mansion, fiend god Emperor Feng Chu's finger caressed the cup in his hand. There was icy killing intent roiling in his eyes as he spoke in a voice filled with hatred. "The one that reached the top of the Devil Tower's 9th floor must be him, Huang Xiaolong, that runt. In the whole universe, only a freak like Huang Xiaolong has such monstrous talent. It cannot be anyone else. The 4 odd beasts with him might be able to trick other people, but not me." Massacring God's Gate's old ancestor, Chu Han looked at the 9 giant corpse tribe's Shi Ming, then said, "I too think it is Huang Xiaolong, that runt." 9 giant corpse tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming was enshrouded in frightening corpse chi, and he kept mum. One could only see 2 green light spots that were supposedly his eyes through the thick corpse chi, giving others the creeps. Seeing that Shi Ming had kept mum, Massacring God's Gate's old ancestor Chu Han couldn't hold back any longer. "Brother Shi Ming, since we can already confirm it's that kid, I think we should act immediately and resolve this trouble once and for all. Huang Xiaolong, this runt is just too hard to predict and talented. If he is allowed to grow further, we might not be able to kill him even with our strengths." 9 giant corpse tribe's old ancestor finally spoke in an unhurried manner. "Do you think I don't want to kill that kid as soon as possible? Don't forget that we're in the devil world now, and not in hell." Chu Han and Feng Chu both blanked for a second. "Our identities are already exposed. Our every move is under the local forces' scrutiny. The Heavenless Devil Legion has not come looking for us because we're behaving. If we make a move to kill Huang Xiaolong, the Heavenless Devil Legion would surely swoop down on us." Shi Ming's words reverberated in the hall. Chu Han and Feng Chu frowned after listening to Shi Ming's explanation. "What are we going to do then? Kill the Heavenless Devil Legion as well? Put aside the fact that we're no match against them, and even if we could stand against them, it would evoke the entire devil world's ire. All the archdevil ancestors would come chasing at our heels. Do you both think we can fight against the whole devil world?" Shi Ming continued. The Heavenless Archdevil Lord had formed the Heavenless Devil Legion in the past. This legion of the army had been guarding the devil world for 10 billion years, even though Heavenless Archdevil Lord had been missing for so long. Thus, the Heavenless Devil Legion remained highly respected by the devil world. Moreover, to a certain degree, the Heavenless Devil Legion maintained order in the devil world on behalf of the Archdevil Lord.
If they dared to kill a heavenless Devil Legion soldier, the Devil World's various Archdevil experts would not sit still at all. Then, are we going to sit back and watch that Huang Xiaolong swagger arrogantly, and let him become more complacent? Chu Han was unwilling. Huang Xiaolong went all the way up to the top of the Devil Tower's 9th floor, and he must have greatly benefited from that. Based on his potential, he would probably step into the Emperor realm soon. Moreover, there has been a rumor claiming that whoever reaches the top of the Devil Tower's 9th floor has a high chance of obtaining the 2 Devil Steels, and even gather all 6 Great Devil Steels. If that kid succeeds in gathering all 6 Great Devil Steels, then no one will be able to suppress him in the whole universe. This was the reason Chu Han was so anxious to kill Huang Xiaolong. If Huang Xiaolong gathers all 6 Devil Steels, then he would be the new Archdevil Lord. The new Archdevil Lord on top of being the Lord of Hell. Just thinking of this possibility made Chu Han, Feng Chu, and Shi Ming's hearts palpitate with an ominous feeling. That is not possible, is it? Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu lacked confidence even as he tried to refute it. He's already the Lord of Hell. He cannot be the Devil World's Archdevil Lord too. Chu Han sniggered. Though this has not happened since the beginning of time, who can say it's impossible? Who made it a rule that the Lord of Hell cannot be the Devil World's Archdevil Lord as well? Feng Chu was dumbfounded, unable to refute a word. Huang Xiaolong must be killed. 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's old ancestor Shi Ming spoke again. But we must wait until he leaves the Eternal Devil City and heads to the demonic beasts' empires. As soon as he steps out of the Eternal Devil City, we will kill him. Send people to keep an eye on Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, have people watch the Mara Plains. When the Mara Plains miasma thins, that will be the time when Huang Xiaolong will leave the Eternal Devil City. Yes, great lord. Fiend God Emperor Feng Chu respectfully complied. Massacring God's Gate's old ancestor, Chu Han merely nodded his head in agreement. However, before that kid leaves the Eternal Devil City, we can send some trouble his way. Shi Ming said in a vindictive tone. Brother Shi Ming intends to? Chu Han looked in confusion at Shi Ming. So did Feng Chu. Heave people leak Huang Xiaolong's identity. Shi Ming sneered. Chu Han and Feng Chu were surprised, but then both of them laughed as the implications occurred to them. Brother Shi Ming, that's an excellent idea. Absolutely masterful. Chu Han laughed wantonly. While those within the walls of Eternal Devil City were still in a furor over Huang Xiaolong's achievement in the Devil Tower, another news rose to the surface and stupefied everyone. That black-haired young man who successfully reached the top of Devil Tower's 9th floor is the champion of Divine World's Battle of the Heavenly Court, the king of Grandmist's personal disciple Huang Xiaolong. This Huang Xiaolong is also the new Lord of Hell. When this news spread out, the entire Eternal Devil City was in a new and higher wave of the furor, shocking many Archdevil ancestors. Some were in a daze for a long time, and they were too shocked to utter a sound. Especially the 100 Transformation Sect's ancestors. What? He's Huang Xiaolong. Elder Long was clearly shocked by the news. Violent Lightning Archdevil, Black Killer Sect Chief, and all allying parties, who had intended to kill Huang Xiaolong, had apprehensive expressions on their faces. Even Violent Lightning Archdevil, one of the 12 generals of Heavenless Archdevil Laud, was unable to keep calm. Huang Xiaolong's reputation was simply too resounding. Everyone was aware of the battle above the Nethersea, where he had slaughtered over 100 Emperor Realm experts, and even the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's Patriarch Shi Wushuang had fled with his tail between his legs. Moreover, not long ago, Huang Xiaolong had destroyed the Fiend God Emperor Palace that had stood for several billions of years, which used to bring terror to the Devil World with its mere mention. Huang Xiaolong has also killed the Emperor's disciple, who was also Feng Chu's son. Other than Feng Chu and a small number of Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestors who had escaped, the rest of them had fallen. This and many other factors elevated Huang Xiaolong's invincibility in everyone's mind. Even for someone like Violent Lightning Archdevil, who was used to calling for the wind and summoning rain in the Devil World, and who was also able to direct a great legion army of tens of thousands, did not dare to think of fighting Huang Xiaolong head-on. Elder Long, what should we do now? A long time later, 100 Transformation Sect's Elder E recovered from his shock and asked Elder Long. Elder Long's eyes gleamed as he spoke slowly. We'll wait for the old ancestors and the rest to arrive, then decide what to do. The rest of the present 100 Transformation Sect's ancestors fell into silence. Huang Xiaolong. These 3 words were akin to 1,000,000 great chaos mountains pressing down on everyone's chest. At this time, inside the 100 Transformation Sect's residence's secret chamber, Chun Weijian coughed up a mouthful of blood with a loud wah. His face was deathly pale with disbelief as he stared at the 100 Transformation Sect's disciple in front of him. What he is Huang Xiaolong? He asked in a quivering voice. Yes, that is so, young lord. The news has spread throughout the entire Eternal Devil City. He is the king of Grandmist's personal disciple, and the new lord of hell, Huang Xiaolong. The 100 Transformation Sect's disciple affirmed with a fearful expression. Anyone hearing of Huang Xiaolong's name would feel immense pressure. Chun Weijian vomited another mouthful of blood. Young lord, are you all right? The 100 Transformation Sect's disciple was terrified by Chun Weijian's sudden violent condition. Get lost! Get lost! Suddenly, Chun Weijian raised his head and shouted at the disciple with a distorted expression. The 100 Transformation Sect's disciple fled the chamber in a fluster. Huang Xiaolong. Chun Weijian bit each word through gritted teeth. Not long after Huang Xiaolong's identity was exposed, another commotion hit the Eternal Devil City. Huang Xiaolong is the Lord of Hell. Kill him. He cannot be allowed to become our Devil World's Archdevil Lord. That's right. He has gone up to the top of Devil Tower's 9th floor. If he manages to gather all 6 Devil Steels, wouldn't our Devil World have to acknowledge him as our Archdevil Lord? He must not be allowed to gather the 6 Devil Steels. Kill Huang Xiaolong.